Resident Evil's story has been going on for decades, and by now the timeline is filled with outbreaks, experiments, wars, bioterrorist attacks, and disasters that have affected almost every part of the world. In this video, we're going through the major events in Resident Evil history, from the earliest discoveries and experiments to the outbreaks and incidents that shaped the modern world. Part 1. The Ancient Progenitor, the biological history that began millions of years before Umbrella. Before there was a company called Umbrella, before anyone wore a lab coat or signed a research contract, there was an organism. It existed long before human history had a name for itself, buried in the biology of a single flower growing in a remote part of Africa. That flower carried something unusual in its cells, a set of properties that didn't behave like ordinary plant life. It could alter the things that consumed it. It could rewrite what a living body was capable of. The games never claim to know exactly how old this organism is, and it's worth being honest about that, instead of inventing an answer. What the series does establish is that this progenitor material existed for an enormous stretch of time before any human civilization learned to use it deliberately. It sat in the soil and the water of one region, largely undisturbed, while empires rose and fell somewhere else entirely. That distinction matters, because it changes how you think about everything that follows. The horror of Resident Evil didn't start in a laboratory. It started in nature, with something that was already strange long before anyone tried to weaponize it. Umbrella didn't invent the danger. It found something that had been waiting, and it decided that waiting was a waste. What the compiled chronology does confirm is that this organism's history intersects with human civilization far earlier than most people assume, reaching back to a kingdom that rose and eventually fell around the same source material. That kingdom is where the story of human involvement actually begins, and it's worth understanding on its own terms before Umbrella ever enters the picture. Part 2. The Endopia Kingdom and the Stairway of the Sun. Long before Oswald Spencer or anyone connected to Umbrella set foot in Africa, there was a kingdom called Endopia. It grew wealthy and stable in a way that neighboring peoples couldn't easily explain, and the reason traced back to a flower the kingdom guarded closely. They called it the Stairway of the Sun, and it carried the same progenitor properties that would later reshape the modern world. The Endopia understood, on some level, that what they had access to wasn't ordinary. They didn't treat the flower as a casual resource. Access to it was restricted, controlled by those in power, and used carefully rather than exploited without limit. That restraint is part of what makes the kingdom's story different from what came after it. They had the same raw material Umbrella would later chase, and they didn't turn it into a weapon. Eventually the kingdom fell, the way most kingdoms eventually do, and the flower's location faded from common knowledge outside the region. It didn't disappear from the world. It just stopped being something anyone with modern ambitions knew how to find, at least for a long while. The knowledge sat dormant, the same way the organism itself had sat dormant for so much longer. What makes this kingdom's story essential to the larger history isn't the empire itself. It's the fact that the flower's properties would eventually become historically important to three names that define the modern Resident Evil world: Spencer, Ashford, and Marcus. The Endopia didn't know it, but they were guarding something that three ambitious men would eventually stumble onto centuries later, with none of the same restraint. Part 3. The Spanish Crusade against Los Iluminados. Move forward several centuries and shift continents entirely, to a castle in rural Spain owned by the Salazar family. Beneath that castle, something else related to the same biological family had taken root. An organism the locals came to call the Plaga, a parasite capable of altering behavior in anyone it infected. A religious group calling itself Los Iluminados had built its influence around access to this organism, using it as both a source of power and a form of control over its followers. The Salazar family didn't tolerate that arrangement for long. What followed was closer to a crusade than a simple family dispute, a sustained war against a cult that had turned a dangerous parasite into a religion. The fighting was brutal, and it ended with the Salazars winning control of the castle, and more importantly, control of the plaga itself. It's worth being clear about something here, because it's easy to blur two very different eras of the same story. The ancient religious conflict between the Salazars and Los Iluminados has almost nothing to do with the modern cult that Osman Sadler builds centuries later. They share a name and a source organism. They don't share a leadership or a set of goals. Sadler's operation is a modern reconstruction built on top of history he didn't live through. What the Salazar family did after winning that war is what actually shapes everything that comes later. Because victory didn't mean destruction. It meant a decision about what to do with something they'd proven they couldn't fully eliminate. Part 4. The Salazar family seals the plagas beneath the castle. Having defeated Los Iluminados, the Salazar family faced a choice that shows up again and again throughout Resident Evil's history. They could try to destroy the plaga entirely, or they could hide it. They chose to hide it, sealing the organism and the cave system beneath their castle, rather than risk whatever attempt at destruction might have required. The reasoning wasn't reckless. The Salazars understood, correctly, that the plaga was too dangerous to remain accessible to anyone who might misuse it again. Sealing it away kept it out of human hands for centuries, and for a long stretch of history, that decision worked exactly as intended. Generations of the family lived and died without the organism ever surfacing again. But sealing something away isn't the same as ending its danger. It's a decision that depends entirely on every future generation, honoring the same restraint the original decision-makers had. Resident Evil returns to this pattern constantly. Dangerous biological material gets hidden instead of destroyed, and someone down the line eventually finds it. Usually for reasons that have nothing to do with wisdom. That's exactly what happens with Ramon Salazar centuries later. He inherits a legacy built on secrecy, but not the judgment that originally justified it. His downfall, and the modern release of the plaga that sets Resident Evil 4 in motion, traces directly back to this one long-ago decision to hide, rather than destroy. The castle kept the secret. It never guaranteed the secret would stay kept. Part 5, 1918. Mother Miranda loses Eva. In 1918, in a small Eastern European village untouched by most of the outside world's attention, a woman lost her daughter. Her name was Miranda, and her daughter was named Eva. The cause was the same one killing people across the entire world that year, the Spanish flu. A disease that didn't care whether its victims lived in a city or a village nobody outside the region had heard of. Miranda's grief didn't follow the pattern grief usually follows. She didn't move through it the way most people eventually do. Instead, it became the foundation of everything she would spend the rest of her life building. She refused to accept that Eva's death was final, and that refusal, more than any scientific curiosity, is what turned her from a mother into something closer to an obsessive researcher. It's worth sitting with how ordinary the tragedy itself is. Miranda didn't lose Eva to a monster or a virus born in a laboratory. She lost her to a disease that killed people by the millions that same year, all over the world, with no biological weapons involved at all. The horror that follows in Resident Evil's village storyline grows out of something painfully human before it grows out of anything scientific. This single loss is the emotional engine behind decades of what comes next. Everything Miranda eventually discovers, builds, and does to other people traces back to this one year, and to a decision she made in her grief that she was owed a way to bring her daughter back, no matter what it cost anyone else. Part 6, 1953. Miranda discovers the Megamicity. Decades after losing Ava, Miranda's search led her beneath the village she called home, into caverns she'd likely explored many times without finding what she was looking for. In 1953, that changed. She found something massive down there, a fungal organism unlike anything catalogued by the outside world, sprawling through the underground like a network with a memory of its own. What made the discovery matter wasn't just its size. It was what the organism seemed capable of. Miranda came to believe it could preserve information from living things, something like a biological record of what a person had been. To a woman who'd spent decades trying to find a way to bring her daughter back, that possibility wasn't just interesting. It was the answer she'd been chasing since 1918. Her early experiments with the organism, which the world would eventually come to know as the megamycete, were driven entirely by that hope. She wasn't trying to build a weapon. She was trying to solve a problem that had nothing to do with biological warfare and everything to do with a mother who refused to let her daughter stay gone. The distinction matters, even though the results of her research would eventually cause enormous harm to people who had nothing to do with her loss. This discovery is the true origin point of what fans eventually call the mold, the fungal biology that reshapes an entire branch of Resident Evil's world, decades later. It happens years before Umbrella exists, years before Ethan Winters is born, in a village most of the outside world never thought to look at twice. Part 7. Spencer meets Mother Miranda. Sometime after her discovery of the megamycete, still in 1953, a young man named Oswell Spencer made his way to Miranda's village. What exactly brought him there, and how much he already suspected about what he'd find, isn't something the games spell out in complete detail. What's confirmed is that the meeting happened, and that it left a lasting impression on a man who would go on to found one of the most consequential corporations in modern history. Miranda showed Spencer something of what she'd discovered, whether directly or through what he was able to observe and piece together. The exact scope of what he witnessed is genuinely left uncertain by the source material, and it's worth resisting the urge to fill that gap with more confidence than the games actually offer. What can be said is that Spencer left that meeting with an idea planted in him that never fully left. That idea centered on human evolution, on the possibility that biology wasn't fixed, that what a person was born as didn't have to be the limit of what they could become. Miranda's research, whatever Spencer actually saw of it, gave him a glimpse of that possibility years before he had any scientific means of pursuing it himself. It would take over a decade for Spencer's ambitions to find a more direct outlet, but this meeting is where the seed gets planted. The main chronology places the encounter in 1953, the same year as Miranda's discovery beneath the village, which means the two events are tied together closely enough that one likely led directly into the other. Part 8, 1966, the discovery of the Progenitor Virus. 13 years after Spencer's meeting with Miranda, 3 men found themselves together on an expedition in Africa. Oswell Spencer, Edward Ashford, and James Marcus had each arrived with their own motivations, but what they found there would tie their names together for the rest of their lives. Buried in the biology of a region with a much older history than any of them realized, they discovered the source of the progenitor organism. This wasn't an accident stumbled into by chance alone. Spencer, in particular, had spent over a decade carrying an idea about human evolution that he'd never had the tools to pursue. Finding the progenitor virus gave him exactly what he'd been missing. Ashford and Marcus, for their own separate reasons, recognized the same thing. Whatever this organism was, it represented something none of them had encountered before. The discovery changed all 3 men's lives immediately, though it changed them in different directions. What had been ancient biological history, stretching back through the Empire Kingdom and further still, suddenly became modern scientific opportunity. The distant past that predates human civilization had just become something 3 ambitious men believed they could control. This is the hinge point where Resident Evil's ancient biological history stops being background and becomes the direct cause of everything modern audiences recognize the series for. Without this expedition, there's no Umbrella, no T-Virus, no outbreak in Raccoon City decades later. Everything traces back to this one discovery in 1966, made by 3 men who had no idea how far the consequences would eventually reach. Part 9. Spencer, Ashford and Marcus decide to build Umbrella. Discovering something extraordinary is one problem. Deciding what to do with it is another, and the decisions Spencer, Ashford and Marcus made together defined the next several decades of history. They built a pharmaceutical corporation, and they called it Umbrella. On paper, it looked like an ordinary company developing medicine. Underneath that paper, it was something else entirely. The choice to build a legitimate business around their discovery wasn't just about funding. A pharmaceutical company gave them cover, legal protection, and a plausible reason to be doing biological research at scale without inviting the kind of scrutiny a secret laboratory operating on its own would draw immediately. Umbrella wasn't a company that happened to have a hidden agenda. The hidden agenda came first, and the company was built specifically to protect it. Each of the three founders brought something different to the arrangement. Marcus approached it with genuine scientific curiosity, driven by the puzzle the Progenitor Virus represented, rather than by what it could be used for. The Ashford family saw an opportunity tied to their own interests and prestige. Spencer, more than either of the other two, carried something closer to an ideology, a belief that this discovery could be used to remake what a human being was capable of becoming. The founding of Umbrella in 1968 shouldn't be understood as simply a company coming into existence. It was a deliberate institutional decision, made by three men who understood exactly what they were protecting and exactly what kind of infrastructure they'd need to protect it. Everything Umbrella becomes over the following decades, every laboratory, every cover story, every buried disaster grows out of that founding decision. Part 10. The death of Edward Ashford and the first great Umbrella power shift. Umbrella didn't stay balanced between its three founders for long. At some point after the company's founding, Edward Ashford died, and his death didn't just remove one man from the leadership. It reshaped the entire power structure of the corporation. Spencer, already the founder with the strongest ideological drive behind his involvement, found himself with far less resistance standing between him and total control. The Ashford family didn't disappear from Umbrella after Edward's death. His branch of the family continued on, carrying both the name and a share of influence within the company. But the balance that had existed while all three founders were active started to tilt, gradually, and then more permanently in Spencer's direction. What had been a partnership between equals started becoming something closer to Spencer's company, with the other founding families adjusting to survive inside it rather than direct it. This shift didn't happen through open conflict, at least not initially. It happened through the quiet mechanics of corporate power, decisions about funding, research priorities, and who got final say on projects that mattered. Spencer understood how to accumulate that kind of control without ever needing a dramatic confrontation to do it, which made his growing dominance harder to resist, even as it became impossible to ignore. The consequences of this early power shift wouldn't become fully clear for decades, but it's the reason the Ashford and Spencer branches of Umbrella gradually become rivals rather than partners, a rivalry that eventually explodes decades later on Rockfort Island and in the Antarctic research base connected to it. Understanding this early shift is essential context for everything Alexander and Alexia Ashford eventually do, because their story doesn't start with them. It starts with what their family lost when Edward died and Spencer filled the space he left behind. Part 11. Project W begins, somewhere beneath Umbrella's public identity as a pharmaceutical company. Spencer was already building something that had nothing to do with medicine. He called it Project W, and it wasn't a side experiment. It was, by every indication the games provide, the closest thing Spencer had to a real legacy, more important to him than the company's public success or its legitimate research output. The project centered on eugenics, on the deliberate selection and cultivation of children Spencer believed carried the potential for something beyond ordinary human biology. This wasn't research conducted on random subjects picked up off the street. It was targeted, careful, and long-term, the kind of program that only makes sense if the person running it genuinely believes he's building towards something world-changing rather than simply testing a theory. Albert Wesker was one of these candidates, but it's important not to let his later prominence distort how the project actually worked. Wesker wasn't the singular focus of Project W. He was one component of a much larger experiment, one child among several, who Spencer selected and shaped according to the same underlying ambition. The fact that Wesker eventually became the most consequential result of the program says more about circumstances that followed than it does about him being uniquely central from the start. What makes Project W so revealing about Spencer as a person is the distinction it creates between his public company and his private obsession. Umbrella, for all its research and all its eventual bioweapons, was still fundamentally a business, subject to boards, funding, and outcomes that had to justify themselves financially. Project W answered to none of that. It was Spencer's own experiment, funded and protected because he wanted it to exist, not because it needed to prove itself to anyone else. The children selected for the program grew up shaped by decisions made about their biology before they were old enough to understand what was happening to them. Some of them, like Wesker, survived that upbringing and went on to define major chapters of Resident Evil's history. Others didn't get the chance, lost to a program that treated their development as data rather than childhood. Understanding Project W as Spencer's true legacy, rather than as one experiment among many at Umbrella, reframes almost everything he does for the rest of his life. The company mattered to him. This mattered more. Part 12. Alexander Ashford creates the Veronica Project. While Spencer pursued his own private ambitions through Project W, the Ashford family was dealing with a different kind of loss. One measured less in scientific potential and more in status. Since Edward's death and Spencer's growing dominance, the family's standing within Umbrella had been slowly eroding. Alexander Ashford, inheriting that diminished position, decided he wasn't going to accept it quietly. His answer was the Veronica Project, an attempt to restore the family's prestige by resurrecting a specific lineage through genetic experimentation. The project's name would eventually attach itself to one of the most significant chapters in Resident Evil's history. But its origins were rooted in something closer to desperation than triumph, a man trying to reclaim relevance for a family that had been losing ground for years. The process involved cloning, an attempt to recreate a specific genetic line the Ashfords considered essential to their identity within Umbrella. What emerged from that process was Alexia, a child whose existence was tied from the very beginning to her father's need to prove the Ashford name still mattered. She wasn't simply born into the family's ambitions. She was engineered specifically to fulfill them. The timeline places the beginning of this project in the late 1960s, continuing into the early 1970s, which puts it roughly parallel to Spencer's own work on Project W. Both projects share an uncomfortable similarity underneath their different goals. Both involved treating a child's biology as a tool for an adult's unresolved ambition. Whether that ambition was scientific evolution or family prestige, Alexander's decision to pursue this path set events in motion that wouldn't fully play out for decades. Alexia's own transformation, her eventual disappearance, and the disaster that consumes Rockfort Island and the Antarctic base connected to it all trace back to this one choice. A father trying to fix his family's declining fortunes through genetic manipulation, rather than through any more conventional means. What makes this project a genuine tragedy, beyond its scientific ambition, is how little room it left for Alexia to ever be anything other than what her father needed her to become. The family's later downfall isn't just a story about biological horror. It's a story about a child raised entirely as a solution to someone else's problem. Part 13. Marcus develops the T-virus. While Spencer chased evolution and Ashford chased prestige, James Marcus pursued something closer to pure scientific curiosity. Working from the progenitor research the three men had discovered together in Africa, Marcus developed what would become the T-virus, a derivative strain that would go on to define the entire modern era of Resident Evil's biological horror. Marcus's motivations, as far as the games established them, weren't rooted in ideology the way Spencer's were. He was a scientist working through a genuine puzzle, trying to understand what the progenitor organism was capable of, and how its properties could be refined into something with practical applications. That distinction matters, because it shapes how his eventual betrayal by Spencer reads later. Marcus wasn't chasing power. He was chasing understanding, and that difference is part of what makes Spencer's decision to eliminate him feel so calculated. The T-virus carried severe side effects from the earliest stages of its development. Subjects exposed to it didn't simply gain new capabilities. Their bodies broke down in ways that mimicked death while somehow keeping them moving. A side effect that would eventually give the entire franchise its most recognizable image. Marcus understood these side effects and continued the research anyway, believing the virus's potential outweighed what it did to the people exposed to it. That belief is worth sitting with, because it complicates any simple reading of Marcus as more sympathetic than Spencer or Ashford. He wasn't running a eugenics program or chasing family prestige, but he was still willing to accept enormous human cost in pursuit of his research. The T-virus wasn't an accident that happened to him. It was a deliberate creation, refined through trial and error, that had real consequences for the people involved in that process. What makes this moment so significant is how directly it connects to everything Resident Evil eventually becomes known for. The modern conception of a zombie, someone infected and transformed into something that moves and attacks without any of its former humanity intact, is born here, in Marcus's laboratory, years before Raccoon City exists as a household name. Umbrella wouldn't have a weapons program without this virus. Marcus gave the company its foundation, whether he intended to or not, and the fact that his creation eventually got turned against him is one of the franchise's earliest and clearest examples of the specific kind of corporate betrayal that defines so much of what follows. Part 14. Umbrella turns the T-virus into a weapon. Marcus created the T-virus as a scientific pursuit. Umbrella, as an institution, saw something different in it almost immediately. Once the virus's properties were understood well enough to be replicated and controlled, the company moved from research into weaponization, and that shift changed the entire trajectory of what Umbrella was building underneath its pharmaceutical cover. The earliest applications focused on understanding what the virus could do to living tissue at scale. Umbrella began infecting animals first, testing how the virus behaved across different biology before moving toward human trials. This progression wasn't accidental. It followed a deliberate logic, the same kind of methodical testing any weapons program might use, except applied to something that mutated its subjects rather than simply harming them. As the research expanded, so did the ambition behind it. Umbrella wasn't interested in simply understanding infection. It wanted controlled outcomes, biological weapons that could be deployed with some degree of predictability rather than left to spread randomly. This is where the concept of a BOW, a bioorganic weapon, starts to take real institutional shape, moving from theoretical possibility into an active development pipeline with dedicated resources behind it. It's worth being precise about a distinction that gets blurred a lot in casual conversations about the series. The ordinary zombie outbreak, the kind that eventually consumes Raccoon City, is not the same thing as the Tyrant Project running in parallel. The zombie outbreak represents the T-virus behaving the way it behaves when it spreads uncontrolled through a population. The Tyrant Project represents something far more deliberate, an attempt to create a specific weapon designed around controlled biological combat rather than mass infection. Both programs share the same underlying virus, and both trace back to Marcus's original research, but they represent two very different applications of that research. One aimed at chaos, and one aimed at control. And Umbrella pursued both simultaneously, without much apparent concern for how either might eventually spiral beyond what the company could contain. That lack of concern is, in hindsight, the clearest warning sign of everything that follows. A company willing to develop both an uncontrolled infectious agent and a controlled combat weapon from the same source material had already decided, long before anything went wrong publicly, that the risk was acceptable as long as the research kept producing results. Part 15. Spencer turns against James Marcus for years. Marcus continued his research largely undisturbed, refining the T-virus and expanding Umbrella's understanding of what it could do. But knowledge, inside a company built the way Umbrella was built, was never just knowledge. It was leverage, and leverage that Spencer didn't fully control was something he'd learned over decades of accumulating power, not to tolerate for long. Marcus's independence became the problem. He wasn't simply an employee following direction. He was the scientist whose work had made the entire weapons program possible, and that gave him a level of importance inside the company that started to feel, to Spencer, less like an asset and more like a threat. A man with that much foundational knowledge, operating with any real autonomy, represented exactly the kind of internal risk Spencer had spent years working to eliminate from every other corner of Umbrella. The decision to remove Marcus wasn't made lightly, and it wasn't carried out personally by Spencer either. Instead, the assassination was handed to two of Umbrella's most promising young researchers, William Birkin and Albert Wesker, both of whom had risen through the company under circumstances that tied their futures directly to Spencer's continued favor. Using them for this task wasn't incidental. It bound them further into the company's darkest decisions, making their loyalty something closer to complicity. Marcus's death in 1978 was meant to close a chapter, removing a man whose knowledge and independence had become inconvenient. For a while, it worked exactly as intended. The company absorbed his research, continued the weapons program without him, and moved on the way institutions tend to move on from inconvenient people. Quietly, and without much public acknowledgement that anything unusual had happened. But Marcus's story doesn't actually end with his death, and that's what makes this event so critical to everything that follows 2 decades later. Whatever remained of Marcus, biologically and otherwise, didn't simply disappear the way Umbrella assumed it would. His eventual return, and the specific form that return takes, is what directly triggers the events later understood as Resident Evil Zero, connecting a decision made in 1978 to a disaster that wouldn't fully unfold until 1998. That 2-decade gap is worth sitting with. Spencer thought he'd solved a problem permanently. He'd only delayed it, and the version of the problem that eventually came back was far less containable than the man he'd originally ordered killed. Part 16. The Trevor family is destroyed for the sins of Spencer Mansion before Umbrella's underground laboratory became infamous. There was a mansion built on top of it, and before the mansion became a horror story. It was simply a construction project handled by a man named George Trevor. An accomplished architect, Trevor was hired to design and build what would become known as Spencer Mansion, likely without fully understanding what the estate was meant to conceal beneath its foundation. That lack of understanding didn't protect him or his family for long. Once the mansion was complete, Spencer made a decision that reveals as much about his character as anything else in this entire history. George Trevor and his family knew too much, simply by virtue of having built the place, and Spencer decided that knowledge, however incidental, made them a liability that needed to be handled rather than trusted. What followed wasn't a quiet dismissal or a payoff to buy their silence. The Trevor family was imprisoned, and members of the family became subjects of experimentation themselves. The same fate Umbrella had been imposing on convicts and orphans for years, now turned against the very architect who'd built the walls meant to hide that practice. Jessica and Lisa Trevor, in particular, became central to what happened next, their bodies used in ways that treated their humanity as an afterthought. Lisa Trevor's story stands out even within this already dark chapter, because of how her body responded to what was done to her. She survived repeated exposure to multiple viruses, an outcome her captors hadn't anticipated and couldn't easily explain. Rather than being a simple casualty of Umbrella's cruelty, she became something the company's own researchers found scientifically remarkable, which only extended and deepened the experimentation she was subjected to. This early demonstration of what Spencer was willing to do to people who threatened his secrets. Even people with no ambition to expose him, and no real understanding of what they'd been part of, sets a pattern that repeats throughout Umbrella's history. The company's ambitions were never separate from deliberate human experimentation. They were built on it, from the very construction of the mansion that would later become the site of its most famous public disaster. The Trevor family's destruction wasn't collateral damage from some larger, more important project. It was the direct result of Spencer's willingness to treat human lives as expendable the moment they became inconvenient. A willingness that shows up again and again throughout this entire history, long before Raccoon City ever gives the world a reason to notice. Part 17. Lisa Trevor becomes part of the G-Virus story. Lisa Trevor's resistance to Umbrella's experiments didn't end with her survival. It made her a subject of ongoing interest to the company's researchers, and her altered physiology eventually became relevant to work being conducted by one of Umbrella's most ambitious scientists, William Birkin, as he pursued what would eventually become the G-Virus. It's worth being careful here about what the games actually confirm versus what researchers and fans have inferred over the years. The direct, explicit connection between Lisa's biology and Birkin's G-Virus research isn't laid out in complete detail anywhere in the mainline story. What is established is that her body's unusual resistance to repeated viral exposure made her genuinely valuable to Umbrella's ongoing research, and that this kind of resistance is precisely the property Birkin was chasing as he worked toward a virus capable of controlled, directed mutation rather than the uncontrolled breakdown the T-virus caused. Given how closely tied the mansion's older experiments are to the broader research pipeline Umbrella maintained across its facilities, it's reasonable to say Lisa's case likely informed later work in some capacity, even without a direct confirmed line connecting her specifically to Birkin's breakthroughs. The games leave enough ambiguity here that certainty isn't warranted. But the connection between her survival and the kind of biological resilience later research was actively trying to engineer is difficult to dismiss entirely. What matters most about this part of her story isn't proving an exact scientific lineage. It's understanding how the mansion's darkest early experiments don't stay isolated in the past. They ripple forward through the same company, using the same underlying biological family of viruses, into research that eventually shapes the Raccoon City outbreak decades later. Lisa herself never escaped the consequences of what was done to her, physically or otherwise, and her continued presence in and around the mansion for years afterward turned her into something closer to a fixture of the estate than a person who'd simply survived an ordeal and moved on. Her transformation, both physical and psychological, stands as one of the clearest examples in the entire franchise of what happens to a person subjected to Umbrella's research, without any real limit placed on how far that research is allowed to go. The bridge this part of her story builds, between the mansion's older secrets and the wider Raccoon City catastrophe still years away, is exactly why her case matters so much to the larger history. Even in the places where the connection has to be described as likely rather than confirmed. Part 18. The Arclay Laboratory becomes Umbrella's secret research hub. Spencer Mansion wasn't simply a large house built for a wealthy man's personal use. From its earliest construction, it was designed to sit directly above something the outside world was never meant to find. An underground research complex that would eventually become known as the Arclay Laboratory. The mansion served as cover, an ordinary-looking estate hiding one of Umbrella's most important facilities beneath its floors. The choice of location wasn't random. The Arclay Mountains offered exactly what Umbrella needed, remote enough to avoid casual attention, close enough to Raccoon City to allow easy movement of personnel and resources, and covered by enough dense forest to make any unusual activity easy to explain away or simply never notice in the first place. Umbrella built its research infrastructure the way it built everything else, with secrecy treated as a design requirement rather than an afterthought. Inside the laboratory, researchers conducted work far beyond what a mansion's peaceful exterior could ever suggest. BOW development continued here for years, connected directly to the broader weapons program the company had been building since Marcus's original T-virus research. The Tyrant Project, among others, found a home in these underground halls, developed under conditions that gave Umbrella near total control over what got tested and how far each experiment was allowed to go. The relationship between the mansion above and the laboratory below wasn't incidental. The estate provided a plausible reason for restricted access, unusual security, and the kind of isolation that made it easy to explain away any strange activity a passing hiker or curious local might otherwise have noticed. Everything about the property's design served the laboratory's need for secrecy first, and its appearance as a private residence second. This arrangement worked exactly as intended for years, quietly producing research and weapons without drawing outside attention. But the same isolation that protected Umbrella's secrets also meant that when something eventually did go wrong inside that laboratory, there would be very little standing between the disaster and the surrounding region. No early warning system built for a catastrophe the company had never seriously planned for. That vulnerability is what makes this facility the stage for everything that happens in 1998. The mansion and the laboratory beneath it had been sitting quietly for years. A catastrophe waiting on conditions Umbrella had spent just as many years failing to take seriously enough. Part 19. William Birkin and Albert Wesker rise through Umbrella. As Umbrella's research programs expanded through the years following Marcus's death, two young scientists emerged as the company's most important rising figures. William Birkin and Albert Wesker climbed through Umbrella's ranks together, their careers intertwined from early on by the same event that had first bound them: their shared role in Marcus's assassination years earlier. Birkin's ambitions were primarily scientific. He was driven by the same kind of curiosity that had defined Marcus's original research, chasing the possibilities of viral mutation with an intensity that eventually made him one of the most brilliant and most dangerous researchers Umbrella had ever employed. His work would eventually produce the G virus, a creation that carried consequences even Birkin himself didn't fully anticipate. Wesker's path looked different from the outside, even as it ran parallel to Birkin's for years. His ambitions carried more of Spencer's ideological influence, shaped by his origins as a Project W candidate in ways that gave him a very different relationship to Umbrella's ultimate goals. Where Birkin wanted to understand and create, Wesker wanted to transcend, an ambition that would eventually pull him in a direction entirely separate from Birkin's more purely scientific pursuits. Spencer saw genuine value in both men, for reasons that reflected his own layered priorities. Birkin's research advanced Umbrella's practical weapons program in ways that mattered to the company's actual operations. Wesker, meanwhile, represented something closer to a personal investment, a product of Spencer's private ambitions, who might eventually prove capable of the evolution Spencer had been chasing since his meeting with Miranda decades earlier. The rivalry that would eventually define their relationship wasn't fully visible yet during this early period of their careers. What existed instead was something closer to mutual dependence. Two ambitious men whose separate research and separate ambitions kept intersecting because of how closely their positions inside Umbrella overlapped. Neither one could fully separate his own path from the other's without walking away from the company that had built both of them. That dependence, and the rivalry hiding underneath it, becomes one of the central engines driving Resident Evil's history for the next 2 decades. Birkin and Wesker's story doesn't end at Umbrella. It follows them through Raccoon City's destruction and beyond. But everything that eventually splits them apart starts here. In the years they spent rising together under the same company and the same founder's watchful interest. Part 20. Umbrella develops the Tyrant program among all of Umbrella's weapons research. One program in particular represented the company's most ambitious attempt at controlled biological combat, rather than simply spreading infection and accepting whatever chaotic outcome followed. Umbrella wanted something that could function with purpose, an intelligent, combat-capable bioorganic weapon, able to carry out missions rather than simply overwhelm anything nearby. That ambition became the Tyrant program, and its early development proved far harder than anyone at Umbrella had anticipated. Genetic instability plagued the earliest attempts, producing subjects that either failed to survive the process or survived it in forms too unstable to control reliably. Each failure taught the researchers something, but each lesson came at a cost measured in human subjects who never had any real choice in what was being done to them. Refinement came slowly, through repeated trial and adjustment, as Umbrella's scientists worked to stabilize a creature capable of surviving the kind of extreme biological alteration the program required. Over time, later Tyrant models grew increasingly powerful, closer to what the company had originally envisioned, even as the underlying instability that had plagued the earliest attempts never fully disappeared from the program's results. This research didn't happen in isolation from everything else covered so far. It ran alongside Birkin and Wesker's rise through the company. connected to the same underground Arclay laboratory built beneath Spencer Mansion, drawing on the same foundational T-virus research that traced back to Marcus's original work. The Tyrant program represented Umbrella's weapons ambitions, reaching their most deliberate, most controlled form yet. Understanding this program matters for two reasons that extend well beyond its own development. It provides the necessary context for the creature that eventually emerges during the Mansion's final experiment, the confrontation that closes out the original 1998 incident, and it establishes the technological foundation that later Umbrella projects, including work conducted by the company's European branch, would build directly on top of. The Tyrant program's long, difficult development is a reminder that none of Umbrella's most infamous creations arrived fully formed. They were built slowly, through years of failure, absorbed by people who had no say in the matter, refined into the versions that would eventually terrify a small group of police officers who had no idea what was waiting for them inside a mansion in the woods. Part 21. Umbrella Europe begins developing Nemesis. While the American branch of Umbrella pursued the Tyrant program, the company's European division was working on a related but distinct ambition of its own. Their research diverged from the American approach in a specific and important way, moving beyond simple combat capability towards something more targeted. A weapon designed not just to fight, but to hunt specific individuals. Central to this research was something called the Ne-alpha parasite, an organism used in an attempt to give a tyrant-based creature something the American program had never fully achieved: reliable target recognition. Umbrella Europe wasn't just trying to build something powerful. It was trying to build something that could be pointed at a specific person and trusted to find them, regardless of how much distance or chaos stood in the way. The objective behind this research reflects a deeper problem Umbrella had been dealing with for years: the growing risk posed by former employees, defectors, and anyone else who'd come into contact with the company's secrets and lived to potentially expose them. A weapon capable of pursuing specific human targets solved a very particular kind of institutional problem, one that had nothing to do with mass infection, and everything to do with eliminating individual threats with precision. This research would eventually matter far beyond its original European context. When STARS survivors find themselves targeted during the later destruction of Raccoon City, the creature hunting them traces directly back to this program. Refined and deployed specifically because Umbrella considered those survivors dangerous enough to warrant a weapon built for exactly that purpose. The distinction between this research and the original Tyrant program is worth holding on to clearly. Both share the same underlying biological foundation, and both represent Umbrella's broader ambition to move beyond uncontrolled infection toward deliberate, controllable bioorganic weapons. But where the Tyrant program aimed at raw combat capability, Umbrella Europe's parallel research aimed at something colder and more personal: a weapon built to hunt. That difference in purpose is exactly what makes the eventual result so effective at what Umbrella designed it to do, and exactly why the people it eventually gets sent after have so little chance of simply losing it once it starts moving. Part 22. The 1993 Arclay Hospital incident. 5 years before Raccoon City's name became synonymous with catastrophe, a much smaller, far more contained disaster played out at a private hospital tucked into the Arclay Mountains. It's an incident that rarely gets the same attention as the mansion or the outbreak that followed it, but it deserves a closer look, because it shows that Umbrella's containment failures didn't begin in 1998. They'd already happened once before, years earlier, and the company had already learned exactly how to bury the evidence. The hospital had been quietly supplying Umbrella with something it needed just as much as laboratory space: human test subjects who wouldn't be missed. 2 doctors at the facility, working with drugs and treatments supplied through Umbrella's shell companies, used patients as unwitting participants in experiments that had nothing to do with their actual medical care. It was a smaller, more localized version of the same exploitation that would later define what happened to the Trevor family and countless others. The incident that exposed this arrangement, at least locally, began when one of the doctor's own wives became infected and turned violent, attacking people inside the hospital itself. It's a detail worth sitting with because it shows how little separation there was between Umbrella's experiments and the ordinary lives of the people connected to them. This wasn't a controlled laboratory accident happening to strangers. It reached directly into the home of one of the men complicit in making it possible. Umbrella's response followed a pattern the company would repeat again and again over the following years. Rather than address what had happened, the company moved quickly to bury it, using its influence and its money to keep the incident contained and largely unknown outside the immediate area. The hospital was abandoned rather than investigated properly, left to decay quietly in the mountains, while whatever remained of the contamination lingered in the empty building. That lingering contamination didn't stay dormant forever. Years later, remnants of what had happened at the hospital would resurface, connected to a plant that had taken root in the abandoned building's basement, slowly absorbing whatever biological material remained from the earlier outbreak. It's a small, disturbing reminder that Umbrella's containment was never as complete as the company wanted the world to believe. What makes this incident so important to the wider history isn't its scale. It's what it reveals about Umbrella's culture of experimentation. The fact that this kind of disaster had already happened once, quietly, years before anyone outside the company had any reason to suspect what was really happening in the Arklay Mountains. The mansion incident wasn't an isolated failure. It was the second time, not the first. Part 23. STARS is formed. As Raccoon City grew, so did the demands placed on its police department, and at some point the city's leadership decided ordinary patrol officers weren't equipped to handle the kind of complex, high-stakes situations a growing city increasingly produced. The answer was the Special Tactics and Rescue Service, a tactical unit built to handle exactly the kind of dangerous, unpredictable incidents that regular policing wasn't designed for. It's worth being clear about what STARS actually was, because its later reputation gets shaped almost entirely by what happens to it during the mansion incident. At its founding, the unit had nothing to do with bioweapons or Umbrella's secret research. It was formed as a tactical police organization, meant to handle hostage situations, armed standoffs, and other scenarios beyond the capability of standard officers. Nobody involved in creating it imagined it would eventually become the group that stumbled into one of the most significant cover-ups in the city's history. The team drew together a group of individuals whose names would eventually become inseparable from Resident Evil's larger story. Barry Burton brought experience and a steady presence that made him something like the unit's anchor. Chris Redfield and Jill Valentine joined as two of its most capable field operatives, each bringing different strengths that would matter enormously once the team's mission changed from routine tactical work into something none of them had trained for. Rebecca Chambers, younger and less experienced than the others, rounded out a roster built around skill rather than seniority. Albert Vesker's position within this newly formed unit deserves particular attention, though his full significance wouldn't become clear until much later. He didn't join STARS as an ordinary recruit rising through the ranks. His placement within the unit was far more deliberate than that, though understanding exactly why requires looking at what happens next, rather than at the unit's formation itself. For a period after its creation, STARS functioned exactly as intended, handling the kind of tactical situations Raccoon City's leadership had built it to address. The team gained a reputation for competence, and its members built the kind of trust in each other that comes from facing real danger together. None of that trust prepared any of them for what the unit would eventually be pulled into. What makes the formation of STARS so important isn't the unit itself. It's the fact that this ordinary tactical police team, built for entirely conventional purposes, would eventually become the group that walked directly into Umbrella's darkest secret, entirely by accident. Because nobody who created the unit had any idea what was hiding in the mountains they'd eventually be sent to investigate. Part 24. Wesker is placed inside STARS. Albert Wesker's arrival at the top of STARS wasn't the result of an ordinary career path. While the rest of the team joined and rose through the unit based on tactical skill and field performance, Wesker's position as commanding officer served a purpose that had nothing to do with police work at all. He was there because Umbrella, and Spencer specifically, wanted eyes and control inside exactly the kind of unit that might eventually stumble onto something the company needed kept hidden. This arrangement made STARS remarkably useful cover for Umbrella's interests. A tactical police unit investigating strange occurrences in the Arklay Mountains was always going to draw closer to the truth eventually, given how much of Umbrella's secret research was hidden in exactly that region. Having Wesker in command meant the company would know immediately if the unit got too close, and it meant Umbrella had someone positioned to control, redirect, or sabotage the investigation from the inside if it ever became necessary. For years, this arrangement worked without anyone else on the team suspecting a thing. Wesker performed the role of commanding officer convincingly enough that Chris, Jill, Barry, and the rest of the unit trusted him the same way they trusted each other, built through the same shared experience and mutual reliance that any functioning tactical team develops over time. That trust would eventually become one of the most devastating betrayals in the entire franchise, precisely because it was built on something real, at least from the team side of the relationship. Spencer's calculation in placing Wesker here reflects a broader pattern in how Umbrella dealt with potential threats throughout its history. Rather than simply avoiding scrutiny, the company preferred infiltrating the institutions most likely to provide it, keeping potential investigators close enough to monitor and, if necessary, control. STARS wasn't an accident Umbrella had to react to. It was a risk the company had already accounted for, years in advance, by making sure someone loyal to Spencer sat at the top of the chain of command. What makes this arrangement so significant is what it says about how Spencer viewed Chris and Jill specifically. He didn't just consider STARS a unit worth monitoring in the abstract. He considered its most capable members potential obstacles, people whose skill and persistence might eventually threaten Umbrella's secrets directly enough to warrant elimination if the situation ever called for it. That calculation, made quietly and years before anyone else on the team had any reason to suspect it, is what turns STARS from an ordinary police unit into one of the central instruments of Resident Evil's larger conspiracy, entirely without the knowledge of most of the people serving in it. Part 25. The Arklay Forest murders begin. In the years leading up to 1998, the Arklay Mountains started producing a pattern of disturbing incidents that gradually escalated from isolated strangeness into something the authorities could no longer explain away. Hikers stopped returning from routes they knew well. Bodies turned up in conditions that suggested something far more violent than an ordinary accident or wildlife attack. Though wildlife attacks remained the official explanation for as long as they plausibly could, these incidents didn't emerge from nowhere. Umbrella's escaped experiments, drifting out from the underground laboratory and the surrounding research facilities, were responsible for at least some of what local authorities were struggling to categorize. The company's containment had never been as complete as its public image suggested, and years of quiet leaks and minor incidents had been slowly accumulating in the surrounding forest long before anyone connected the dots. What made the situation especially dangerous wasn't just the presence of Umbrella's creations. It was how badly the authorities misunderstood what they were actually dealing with. Local law enforcement approached each incident as an isolated case, a mauling here, a disappearance there, without any framework for recognizing that they were looking at symptoms of something far larger and far more deliberate, hiding beneath the surface of the mountains they patrolled. As the pattern of murders and disappearances continued, public pressure inside Raccoon City grew. Media attention increased, and residents living near the mountains began demanding answers the police department wasn't equipped to give them, largely because the truth was buried under layers of corporate secrecy the department had no access to, and, in some cases involving figures like Chief Irons, no real incentive to dig into. This escalating crisis is what eventually forces the city to take more serious action, drawing STARS directly into an investigation that none of them yet understood was connected to Umbrella. The unit had been built for exactly this kind of unexplained, high-stakes situation, and the Arklay Forest murders gave the department every reason to believe this was precisely the sort of case the tactical unit existed to handle. What none of them realized, as the investigation began, was how far beyond ordinary crime this situation actually extended. The murders weren't the work of a person or even a single creature. They were the visible edge of a much larger institutional failure, one that had been quietly accumulating in these mountains for years before anyone in a position to stop had ever thought to look. Part 26. The Ecliptic Express Incident. Before stars ever set foot in Spencer Mansion, another disaster was already unfolding elsewhere in the same mountains, connected directly to the man Umbrella had assassinated decades earlier. James Marcus, or what remained of him, was pursuing revenge, and the vehicle for that revenge was a creature known as the Queen Leech, carrying something of Marcus's consciousness inside a biology that had nothing recognizably human left about it. The incident began aboard a train, the Ecliptic Express, which had been transporting dangerous cargo connected to Umbrella's research when the situation aboard it collapsed entirely. Rebecca Chambers, part of the original Bravo team sent to investigate strange occurrences in the area, found herself trapped on that train alongside Billy Cohen. A convicted man being transported under very different circumstances entirely. Rebecca and Billy had no reason to trust each other at the outset. She was law enforcement. He was a prisoner facing serious charges. But the situation aboard the train, and the outbreak that followed them off of it, forced an alliance neither one had any interest in forming under ordinary circumstances. Survival made that alliance necessary, in a way neither of their original positions could have predicted. Their investigation eventually led them from the train toward the Executive Training School, a facility connected to Umbrella's broader operations in the region. The connection between what was happening aboard the train and what waited at the training facility wasn't a coincidence. Both were part of Marcus's larger scheme. An attempt to strike back at the company that had ordered his death decades earlier, using knowledge and resources he'd somehow retained despite that death. Capcom's official chronology places this entire sequence of events on July 23, 1998, positioning it as the direct precursor to the Mansion incident that would begin the very next day. Understanding the Ecliptic Express incident as its own connected disaster, rather than as unrelated background noise, matters because it establishes exactly how much was already going wrong in the Arklay Mountains before Alpha Team ever set foot near the mansion. What Rebecca and Billy discovered on that train, and at the training facility beyond it, gave them a glimpse of Umbrella's true nature that most people in Raccoon City still had no access to. Their survival, and the knowledge they carried away from it, becomes an essential piece of the larger puzzle that STARS would find itself pulled into just one day later. Part 27. Marcus returns to life. Understanding how James Marcus could possibly return 2 decades after Spencer ordered his death requires understanding what actually happened to his body, rather than assuming any literal resurrection took place. Marcus's death in 1978 was real. What came back in 1998 wasn't Marcus brought back to life in any conventional sense. It was something else entirely, wearing his memory and his motivations like a second layer over an entirely different biology. The creature responsible was the Queen Leech, a bioorganic weapon born from leech-based research Marcus had been conducting before his death. Somehow, in the aftermath of his assassination, this creature absorbed enough of his remains, and by extension enough of whatever biological or informational trace of his consciousness remained, to eventually adopt both his physical appearance and something resembling his personality and memories. This isn't the same mechanism that drives other forms of biological continuation elsewhere in Resident Evil's history. And it's worth resisting the temptation to blur it together with concepts like the mold's ability to preserve information from living things. Marcus's return is specific to the leech biology Umbrella had been researching under his direction, a different branch of bioweapon science entirely from what Miranda would eventually discover decades later and thousands of miles away. What drove this creature, once it had assembled enough of Marcus's identity to act with purpose, was revenge. It understood, in whatever capacity it was capable of understanding anything, that Umbrella had ordered Marcus's death, and it directed its actions towards striking back at the company through the facilities and resources still connected to his old research. The Ecliptic Express incident and the assault on the executive training school weren't random destruction. They were a calculated act of retribution against the institution that had killed him. It's important to be explicit about this distinction, because the games themselves are careful about it. Marcus's return is not literal human resurrection. It's a biological phenomenon specific to the leech research he'd been conducting, one that happened to produce an outcome disturbingly close to bringing him back, without ever actually restoring the man himself. The confrontation this creature eventually forces with Rebecca and Billy becomes the climax of an incident that had been building since the train first went into crisis. Its defeat closes out a chapter of revenge 2 decades in the making. One final consequence of a decision Spencer made in 1978 that he likely believed had been permanently resolved. Part 28. The Umbrella training facility is destroyed. As Rebecca and Billy's confrontation with the creature carrying Marcus's identity reached its conclusion, the executive training school itself became the final battleground of the incident that had begun aboard the Ecliptic Express. What had started as a train crisis had, by this point, expanded into a full assault on one of Umbrella's regional facilities. Driven entirely by Marcus's need to strike back at the company through whatever infrastructure remained connected to his memory. The final battle against this creature pushed Rebecca and Billy through increasingly dangerous parts of the facility, revealing more of Umbrella's operations along the way than either of them had likely expected to find when the night began. What they uncovered wasn't just evidence of one revenge-driven creature. It was a clearer picture of how deeply Umbrella's research had embedded itself into this entire region, facility after facility hidden behind ordinary-looking buildings and official cover stories. By the time the creature was finally defeated, the training facility itself had become too damaged, or too compromised by whatever had unfolded during the confrontation, to remain standing. Its destruction marked the end of one specific location's role in Umbrella's operations, even as it left behind exactly the kind of evidence and lingering danger that would continue affecting the surrounding area for some time afterward. What Rebecca and Billy took away from this experience mattered less in terms of physical evidence and more in terms of understanding. Both of them now knew, in a way most people connected to Umbrella never got the chance to learn firsthand, how far the company's ambitions actually extended, and how little regard it held for the people caught in the middle of that ambition. The timing here is what makes this event so critical to the larger sequence of 1998's disasters. The destruction of the training facility happens immediately before the mansion incident begins, which means Umbrella was already dealing with one major containment failure in the region before Alpha Team ever set foot near Spencer Mansion looking for their missing colleagues. This direct proximity, in both time and location, is exactly what bridges Resident Evil Zero into the original game. The chaos Marcus unleashed didn't happen in isolation from what follows. It happened right before it, in the same mountains, connected to the same company, setting the stage for an even larger disaster that was already waiting to unfold less than a day later. Part 29. Bravo Team disappears. As the situation in the Arklay Mountains continued deteriorating through the summer of 1998, Raccoon City's STRS unit found itself dispatched to investigate the ongoing pattern of murders and disappearances that had been building for months. Bravo Team was sent in first, tasked with getting a clearer picture of what was actually happening in the forest before the situation escalated any further than it already had. Their investigation didn't go according to plan. Communication with Bravo Team broke down, and what should have been a straightforward reconnaissance mission turned into a genuine crisis for the department overseeing the operation. Nobody back at headquarters had any clear picture of what had happened to the team once contact was lost, only that an entire unit of trained officers had simply stopped responding somewhere in the mountains they'd been sent to investigate. This disappearance forced Raccoon City's leadership into an uncomfortable position. Something had clearly gone wrong, badly enough to silence an entire tactical unit. but nobody involved in making the decision to send help understood the actual scale of what they were dealing with. From the department's perspective, this still looked like an unusually serious version of the same pattern of forest incidents that had been accumulating for months. Not the opening stage of one of the most significant disasters in the city's history. Wesker's position as commanding officer put him at the center of the department's response, and his handling of the emergency reflected priorities that had nothing to do with recovering his missing officers as quickly or safely as possible. The crisis gave him an opportunity, one connected directly to the responsibilities Spencer and Umbrella had placed on him years earlier when he was first positioned inside the unit. Alpha Team's deployment, sent out specifically to locate Bravo Team and determine what had happened to them, became the department's response to this growing emergency. None of the officers who made up that second team had any real understanding of what they were walking into, only that their colleagues had vanished and that finding them had become the department's most urgent priority. What makes Bravo Team's disappearance so pivotal isn't simply the loss of contact itself. It's what that loss of contact set in motion, an emergency serious enough to justify sending Alpha Team directly into the same mountains where Umbrella's secrets had been quietly accumulating for years, waiting for exactly this kind of crisis to finally expose them. Part 30. Alpha Team finds the mansion. Alpha Team's mission started as a search and rescue operation, sent into the Arklay Mountains to locate their missing colleagues from Bravo Team. It didn't stay that simple for long. Their helicopter came under attack from creatures that had no business existing in an ordinary forest. A pack of Cerberus dogs, whose appearance immediately signaled that whatever had happened to Bravo Team was far stranger and far more dangerous than a routine tactical emergency. Forced down and separated from the safety of their aircraft, the surviving members of Alpha Team found themselves running for any shelter they could reach, pursued by creatures that moved and attacked with an aggression that didn't match anything in their training. What they found, emerging out of the darkness of the forest, was a large mansion standing alone, seemingly abandoned, offering the only realistic chance of escape from what was chasing them. The mansion didn't look like the site of a secret laboratory. It looked exactly like what Umbrella had designed it to look like, an old, isolated estate with no obvious connection to anything dangerous. That appearance is precisely what made it viable as cover for years, and it's exactly what made it seem, in the desperate moment Alpha Team encountered it, like a reasonable place to seek refuge rather than a trap waiting to close around them. Once inside, the team began to understand that the mansion wasn't simply an empty building they'd stumbled into by chance. Small details accumulated quickly, locked doors that made no obvious sense, strange mechanisms built into ordinary-looking rooms, and signs that whoever had once lived or worked here had left in circumstances that were anything but ordinary. The building itself started to feel less like a shelter and more like a structure built specifically to contain something. The team's growing unease only deepened as they encountered creatures inside the mansion itself, confirming that whatever had attacked them in the forest wasn't isolated to the woods outside. Something connected to Umbrella, whatever exactly that connection turned out to be, had clearly gotten loose inside this building as well, and the team had walked directly into the middle of it while looking for nothing more than shelter from a worse threat outside. By the time the full scope of what they'd found started to become clear, retreat was no longer a simple option. Alpha Team was committed to the mansion now, whether they'd intended to be or not, and what they would discover over the following hours would connect everything they were experiencing directly back to the company, whose name most of them had never had any particular reason to distrust before that night. Part 31. Chris and Jill discover Umbrella's laboratory. As Alpha Team's investigation of the mansion continued, what had started as a search for shelter and answers about Bravo Team's disappearance gradually revealed something far larger than either Chris or Jill had anticipated. The mansion's strange architecture, its hidden passages and locked mechanisms, weren't simply eccentric design choices left over from a previous owner. They were deliberate features built to conceal something underneath the building entirely. Following the trail of evidence deeper into the estate, Chris and Jill eventually found their way into an underground complex that had nothing to do with an ordinary residence. This was the Arclay Laboratory, the research facility that had been operating in secret beneath the mansion for years, producing exactly the kind of creatures and horrors the team had already been fighting through since their arrival. The discovery reframed everything the team had experienced up to that point. This wasn't a mansion that happened to have something wrong with it. It was a facility, disguised as a mansion, purpose-built to hide research this dangerous from a world that had no idea it was happening. Every locked door and strange mechanism they'd encountered made sense in this new context. Security features designed to protect a laboratory rather than simply decorate a private home. What Chris and Jill found inside that laboratory went beyond confirming Umbrella's involvement. It provided direct, undeniable evidence of exactly what the company had been doing. Research logs, specimen records, and physical proof of experiments that had clearly been running for years, without any oversight or accountability reaching the surface. This wasn't circumstantial suspicion anymore. It was documentation. The significance of this discovery threatened Umbrella far beyond the immediate danger the mansion itself posed to the team trapped inside it. If this evidence made it back out into the world, connected to a company with the public reputation and financial reach Umbrella had built over decades, the consequences would extend well past a single disaster in a remote mountain estate. This was the kind of discovery capable of exposing everything the company had spent 30 years working to keep hidden. That threat is exactly what shapes how the rest of the night unfolds. Once Umbrella's true nature had been laid bare this directly, in front of witnesses who understood exactly what they were looking at, the company's priorities shifted from simple containment towards something far more urgent, ensuring that as few of those witnesses as possible ever made it out to tell anyone what they'd seen. Part 32. Wesker betrays stars. Throughout the entire mansion incident, Wesker had been present alongside the rest of Alpha Team, appearing to share in the same danger and confusion everyone else was experiencing. That appearance was carefully maintained, because Wesker's actual purpose inside the mansion had nothing to do with rescuing anyone or surviving alongside his team. He was there to complete a mission Umbrella and Spencer had given him long before the team ever set foot near the estate. His true objectives centered on gathering combat data from the creatures loose inside the mansion, information Umbrella needed to evaluate how its bioweapons performed under real, uncontrolled conditions, rather than the artificial parameters of a laboratory test. Every encounter the team survived, every creature they fought through, doubled as data collection for a man who had never actually been fighting for the same reasons as everyone around him. Beyond gathering data, Wesker's mission included activating a tyrant that had been kept dormant somewhere within the facility, and ensuring that as much evidence of Umbrella's operations as possible got destroyed before anyone outside the company could access it. Both objectives required him to manipulate his own team, steering them towards situations that served his actual purpose, while maintaining the appearance of a commanding officer trying to keep everyone alive. The full weight of this betrayal becomes clear only in hindsight, once Chris, Jill, and the surviving members of the team understand exactly how much of what happened to them that night had been orchestrated, rather than simply survived. Wesker hadn't just failed to protect them. He had actively used their suffering and their survival instincts as tools for an agenda none of them had any idea he was serving. This betrayal represents one of the foundational turning points in the entire franchise, not simply because of what it reveals about Wesker's true loyalties, but because of what it does to the people who trusted him. Chris and Jill had built their working relationship with him over years of genuine tactical partnership. Discovering that partnership had been a cover for Umbrella's interests the entire time reshapes how both of them approach everything that follows in their careers. Wesker's actions during the mansion incident don't end his relationship with Umbrella, or with the people he betrayed that night. They set the stage for a rivalry that will follow Chris specifically for years afterward, built on the specific, personal betrayal of a commanding officer who had spent years earning trust for the sole purpose of being useful to the company that had actually raised and shaped him from childhood. Part 33. The tyrant is released as the mansion incident reached its climax. Wesker's mission moved into its most dangerous phase, the deliberate activation of a tyrant, designated T-002 that Umbrella had been keeping in reserve deep within the facility. This wasn't an accident or an unintended escape. Releasing this creature was a calculated decision, meant to test the tyrant's capabilities against live, hostile targets under conditions Umbrella couldn't have arranged nearly as effectively in a controlled laboratory setting. The creature that emerged represented the culmination of years of research, going all the way back through the Tyrant program's earliest, most unstable failures towards something far more powerful and far more difficult to stop. Whatever combat data Umbrella had already gathered from the surviving members of the team, this final confrontation was designed to push that data collection to its most extreme and most useful conclusion. For Chris and Jill, and whichever of their surviving teammates remained by this point in the night, the Tyrant represented a threat unlike anything else they'd encountered inside the mansion. The lesser creatures had been dangerous, but survivable through careful tactics and enough ammunition. This was something built specifically to overwhelm exactly that kind of resistance, a weapon engineered from the ground up to be difficult to stop by conventional means. The confrontation that followed pushed the surviving team members to their absolute limits, forcing them to rely on whatever resources they'd managed to gather throughout the mansion and the laboratory beneath it. Surviving this encounter wasn't simply a matter of tactical skill anymore. It required improvisation against a creature that Umbrella had specifically designed to defeat exactly the kind of trained tactical response a unit like STARS would bring against it. What makes this creature's existence so significant beyond the immediate danger it posed is what it convinced Wesker of, watching it perform under these real, uncontrolled conditions. The Tyrant's power, even against skilled and desperate opposition, confirmed to him that this line of research carried genuine strategic value, a conviction that would shape decisions he made for years afterward, long after this particular creature had been dealt with. The Tyrant's release and the fight that followed represents the mansion incident's most direct collision between Umbrella's ambitions and the human cost of pursuing them, a weapon designed with no consideration for the people it might eventually be tested against. Unleashed specifically because those people happened to already be trapped inside the same building it called home. Part 34. Spencer Mansion burns by the time the confrontation with the Tyrant had finally been resolved. Whatever remained of Spencer Mansion's usefulness as a hidden research facility had already been compromised beyond any hope of recovery. The building's destruction followed shortly after, consumed by fire that spread through the estate and the underground laboratory connected to it, erasing much of the physical evidence that had accumulated inside over years of secret operation. The fire's origins matter less than its consequences, whether started deliberately as part of Umbrella's own containment protocols, or as an unintended result of the chaos that had consumed the building throughout the night. The outcome served the same purpose either way. A structure that had hidden one of the company's most significant research facilities for years was gone, along with much of the physical proof documenting what had actually happened inside it. For the survivors, escaping the burning mansion meant more than simply staying alive through one final ordeal. It meant carrying out whatever evidence they'd managed to gather during the hours they'd spent trapped inside. Research logs, personal accounts, and first-hand knowledge of exactly what Umbrella had been doing beneath what most of the outside world had assumed was nothing more than an old private estate. This evidence, incomplete as it was after the fire destroyed so much of what had been left behind, represented the first real threat to Umbrella's public image that the company had faced from an incident this significant. The survivors who made it out weren't simply traumatized witnesses. They were people carrying knowledge dangerous enough to potentially unravel decades of careful corporate secrecy, assuming they could find a way to make that knowledge matter to anyone with the power to act on it. What follows this escape doesn't unfold the way the survivors likely hoped it would. Umbrella's resources, its legal protection, and its influence over local and even national institutions proved far more effective at controlling the story than a handful of exhausted survivors and their partial evidence could overcome. The mansion was gone, but the company that had built it remained standing, and standing companies have ways of managing inconvenient truths that individual survivors rarely have the power to counter quickly. Understanding why Umbrella initially succeeds at controlling this story, despite everything Chris, Jill, and the others knew and had witnessed firsthand, matters enormously for everything that follows. The truth didn't disappear along with the mansion. It simply stayed contained, for now, waiting for a moment when Umbrella's ability to manage its own secrets would finally start to fail. Part 35. Umbrella's experimental labs prepare for the next generation in the weeks following the mansion's destruction. Umbrella didn't pause its broader research operations to reckon with what had happened. If anything, the incident accelerated certain priorities within the company, as executives and researchers alike understood that the mansion's exposure represented a genuine vulnerability that needed to be offset by results significant enough to justify the risk the company had been taking all along. Further T-virus research continued at other facilities, refining what Umbrella already understood about the virus, while searching for ways to address the instability and unpredictability that had made the mansion incident so dangerous in the first place. This wasn't research conducted with any newfound caution. It was research conducted with the same underlying priorities that had driven the company for decades, just now with slightly more urgency behind it. Alongside this continued T-virus work, William Birkin's research into what would eventually become the G-virus was advancing toward a breakthrough that would ultimately prove far more consequential than anything connected to the mansion incident. Birkin had been working toward this goal for years, and by this point, in 1998, he was closer than ever to producing something that represented a genuine leap beyond the T-virus's capabilities. This period also marks an intensification of the internal rivalry that had been quietly building between different factions within Umbrella for years. As the company prepared to recover and commercialize increasingly dangerous biological weapons, the competition for resources, credit, and influence between researchers like Birkin and figures connected to Wesker's evolving priorities grew correspondingly sharper. The company's leadership understood, at least on some level, that they were pushing toward research significant enough to justify the risks that had already nearly exposed them once. G, in particular, represented something Umbrella genuinely believed could reshape the entire trajectory of its weapons program, a virus capable of achievements the T-virus had never managed to reliably produce. What makes this period so important to the larger history is how directly it sets up the disaster still to come. Umbrella wasn't slowing down after the mansion incident. It was speeding up, chasing a breakthrough that would, within a matter of weeks, help trigger a catastrophe far larger than anything that had happened in the Arklay Mountains that July. Part 36. William Birkin finishes the G-virus. After years of dedicated research, William Birkin finally completed work on the G-virus, a creation that represented something fundamentally different from anything Umbrella had produced before it. Where the T-virus caused breakdown and uncontrolled mutation, G introduced something closer to directed transformation, genetic change with a kind of purpose behind it that made the virus far more sophisticated and far more dangerous than its predecessor. The most significant property separating G from T involved reproduction. Umbrella's own creature archive describes G as a virus capable of altering genetic information in ways that could transmit through subsequent generations, meaning its effects weren't necessarily limited to whoever was directly infected. This capability alone made G a scientific achievement, unlike anything the company had managed before, and it made the virus correspondingly more valuable to anyone who understood what that kind of genetic propagation could eventually be used for. Beyond its reproductive properties, G granted hosts an extraordinary capacity for regeneration and adaptive mutation, allowing infected subjects to recover from injuries that would be fatal under ordinary circumstances, and to develop new capabilities in direct response to threats they encountered. This made G subjects far more resilient and far more unpredictable than anything T-virus research had ever produced, a genuine evolution in what Umbrella's bioweapons program was capable of achieving. Birkin's personal investment in this research went well beyond ordinary scientific ambition. He had spent years pursuing this breakthrough, and completing it represented the culmination of his entire career at Umbrella. the kind of achievement that could define a scientist's legacy within a company, built almost entirely around exactly this sort of research. That personal investment matters enormously for understanding decisions he makes only days later. Umbrella's leadership understood immediately what they had, and the value of the G-Virus wasn't lost on anyone with enough security clearance to know it existed. A weapon this significant, capable of directed mutation and genetic transmission, represented exactly the kind of breakthrough the company had been chasing since Marcus's original T-Virus research decades earlier, refined into something far more controllable and far more commercially significant. That recognition of value is precisely what sets the next several days in motion. A virus this important was never going to remain solely under Birkin's control for long, and the company's decision about how to handle both the virus and the scientist who created it would trigger consequences neither Umbrella nor Birkin himself could have fully anticipated. Part 37. Umbrella sends Hunk and the US. Team to nest with the G-Virus finally complete, Umbrella's leadership faced a decision about how to handle both the research and the man who had produced it. Birkin's breakthrough was too valuable to leave entirely under the control of a single scientist, regardless of how loyal he had appeared throughout his career at the company. Umbrella wanted the virus secured directly, under the company's control, rather than dependent on Birkin's continued cooperation. The company's response was to send a specialized recovery team into the underground nest facility where Birkin had been conducting his research, tasked specifically with retrieving the G-Virus sample and, if necessary, taking whatever additional measures were required to ensure the company's ownership over what he had created. Among the members of this team was Hunk, an operative whose skill and reliability made him particularly well suited for exactly this kind of high-stakes recovery operation. Birkin's reaction to this attempt at recovery reflected the depth of his personal investment in his work. He hadn't spent years developing the G-Virus simply to hand it over the moment Umbrella decided it wanted direct control. His resistance to the team's demands wasn't simple stubbornness. It reflected a genuine, deeply held belief that the research belonged to him in a way that transcended his employment at the company, regardless of whether Umbrella's ownership claims had any legal or contractual basis. The confrontation that resulted from this resistance escalated quickly, turning what should have been a straightforward recovery operation into something far more volatile. Birkin, facing the prospect of losing control over his life's work to a company he'd served loyally for years, found himself pushed toward a decision that would ultimately trigger the largest disaster in the entire franchise's history. This confrontation matters enormously, not just for what it reveals about Umbrella's willingness to turn against its own most valuable researchers the moment their work became too significant to leave unsupervised, but for what it set in motion immediately afterward. The recovery mission wasn't a background detail. It was the direct trigger for everything that would happen to Raccoon City over the following days. Understanding this sequence of events reframes how the entire outbreak should be understood. Raccoon City's destruction didn't begin with an accident or an act of external sabotage. It began with a company trying to seize control over one of its own scientists' most important work, and that scientist refusing to let it happen without a fight. Part 38. Birkin injects himself, facing the loss of everything he had spent years working toward. William Birkin made a decision that would ultimately doom Raccoon City. Rather than surrender his research to Umbrella's recovery team, he chose to inject himself directly with the G-Virus. A desperate act meant to protect his work in the only way he had left available to him, by making the virus and its creator inseparable. The immediate effects of this decision were severe. G began altering Birkin's body almost immediately, initiating the kind of directed mutation the virus had been designed to produce, except now happening to the man who had created it, rather than to a controlled test subject. Whatever Birkin intended by this act, whether he believed he could survive the transformation and retain enough of himself to keep control over his research, the reality of what happened to him proved far more destructive than anything he could have anticipated. His transformation accelerated rapidly, stripping away more of his humanity with each subsequent stage. This wasn't a gradual, controlled process Birkin was able to manage or direct according to his own intentions. It was a runaway biological event. The same kind of unpredictable escalation that had defined every previous encounter with Umbrella's viral research, now happening to one of the company's most brilliant scientists in real time. What emerged from this transformation was something the world would eventually come to know simply as G, a creature that retained almost nothing recognizable from the man Birkin had been before injecting himself. His motivations, his personality, and his relationships all became distorted through whatever remained of him after the virus finished reshaping his biology into something driven by entirely different, far more primal imperatives. This moment should be understood as the decisive event that released the G-virus into the broader Raccoon City crisis. Everything that follows over the coming days, the escalating outbreak, the collapse of the city's infrastructure, and the disaster that eventually consumes an entire population, traces directly back to this single choice, made by a man trying to protect his life's work from a company that had never actually valued him as much as it valued what he could produce. The tragedy of Birkin's decision isn't simply the scale of destruction it eventually causes. It's how understandable his motivation was, even as the outcome proved catastrophic beyond anything he could have intended. He wasn't trying to destroy a city. He was trying to keep something that belonged to him, and that attempt cost far more than he ever could have imagined it would. Part 39. The T-virus enters Raccoon City's wider population. Raccoon City's transformation from ordinary city to disaster zone didn't happen through a single dramatic event visible to everyone at once. It happened as a chain reaction, building gradually out of contamination that had already been accumulating in the region for years, escalating rapidly once the Nest facility's containment finally failed during the confrontation with Birkin and the recovery team sent to stop him. The city's sewer system became one of the primary pathways for the virus's spread, carrying contamination far beyond the underground facility where it had originated and into infrastructure that connected to nearly every part of the city above. Rats and other small animals moving through these tunnels became early vectors, carrying infection into areas that had no direct connection to Umbrella's research at all, spreading the crisis into neighborhoods that had no reason to suspect anything was wrong until it was already happening to them. Contaminated water added another dimension to the outbreak's spread, given how closely tied Umbrella's operations had always been to the city's water supply and treatment infrastructure. This wasn't a coincidence born of bad luck. It reflected years of Umbrella's operations, existing in close, largely unmonitored proximity to systems the entire city depended on. A vulnerability that had been building quietly for as long as the company's underground research had been running beneath the city's surface. Police exposure followed close behind, as officers responding to increasingly strange calls found themselves encountering symptoms and behaviors that didn't match anything their training had prepared them for. The department's initial response treated these incidents the way it had treated the earlier Arklay Forest murders, as isolated, unusual cases, rather than as the leading edge of something that was about to overwhelm the entire city's ability to function. As infections spread through multiple channels simultaneously, ordinary public services began collapsing under strain nobody had designed them to withstand. Hospitals filled beyond capacity, communication systems became overwhelmed, and the basic infrastructure that had kept Raccoon City functioning for years started breaking down in ways that made an already dangerous situation exponentially harder to contain or even properly understand while it was still happening. Presenting this outbreak as a single infection event misses what actually made it so devastating. It was the combination of multiple simultaneous failures, sewage, water, wildlife, and human exposure, all converging within a compressed period of time, that turned what might have been a containable localized incident into something the city's entire population would eventually be forced to confront, whether they understood what was happening to them or not. Part 40. Raccoon City becomes a citywide emergency as infection spread through Raccoon City's population. The collapse that followed extended far beyond what any single institution had been prepared to handle. Hospitals, already strained under ordinary circumstances, found themselves overwhelmed almost immediately. Unable to treat the volume of patients arriving with symptoms nobody on staff had any framework for properly diagnosing, let alone treating effectively. Police communications broke down at nearly the same pace, as officers responding to calls found themselves encountering situations far beyond anything standard procedure had prepared them for. Radio channels that should have coordinated a citywide response instead filled with confusion, contradictory reports, and the kind of chaos that makes an already dangerous situation immeasurably harder to manage. The department that had once handled the Arklay Forest murders with at least some semblance of organized investigation now found itself unable to maintain even basic coordination. Civil infrastructure across the city followed the same pattern of collapse. Power grids, transportation, and the ordinary systems residents depended on, without ever thinking much about them, began failing in ways that trapped people exactly where the outbreak was spreading fastest. What should have been opportunities to evacuate or seek safety instead became traps, as the systems meant to facilitate exactly that kind of response stopped functioning at the moment they were needed most. For ordinary civilians, understanding what was actually happening to their city proved almost impossible in real time. Official channels offered little clarity, partly because the authorities themselves didn't fully understand the scope of what they were dealing with, and partly because whatever umbrella influence remained embedded in the city's institutions worked to obscure the truth for as long as possible. People were left to piece together their own understanding of the crisis, usually through direct, terrifying first-hand experience rather than through any coordinated official explanation. Looking beyond the experiences of any single group of survivors reveals just how widespread this catastrophe actually became. Ordinary residents across different neighborhoods found themselves facing the same collapse from wildly different circumstances, trapped in apartment buildings, restaurants, and public spaces that had nothing to do with Umbrella's research directly, but everything to do with being caught inside a city that had stopped functioning as a city should. By the time Raccoon City's leadership, and whatever remained of its functioning authority, began to grasp the true scale of what was happening, the situation had already moved well past anything containable through conventional emergency response. What had started as a chain reaction traced back to one desperate scientist's decision had become something far larger. A citywide emergency that would soon force decisions extending well beyond anything the city itself had the power to make on its own. Part 41. The Raccoon Police Department falls. As the outbreak spread through Raccoon City, the police department found itself trying to hold together an institution that had already been quietly rotting from the inside for years. Chief Brian Irons had spent much of his career accepting money and favors from Umbrella, and that corruption meant the department was never as prepared for this crisis as it should have been, even setting aside how far beyond ordinary policing the disaster actually extended. Irons's compromised leadership became more dangerous as the situation worsened. Rather than coordinating an honest, organized response, he spent much of the crisis protecting his own secrets and his own survival, leaving the officers still capable of functioning with little real guidance from the top of their own chain of command. The department's failure wasn't purely a matter of being outmatched by the outbreak. It was compounded by leadership that had never been trustworthy in the first place. The remaining officers, cut off from any coherent citywide plan, began falling back toward the Raccoon Police Department building itself, transforming what had been a functioning headquarters into something closer to a fortress. Barricaded doors, makeshift defenses, and small pockets of surviving personnel replaced the ordinary operations the building had housed only days earlier. This transformation from headquarters to survival shelter reflected how completely the outbreak had overwhelmed the city's ability to respond through normal institutional means. Officers who had trained for arrests, traffic control, and routine emergencies found themselves instead defending a building against an enemy that didn't respond to any of the tactics their training had prepared them for. The station's symbolic importance grew as the surrounding city continued to collapse. For survivors making their way through the outbreak, the department became one of the few recognizable landmarks that still suggested some form of order or safety, even as that safety proved increasingly fragile the longer the crisis dragged on. What makes the department's fall so significant is what it represents about the outbreak as a whole. Raccoon City didn't lose its ability to respond because its institutions were unprepared in some abstract sense. It lost that ability because the people responsible for protecting the city had already been compromised, years before the crisis ever began, by the same company now responsible for causing it. Part 42. Leon Kennedy arrives in Raccoon City. Leon Kennedy arrived in Raccoon City, expecting to begin his first day as a police officer, an ordinary career milestone that should have involved paperwork, orientation, and the slow process of settling into a new job. Instead, he arrived to find a city already collapsing, its streets filled with the early stages of an outbreak that had nothing to do with anything his training had prepared him for. His introduction to the crisis happened almost immediately, forcing him to confront the reality of what was happening to the city before he'd had any chance to actually begin the job he'd traveled there to start. This timing matters enormously to his character across the rest of the franchise. Leon's entire career grows out of being thrown into catastrophe before he'd earned any real experience handling anything smaller. During this same chaotic arrival, Leon crossed paths with Claire Redfield, a civilian searching for her missing brother rather than a trained officer responding to an emergency. Their meeting wasn't planned by either of them, but the outbreak's chaos made allies out of two people who otherwise might never have crossed paths at all, bound together by circumstances neither of them had any control over. Their partnership didn't last uninterrupted. The two were separated relatively early in the crisis, pulled apart by the same collapsing infrastructure and overwhelming danger that was tearing the entire city apart. That separation forced each of them to navigate much of what followed largely on their own, even as their paths would continue crossing throughout the following hours. Despite the separation, both Leon and Claire independently arrived at the same conclusion about where to seek safety: the Raccoon Police Department building, still standing as one of the only structures in the city that offered any real hope of organized shelter. That decision, made separately but for the same reasons, is what eventually reunites them inside the very fortress the department had become. Leon's first night in Raccoon City ends up defining the rest of his life in ways he couldn't have anticipated walking into the city that evening. What should have been an unremarkable beginning to an ordinary career instead became the opening chapter of one of the franchise's most consequential personal histories. Part 43. Claire Redfield enters Raccoon City, looking for Chris. Claire Redfield's presence in Raccoon City had nothing to do with police work or government assignment. She came looking for her brother, Chris, whose absence had left her concerned enough to travel into the city herself rather than wait for information through more conventional channels. That personal motivation sets her apart from almost everyone else caught in the outbreak's opening hours. Chris's absence during this period connects back to his own investigation into Umbrella following the mansion incident months earlier, though Claire herself had only a limited understanding of what her brother had actually been pursuing. What she knew was that he'd gone quiet, and that uncertainty was enough to bring her into a city she had no idea was in the process of collapsing entirely. Her arrival placed her directly into the same chaos Leon was experiencing, and their brief partnership before separation gave her at least some initial orientation to the scale of what she was actually walking into. Once separated, Claire's search for her brother became inseparable from her fight to simply survive the city long enough to find any answers at all. During her time in the city, Claire's path intersected with Sherry Birkin, a young girl left alone and increasingly endangered by circumstances connected to her own parents' involvement with Umbrella's research. Claire's decision to protect Sherry, despite having no obligation to do so beyond basic human decency, becomes one of the defining threads of her experience in Raccoon City. This relationship distinguishes Claire's story from Leon's in an important way. Where Leon's arc becomes increasingly entangled with government service and formal anti-bioterrorism work in the years that follow, Claire's path through the outbreak is shaped by personal loyalty first, to her missing brother, and then to a child she had every reason to walk past and chose not to. Claire never finds Chris during the outbreak itself, a fact that shapes the urgency and frustration running through her entire experience in the city. Her search continues well beyond Raccoon City's eventual destruction, carrying her into further chapters of the franchise's history that build directly on the unresolved worry she carries out of this disaster. Part 44. Ada Wong enters the Raccoon City operation while Leon and Claire navigated the outbreak as people caught in circumstances beyond their control. Ada Wong entered Raccoon City with a very different set of priorities. Her presence in the city wasn't accidental or driven by personal loss. She had a specific mission, one connected to retrieving a G-virus sample, for reasons that had nothing to do with rescuing anyone caught in the collapsing city around her. Ada's cover identity during this period presented her as a woman searching for a missing associate, a story convincing enough to earn Leon's trust and cooperation during a crisis where trust was in dangerously short supply. That cover allowed her to move through the outbreak with his assistance, even as her actual objectives remained entirely separate from anything he understood about their partnership. The relationship that developed between Ada and Leon during this crisis became one of the most significant and most complicated connections in the entire franchise. Whatever genuine feeling existed between them during those hours coexisted uneasily with the fact that she was actively working toward goals that had nothing to do with his safety or his understanding of what was actually happening around them. Her mission places the Raccoon City outbreak in a broader context that easily gets lost when the disaster is viewed only through the experiences of survivors like Leon and Claire. Ada's presence confirms that multiple organizations, beyond Umbrella itself, understood the value of what was happening inside the collapsing city and were actively working to extract something valuable from the chaos, rather than simply escape it. This espionage dimension of the outbreak reveals how contested the crisis actually was behind the scenes. Raccoon City wasn't simply a disaster Umbrella was trying to contain. It was, for people like Ada and whoever she was actually working for, an opportunity. A moment when valuable biological research had become briefly accessible amid conditions no organization could have engineered on their own. Ada's ultimate fate during this specific operation remains tied closely to Leon's own experience. Their paths intersecting again near the outbreak's conclusion in ways that leave lasting consequences for both of them, well beyond whatever she managed or failed to accomplish in terms of her original mission. Part 45. Sherry Birkin is infected. Sherry Birkin's ordeal during the Raccoon City outbreak connects directly back to her own father's transformation, making her story one of the most personally devastating threads running through the entire disaster. As William Birkin's daughter, she found herself caught in circumstances shaped by decisions her parents had made long before she had any understanding of what those decisions would eventually cost her. Her encounter with her transformed father resulted in an implantation that Umbrella's official archive confirms was deliberate on William's part. An embryo connected to his ongoing obsession with the G-virus and its capacity for genetic propagation. This wasn't an accidental infection resulting from proximity to a dangerous creature. It reflected a specific, intentional act carried out by what remained of Birkin toward his own child. What made Sherry's case so significant to everyone who eventually became aware of it was her genetic compatibility with the virus running through her. Her biology responded to the implantation in ways that made her uniquely valuable, both to whatever remained of her father's transformed consciousness and to any organization that understood the strategic importance of what her condition actually represented. This genetic significance placed Sherry at the center of the outbreak in a way that had nothing to do with her own choices or actions. She became, without any say in the matter, one of the most sought-after and most endangered survivors in the entire disaster, pursued by multiple parties who each understood, in their own way, exactly how valuable her condition made her. Claire Redfield's decision to protect Sherry during this period becomes essential to the girl's survival, offering her the kind of protection and care that nobody else caught in the collapsing city was in any position to provide. That protection doesn't undo what had already happened to her, but it does give her a chance at surviving circumstances that had every reason to end far worse than they did. Sherry's story throughout this disaster illustrates one of Resident Evil's most consistent and disturbing patterns: the way Umbrella's ambitions and its researchers' personal obsessions repeatedly consumed the people closest to them, including, in William Birkin's case, his own daughter, transformed from a father's love into something closer to a scientific fixation once the G-virus had finished, reshaping what remained of him. Part 46. G hunts its own daughter once the G-virus had fully consumed whatever remained of William Birkin's original identity. What emerged carried an instinct that twisted his fatherhood into something monstrous rather than erasing it entirely. Rather than protecting Sherry the way a father ordinarily would, the creature pursued her, driven by a biological imperative connected to G's reproductive properties, rather than by anything resembling love or concern for her well-being. This pursuit reflects the strange, disturbing logic underlying G's design as a virus, where the T-virus caused breakdown without any clear purpose behind its spread. G carried something closer to intention, and in Birkin's specific case, that intention became fixated on his own daughter because of her genetic compatibility with what he had become. The horror here isn't simply that a father turned into a monster, it's that the monster he became still recognized her, in whatever twisted capacity remained, as significant. Understanding this dynamic requires sitting with the horror of what it actually represents, rather than treating it as simply another monster chasing a survivor. Every previous stage of Birkin's transformation had stripped away more of his recognizable humanity, and this pursuit of Sherry marks perhaps the most complete demonstration of how thoroughly that humanity had been replaced by something that only superficially resembled paternal instinct. Sherry's survival throughout this ordeal depended heavily on Claire's protection and on her own resourcefulness, given how little control she had over the situation she'd been placed into. Being hunted by what remained of her own father added a psychological dimension to her survival that went well beyond the physical danger any other outbreak survivor was facing during those same hours. The confrontations between Sherry's protectors and the transformed Birkin throughout the outbreak represent some of the most emotionally charged encounters in the entire disaster, precisely because of what they force everyone involved to reckon with. This wasn't simply another dangerous creature that needed to be avoided or defeated. It was, underneath everything G had done to him, still recognizably connected to the man he had been. G's pursuit of Sherry eventually reaches its conclusion during the outbreak's final stages, resolved through confrontations that finally separate her from whatever remained of her father for good. That resolution doesn't erase what she experienced, but it does close one of the most personally devastating threads running through the entire Raccoon City catastrophe. Part 47. Jill Valentine is targeted by Nemesis as Raccoon City's outbreak continued spreading. Jill Valentine found herself facing a threat that had nothing to do with random infection and everything to do with deliberate targeting. Umbrella's European research into a specialized hunting weapon, developed alongside the NE-alpha parasite discussed earlier in this history, had finally been deployed, and its objective centered specifically on eliminating STARS survivors who posed a continuing threat to the company's secrets. Jill's survival of the mansion incident months earlier made her exactly the kind of witness Umbrella considered dangerous enough to warrant this level of dedicated response. She hadn't simply escaped a disaster. She carried first-hand knowledge of what had actually happened inside that mansion, knowledge that made her a loose end the company had apparently decided was worth eliminating directly, rather than simply hoping would stay quiet. The creature sent after her, eventually known as Nemesis, represented Umbrella's most refined attempt yet at combining raw combat capability with the kind of target recognition its earlier Tyrant research had never fully achieved. Unlike the more chaotic threats spreading throughout the rest of the city, Nemesis pursued Jill with a persistence and a specificity that made simply avoiding danger nowhere near sufficient for staying alive. Jill's experience escaping through the collapsing city while being actively hunted added a dimension of danger beyond what most other survivors were facing during the same crisis. Every location she moved through carried the added risk of Nemesis catching up to her specifically, transforming her survival story into something closer to a sustained pursuit than a general struggle against citywide chaos. This targeted hunt reflects something important about how Umbrella approached the growing threat posed by Raccoon City's collapse. Rather than treating the disaster as purely a containment problem, the company recognized specific individuals within the crisis as priorities worth dedicating specialized resources toward eliminating, even as the broader outbreak continued spreading largely unchecked around them. Jill's survival throughout this pursuit depended on skill, determination, and eventually the help of an unexpected ally, circumstances that together allowed her to endure a threat that Umbrella had specifically designed to make her survival as unlikely as possible. Part 48. Carlos Oliveira joins Jill's escape. Carlos Oliveira entered Jill's story as a member of the Umbrella Biohazard Countermeasure Service, a private military unit deployed by the company under the pretense of helping contain the outbreak. His initial position placed him, at least nominally, on the opposite side of Jill's interests, working for the very company whose creation was actively hunting her through the collapsing city. That arrangement didn't survive contact with the reality unfolding around him. As Carlos witnessed how Umbrella actually treated the crisis, and more specifically how it treated the soldiers it had deployed to manage it, his understanding of his own role began shifting rapidly. The company he'd been serving showed little genuine concern for the people risking their lives inside the outbreak, treating even its own personnel as expendable the moment they stopped being useful. His encounter with Jill accelerated this realization considerably. Working alongside her and witnessing firsthand the lengths Umbrella had gone to in order to eliminate a single survivor it considered a liability, gave Carlos a much clearer picture of the company's actual priorities than anything his official assignment had prepared him to understand. This shift transformed Carlos from an Umbrella asset into something closer to an ally fighting against the very organization employing him. His decision to help Jill, rather than simply follow his original orders, reflects a moral clarity that emerged directly from proximity to the truth, the same pattern that shapes so many other characters throughout this history once they get close enough to Umbrella's operations to see past its public image. Together, Carlos and Jill navigated the remaining stages of the outbreak, with a partnership built on genuine mutual reliance rather than institutional obligation. His medical knowledge and combat experience proved essential to her survival during some of the most dangerous stretches of her escape, particularly as her own condition deteriorated under circumstances that would eventually require his direct intervention. Carlos's arc throughout Raccoon City's collapse stands as one of the clearest examples in the franchise of someone starting the crisis loyal to Umbrella and ending it having chosen, deliberately and at real personal risk, to stand against the company instead, once he understood exactly what it was willing to sacrifice to protect its own interests. Part 49. The Clock Tower, and the final escape from Nemesis, as Jill's pursuit by Nemesis continued through the later stages of the outbreak. Her path led her through some of the city's most significant remaining structures, including a clock tower that became the site of one of her most dangerous confrontations with the creature still relentlessly tracking her. Each encounter with Nemesis during this period pushed her closer to her physical limits, compounded by an infection she'd sustained during the ongoing crisis. That infection added urgency to an already desperate situation. Jill wasn't simply trying to escape a hostile creature and a collapsing city. She was racing against her own deteriorating condition. A complication that made Carlos's continued presence and his efforts to secure a vaccine increasingly critical to whether she survived the outbreak at all, regardless of what happened with Nemesis itself. Nemesis's behavior throughout these later encounters revealed something important about the creature's design that set it apart from Umbrella's earlier bioweapons. Rather than remaining static after taking damage, it demonstrated the capacity to mutate further in response to combat, adapting in ways that made each subsequent confrontation more dangerous than the last. A direct reflection of how far Umbrella's weapons research had advanced since the original Tyrant program's earlier, more limited iterations. Carlos's search for a cure to Jill's infection ran parallel to her ongoing survival against Nemesis, creating a story with two separate but connected threats converging at once. His success in securing the treatment she needed became just as essential to her survival as any tactical victory against the creature actively hunting her. The significance of Jill's survival throughout this entire ordeal extends beyond her own personal story. She represents one of the clearest examples in the franchise of a target Umbrella had specifically designed a weapon to eliminate, surviving anyway through a combination of skill, unexpected alliance, and sheer persistence that the company's research had never fully accounted for. By the time the confrontations with Nemesis finally reached their conclusion, Jill had endured a level of sustained, deliberate targeting that few other characters in Resident Evil's history have faced, emerging from Raccoon City's collapse, having survived not just a general catastrophe, but a weapon built with her specific elimination as its entire purpose. Part 50. Leon and Claire escape before the city is destroyed as Raccoon City's outbreak reached its final, most desperate stage. Leon and Claire's separate paths through the crisis converged again, this time inside an underground facility connected to the same research infrastructure that had produced the G-Virus in the first place. Their reunion happened under circumstances that left little room for anything beyond immediate survival, given how close the entire disaster was to reaching its final, most destructive conclusion. Sherry's continued presence throughout this final stretch remained essential to how events unfolded. Her connection to both the G-Virus and to whatever remained of her transformed father, shaping the confrontations that closed out the outbreak's most dangerous chapter. Protecting her stayed a central priority, even as the underground facility itself became increasingly unstable and dangerous to navigate. The threat posed by G, in whatever form remained of Birkin by this point, reached its final confrontation within this same facility, forcing Leon and Claire into a fight that finally brought Sherry's ordeal with her transformed father to its conclusion. Defeating this final form required everything both of them had learned and survived throughout their separate journeys across the collapsing city. Beyond the direct threat G posed, the facility itself carried its own dangers, connected to Umbrella's broader research operations and to whatever automated or intentional destruction protocols the company had built into a site this sensitive. Escaping wasn't simply a matter of defeating one final threat. It required navigating a structure actively working against anyone still trying to leave it alive. The successful escape of Leon, Claire, and Sherry from this facility represents the immediate resolution of the disaster that had consumed the last several days of their lives. Closing out the storyline most commonly associated with Resident Evil 2's central narrative, their survival, against odds that had claimed so many others throughout the outbreak, stands as one of the franchise's clearest examples of ordinary people enduring an extraordinary catastrophe through determination, rather than any special preparation for what they'd been forced to face. This escape doesn't mark the end of Raccoon City's story. However, even as Leon, Claire, and Sherry made their way to safety, the broader crisis facing the city as a whole was still building toward a decision that would extend the disaster's consequences far beyond anything the outbreak itself had already caused. Part 51. The US. Government decides to destroy Raccoon City as reports of Raccoon City's collapse reached authorities beyond the city itself. The scale of the crisis eventually forced a decision that went well beyond any conventional emergency response. The outbreak had grown too extensive, too far beyond any realistic hope of containment through ordinary means, and government officials began weighing options that treated the entire city, rather than any specific threat within it, as the problem requiring a solution. The reasoning behind the eventual decision centered on preventing further spread. An infection this severe, already overwhelming a single city's population and infrastructure, represented a risk that extended well beyond Raccoon City's own borders, if it were allowed to continue unchecked. Officials weighing the situation had to consider not just the people still trapped inside the outbreak, but the far larger population that remained safe only as long as the crisis stayed contained to where it already was. This calculation led toward the use of overwhelming force, a decision that meant accepting the deaths of anyone still alive inside the city in exchange for guaranteeing the outbreak wouldn't spread any further. It's a decision that carries enormous moral weight, one the games don't shy away from presenting as genuinely difficult, even while ultimately treating it as the choice officials actually made. The specific mechanism chosen to achieve total destruction reflected the severity officials believed the situation demanded. Nothing short of the city's complete, overwhelming destruction was considered sufficient to guarantee the outbreak's containment, a scale of response that acknowledged just how far beyond ordinary emergency measures this particular crisis had already traveled. Capcom's own chronology places the wide-scale outbreak across the later days of September, with the city's eventual destruction following soon after, as officials concluded that no other option remained viable. This timeline underscores how rapidly the situation had deteriorated, from Leon's arrival at the very start of the crisis to a citywide catastrophe requiring the most extreme response available within a matter of days. Understanding this decision as a genuine, agonizing choice, rather than a simple military action, matters for how the rest of the franchise's history should be read. Raccoon City's destruction wasn't Umbrella's doing directly, even though Umbrella's actions had made it necessary. It was a government forced to choose between an entire city and the far larger population that city's continued existence had put at risk. Part 52. Raccoon City is destroyed the final hours before Raccoon City's destruction played out, with survivors still scattered throughout the collapsing city, many of them unaware of exactly how close the government's decision had brought the entire disaster to its most permanent possible resolution. For those who had already escaped, like Leon, Claire, and Sherry, the knowledge that the city itself was about to be destroyed added a final layer of urgency to journeys that had already tested them beyond anything they'd expected to survive. When the destruction finally came, it erased far more than simply the immediate outbreak, threatening to spread beyond the city's borders. Raccoon City itself, its buildings, its remaining infrastructure, and everyone still trapped inside it, ceased to exist in any meaningful sense. A scale of loss that went well beyond what most people, even those following the crisis from a distance, had likely imagined the outbreak would ultimately require. The event changed the world in ways that extended far beyond the immediate human cost. Umbrella, which had spent decades cultivating a public image as an ordinary pharmaceutical company, found that image permanently and irreversibly connected to bioterrorism, a reputation the company would never fully escape, regardless of how much legal maneuvering or public relations effort it attempted afterward. Survivors of the outbreak found their own lives transformed by what they'd experienced and witnessed. Many of them, including Leon and Claire, became connected to government efforts addressing bioterrorism in the years that followed, their first-hand knowledge of what had happened making them valuable in ways that reshaped careers and identities that had, only days earlier, looked nothing like what they eventually became. Perhaps most significantly, Raccoon City's destruction meant that the existence of bioorganic weapons could no longer remain entirely hidden from public awareness. Umbrella had spent decades operating with the confidence that came from successful containment and cover-ups. This disaster was too large, too public, and too consequential to bury the way the company had buried every previous incident throughout this entire history. Raccoon City's destruction closes out the chapter of Resident Evil's history most directly connected to Umbrella's original rise, while simultaneously opening an entirely new era, one where bioterrorism exists as a recognized, publicly acknowledged threat, rather than a secret confined to a handful of survivors, and the company working desperately to keep them quiet. Part 53. Hunk escapes Raccoon City with the G-Virus amid the chaos of Raccoon City's final hours. Not every significant outcome of the outbreak involved survivors simply trying to escape with their lives. Hunk, the operative originally sent to recover the G-Virus from William Birkin before the outbreak began, remained committed to that original objective even as the entire city collapsed around him, treating the mission's completion as a priority that superseded almost everything else happening in the disaster. His operation during this period, sometimes referred to as the fourth survivor account of the outbreak's final hours, demonstrates a perspective on the crisis entirely different from what Leon, Claire, or Jill experienced, where they were fighting simply to stay alive. Hunk was navigating the same collapsing city with a specific professional objective: treating the outbreak itself as an obstacle standing between him and successful mission completion, rather than as a catastrophe to be survived for its own sake. His success in ultimately extracting a G-virus sample from the collapsing city represents one of the most important examples throughout this entire history of Umbrella's operational machine continuing to function even as the immediate crisis around it spiraled completely out of control. The company that had lost an entire city hadn't lost its ability to execute a mission when it mattered enough to prioritize. This outcome carries significant implications for understanding how thoroughly contained Raccoon City's disaster actually was, versus how thoroughly it appeared to be contained from the outside. While the public and even most government officials understood the city's destruction as the end of the immediate crisis, valuable Umbrella research had already been successfully extracted before that destruction ever took place. Hunk's survival and success throughout this operation also reinforces something important about his character and his role within Umbrella more broadly. He represents a kind of operative distinct from almost everyone else connected to the company. Someone capable of treating even the collapse of an entire city as simply another operational environment to navigate, rather than as a personal catastrophe. Understanding this successful extraction matters for the rest of Umbrella's history following Raccoon City's destruction. The company's public collapse didn't mean its most valuable research had been lost along with the city. Some of it, thanks to operatives like Hunk, had already made its way safely into hands that would continue shaping bioterrorism's history for years to come. Part 54. The Sheena Island incident. Raccoon City wasn't Umbrella's only disaster during this same period. A fact that gets easily overlooked given how much attention the city's destruction rightfully receives. Later in 1998, a separate crisis unfolded at one of Umbrella's island facilities, connected to the company's broader BOW program, and demonstrating that the failures exposed in Raccoon City weren't isolated to that single location. This incident centered on Sheena Island, where Umbrella had been conducting its own localized bioweapons research under the direction of Vincent Goldman, a figure whose ambitions and methods paralleled the same pattern of unchecked, unaccountable experimentation that had defined the company's operations everywhere else covered throughout this history. As with so many other Umbrella facilities, the island's research eventually escaped whatever controls had been keeping it contained, leading to an outbreak that consumed the facility and forced whoever remained on the island into the same kind of desperate survival situation that had already played out, at far larger scale, in Raccoon City just weeks earlier. The destruction of this island operation, while smaller in scope than what had happened to Raccoon City, reinforces an important point about Umbrella's overall pattern of operation during this era. The company wasn't running one uniquely dangerous facility that happened to fail catastrophically. It was running multiple facilities across different locations, all operating under similarly inadequate safeguards, all similarly vulnerable to the exact kind of catastrophic failure that had already destroyed an entire American city. The chronology places this incident in November 1998, positioning it just weeks after Raccoon City's own destruction, a timing that underscores how little Umbrella's broader operational culture had actually changed even in the immediate aftermath of its most devastating public failure yet. Sheena Island's story matters to the larger history not because of its scale, but because of what it confirms about Umbrella as an institution. Raccoon City wasn't an aberration the company could treat as a uniquely unfortunate accident. It was simply the most visible and most consequential example of a pattern that was playing out, in various forms and at various scales, across the company's entire operation. Part 55. Rockfort Island is attacked in December 1998, only weeks after both Raccoon City's destruction and the Sheena Island incident. A new crisis unfolded at Rockfort Island, a private facility connected to the Ashford family and their long-standing, gradually deteriorating relationship with the rest of Umbrella's leadership. This attack marked the beginning of what would eventually become known as the Code Veronica incident, one of the franchise's most significant chapters. Claire Redfield's continued search for her brother Chris led her into this new crisis, her investigation into Umbrella's operations bringing her directly into contact with the island. and the dangers it concealed. Her presence there wasn't coincidental. It reflected the same determination that had driven her through Raccoon City months earlier, still searching for answers about a brother whose absence continued to define much of her life during this period. The assault on the island resulted in Claire's capture, placing her directly into the custody of the Ashford family's operation at exactly the moment their long-buried secrets were about to become impossible to contain any longer. Her imprisonment there connected her personal search for Chris directly to a family whose internal history stretched back decades, to the same rivalry with Spencer's branch of Umbrella covered earlier in this history. Central to the unfolding crisis was Alfred Ashford, whose control over the island and its prison complex reflected the same troubled inheritance that had shaped his family's declining influence within Umbrella more broadly. His role in what followed connects directly to decisions made by his father decades earlier, when Alexander Ashford first pursued the Veronica Project in an attempt to restore the family's fading prestige. The deliberate release of the T-virus during this attack echoed the same pattern of catastrophic containment failure that had already defined Raccoon City and Sheena Island. Whether intentional sabotage or an inevitable consequence of the facility's own unstable research, the outcome placed everyone on the island, prisoners and staff alike, into the same kind of desperate survival situation that had already claimed so many lives elsewhere throughout this history. What makes Rockfort Island's attack so significant beyond its immediate danger is how directly it connects to Wesker's evolving ambitions during this same period. His interest in what the island concealed reflects priorities that extend well beyond simple survival or containment, tying this new crisis into the larger, more personal conflict building between him and Chris Redfield that would define much of the franchise's history for years afterward. Part 56. Alexia Ashford awakens deep within Rockfort Island's connected facilities. Something far older than the immediate crisis Claire had walked into was about to resurface. Alexia Ashford, the child created decades earlier through her father's attempt to restore the family's fading prestige, had spent years in a period of self-imposed stasis, her body preserved while her research into the T-Veronica virus remained dormant alongside her. Her revival during this period wasn't accidental. The chaos unfolding on the island, whatever its ultimate cause, coincided with conditions that allowed Alexia to finally emerge from the extended stasis she'd placed herself into, resuming a transformation that had been building, quietly and invisibly, for years before anyone outside the family had any reason to suspect she was even still alive. The T-Veronica virus running through her represented a significant departure from the T-virus and G-virus research covered earlier in this history. Rather than following the same patterns of breakdown or directed mutation that defined those earlier viruses, T-Veronica produced something closer to controlled, almost elegant transformation, reflecting research that Alexia had clearly pursued with a level of precision and ambition distinct from anything Birkin or Marcus had achieved with their own work. Understanding what makes Alexia's experiment different from standard Umbrella BOW. Research requires recognizing how personal her project actually was. This wasn't corporate weapons development conducted for Umbrella's broader strategic interests. It was research she'd pursued largely for herself, driven by ambitions tied to her own identity and her family's declining standing, rather than to any directive handed down from Spencer or the company's official leadership. As Alexia's transformation completed and her full awakening unfolded, the island's crisis escalated dramatically, connecting the immediate danger Claire and everyone else trapped there was facing to a threat far more significant than the initial outbreak that had brought them into this situation in the first place. What had begun as an assault connected to a T-virus release was rapidly becoming something else entirely. Alexia's return to full consciousness and power marks the beginning of Code Veronica's most significant escalation, transforming a dangerous but relatively contained crisis into a confrontation that would eventually pull in both Claire and, before long, her brother Chris, drawing the entire Ashford family's decades of hidden ambition into direct collision with the Redfield siblings for the first time. Part 57. Steve Burnside becomes a victim of T. Veronica among the people Claire encountered during her imprisonment on Rockfort Island was Steve Burnside, another prisoner caught in circumstances that had nothing to do with any connection to Umbrella's broader conspiracy. Their shared captivity forged a bond between them, built out of mutual reliance during a crisis that neither of them had any real ability to control or fully understand as it continued unfolding around them. Steve's story throughout the incident took a devastating turn as the island's crisis escalated alongside Alexia's return. Exposed to the T. Veronica virus during the later stages of the confrontation, he underwent a transformation that mirrored, in a smaller and more personal way, the same kind of biological horror that had already consumed so many other people throughout this history, from Lisa Trevor decades earlier to William Birkin only months before. Claire's attempt to save him from this transformation reflects the same protective instinct that had defined so much of her experience throughout the franchise, from her efforts to protect Sherry during the Raccoon City outbreak to her determination to find her missing brother. Watching someone she'd grown close to during their shared captivity begin to lose himself to the same kind of viral horror she'd already witnessed elsewhere added a deeply personal dimension to an already devastating crisis. This event should be understood primarily as a personal tragedy within the larger disaster unfolding across Rockfort Island and, eventually, the Antarctic facility connected to it. Steve wasn't a significant figure within Umbrella's broader history or conspiracy. He was simply someone caught in circumstances entirely beyond his control, transformed by research he had no connection to and no understanding of before it was forced upon him. What makes his transformation particularly significant to understanding T. Veronica's properties is how it demonstrates the virus's capacity to turn an ordinary human being into an unusually powerful bioorganic weapon, confirming that Alexia's research had produced something with implications far beyond her own personal transformation. Anyone exposed to the virus carried the potential to become something far more dangerous than what the T-virus alone typically produced. Steve's fate throughout the remainder of the Code Veronica incident continues to weigh on Claire well beyond the immediate crisis, another loss layered onto an already difficult chapter of her ongoing search for her brother. One more reminder of how thoroughly Umbrella's research had reshaped the lives of people who never asked to be part of any of it. Part 58. Chris arrives at Rockfort as Claire's ordeal on Rockfort Island continued escalating. Her brother Chris finally arrived, drawn to the island by his own ongoing investigation into Umbrella and by whatever information had reached him about his sister's disappearance during her own search for him. His arrival brought the two siblings' separate storylines back together for the first time since Claire had originally set out to find him months earlier. Chris's search led him through much of the same danger Claire had already endured, navigating a facility that had been transformed by both the T-virus outbreak and the escalating crisis surrounding Alexia's revival. His experience and skill, honed through the mansion incident and his ongoing investigation into Umbrella in the months since, gave him tools for surviving this environment that most people caught in the same circumstances simply didn't have available to them. The most significant development during Chris's time on the island involved his confrontation with the Ashford family legacy directly. Encountering firsthand the scale of what Alexander and Alexia had built through decades of research, pursued largely outside Umbrella's official oversight. This confrontation gave him a much clearer picture of just how many separate, dangerous threads existed within the company's broader history, beyond what he'd already witnessed at Spencer Mansion. Perhaps the most consequential moment of Chris's time on Rockfort Island was his encounter with Wesker. The first time the two men had crossed paths since the Mansion incident, and Wesker's betrayal of the entire STARS unit. Wesker's continued survival, and his presence at exactly this location during exactly this crisis, transformed him from a figure Chris had presumed dead into an active, ongoing threat. This encounter fundamentally reshapes the nature of Chris and Wesker's relationship going forward. What had been, up to this point, primarily a matter of exposing Umbrella's crimes and processing the betrayal of a former commanding officer, becomes something far more personal and ongoing. The beginning of a rivalry that would follow both men for years and eventually define significant portions of the franchise's later history. Chris's arrival on Rockfort Island and everything he learned and confronted there marks a turning point in his own personal arc, transforming him from someone investigating Umbrella's crimes into someone actively engaged in an ongoing conflict against both the company's remaining infrastructure and the specific man who had once commanded him before revealing his true loyalties. Part 59. The Antarctic base falls following the events on Rockfort Island. The Code Veronica incident's final chapter unfolded at a hidden Umbrella facility buried beneath the Antarctic ice, a location connected to some of the company's earliest and most significant research. Claire and Chris, along with whoever else had survived the crisis on the island, found their way to this facility as Alexia's transformation reached its final, most dangerous stage. The Antarctic base itself carried significance well beyond its role in Code Veronica's climax. This was one of the facilities where Umbrella had preserved some of its earliest experiments, work that had likely been continuing quietly for years, far removed from the kind of public exposure that had already devastated the company's reputation following Raccoon City's destruction months earlier. Alexia's final transformation during this confrontation represented the complete realization of everything her research and her extended stasis had been building toward. Whatever remained of the ambitious, precise scientist who had pursued T. Veronica largely for her own purposes gave way entirely to something far more powerful and far more dangerous, forcing Chris and Claire into the most significant confrontation either of them had faced since the mansion incident itself. The destruction of the facility that followed this confrontation effectively closed out the remaining research connected to Alexander Ashford's original Veronica project, decades after he'd first pursued it as an attempt to restore his family's declining standing within Umbrella. What had begun as one father's desperate bid for relevance ended with his daughter's transformation and eventual defeat, deep beneath the Antarctic ice, far from anywhere the rest of the world would ever fully understand what had actually happened there. This event effectively closes the original Ashford family saga as a central storyline within the franchise, resolving the decades-long thread that had run from Edward's death and Spencer's subsequent consolidation of power through Alexander's desperate genetic experimentation, and finally to Alexia's transformation and defeat. While the Ashford family's direct role in the story largely concludes here, the research connected to T. Veronica doesn't disappear along with the facility's destruction. The virus and the knowledge behind it remain available, in whatever fragments survived the confrontation, for future scientists who would eventually find ways to build on what Alexia had discovered, connecting this chapter's conclusion to research that resurfaces in later parts of Resident Evil's history. Part 60. Umbrella faces the consequences of Raccoon City while Rockfort Island and the Antarctic base occupied Chris and Claire's attention throughout Code Veronica's events. Umbrella itself was dealing with a mounting institutional crisis stemming directly from Raccoon City's destruction months earlier. The scale of that disaster had made the kind of quiet containment the company had relied on for decades impossible to replicate, and the consequences began accumulating rapidly across multiple fronts. Lawsuits and government investigations followed Raccoon City's destruction with an intensity Umbrella had never faced after any of its previous, more successfully hidden failures. Where the mansion incident and even the Sheena Island disaster had remained largely contained to those directly involved, an entire city's destruction generated exactly the kind of public and governmental scrutiny the company had spent decades specifically designed to avoid. This scrutiny translated into genuine financial and legal collapse for Umbrella as a corporate entity. Capcom's own official history confirms that the company's business was formally suspended following the Raccoon City disaster, a consequence that finally caught up with an organization that had, for decades, treated legal and financial protection as simply another resource to be managed alongside its scientific research. It's important to distinguish this corporate collapse from the survival of the people, facilities, and research connected to Umbrella throughout its history. The company's formal business operations ending didn't mean every scientist, every laboratory, and every biological sample the company had produced simply disappeared alongside its corporate structure. Much of what Umbrella had built continued existing in various forms, scattered across different hands once the parent organization could no longer maintain centralized control. This scattering effect became one of the most significant long-term consequences of Umbrella's collapse. Research that had once been concentrated under one company's tightly controlled secrecy began spreading into other organizations, private buyers, and individual researchers who had learned everything they needed to know about bioweapons development by working within or alongside Umbrella during its decades of operation. Understanding Umbrella's collapse as a beginning rather than an ending matters enormously for everything that follows in this history. The company's formal dissolution didn't end the threat its research represented. It simply removed the one organization that had, however poorly, been keeping that research contained under a single institutional umbrella, setting the stage for a far more chaotic and unpredictable era of bioterrorism still to come. Part 61. Penamstan becomes a test case for hidden bioweapons warfare in the years following Umbrella's collapse. The scattered remnants of its research began finding new applications in contexts that extended well beyond anything the original company had directly orchestrated. One such example involved the conflict in Penamstan, where bioweapons connected to this same broader research lineage were used within an active military conflict rather than confined to an isolated corporate laboratory. This represents a significant shift in how biological weapons were being deployed during this period, where Umbrella's own history had largely involved, contained, if repeatedly failed, experimentation within its own facilities. The Penamstan conflict demonstrated that the knowledge and technology the company had developed were now capable of being applied in genuine warfare, wielded by parties with military objectives rather than corporate research goals. The importance of this incident extends significantly into Leon Kennedy's later career, connecting his personal history as a Raccoon City survivor to the broader institutional response bioterrorism increasingly demanded from governments around the world. His involvement with this era's response efforts reflects how thoroughly his life had been reshaped by his experience years earlier, transforming him from an ordinary police recruit into someone whose expertise made him valuable to exactly this kind of emerging crisis. This period also marks a broader transition in how the world approached the threat that Umbrella's original research had created, where local police departments and even specialized units like the original STARS had once been the primary response to isolated incidents. The growing prevalence of bioweapons in contexts like Penamstan pushed governments toward developing genuinely specialized, internationally coordinated anti-bioterror operations. That shift wasn't immediate or complete during the specific incident, but Penamstan represents an important early example of the pattern that would come to define bioterrorism response throughout the years following Umbrella's fall. Conventional military and police approaches proved increasingly inadequate against threats this specialized, pushing toward the kind of dedicated organizations that would eventually emerge in the years ahead. Understanding Penamstan's role in this broader transition helps clarify why the years following Raccoon City's destruction look so different, institutionally, from everything that preceded them. Umbrella's fall didn't end the threat of bioterrorism. It simply removed the single company that had, for better or worse, kept that threat somewhat contained under one roof, forcing the rest of the world to develop its own response to a danger that was no longer confined to Umbrella's own facilities and ambitions. Part 62, Operation Javier in 2002. Leon Kennedy found himself deployed on a mission to South America alongside Jack Krauser, tasked with investigating and responding to a bioweapons threat connected to the same broader lineage of research that had defined so much of this history since Umbrella's original T-virus development. This mission, known as Operation Javier, represents one of the clearest examples of how thoroughly bioterrorism had spread beyond the boundaries of any single corporate origin. The mission placed Leon and Krauser into direct confrontation with an outbreak that mirrored, in its fundamental danger if not its exact scale, the kind of crisis Raccoon City had already suffered years earlier. Their investigation uncovered evidence of BOW research being conducted in this new context, confirming that Umbrella's collapse hadn't ended this kind of dangerous experimentation so much as scattered it into new hands, operating with far less oversight than even Umbrella itself had maintained. Krauser's experience during this mission proved profoundly significant to his own personal trajectory, well beyond the immediate outcome of the operation itself. He sustained a serious injury during the confrontation, a physical consequence that carried psychological weight far beyond the wound itself, forcing him to confront limitations he hadn't previously had to reckon with in his career as a soldier. This injury and the broader experience of the mission permanently altered Krauser's attitude toward conventional military strength, planting doubts about his own capabilities that would continue growing in the years following Operation Javier's conclusion. Where he'd once likely understood his own skill and training as sufficient for handling whatever threats his career required him to face, this mission introduced a genuine crack in that confidence. Capcom's official chronology places this mission in 2002, positioning it several years after Raccoon City's destruction and establishing an important gap during which both Leon and Krauser continued developing their respective careers within the world of bioterrorism response, even as the seeds of their eventual divergence were already being planted through this shared, difficult experience. Operation Javier's significance to the larger history lies less in its immediate outcome and more in what it set in motion for Krauser specifically. This mission represents the beginning of a psychological shift that would eventually pull him away from the kind of conventional military and government service that continued to define Leon's career, toward a very different path that would put the two former colleagues on opposite sides of a conflict, still years away. Part 63. Krauser turns toward Wesker. The doubts planted during Operation Javier didn't resolve themselves in the years that followed. Instead, they continued growing within Krauser, compounding into a broader loss of faith in his own abilities, and, more significantly, in the conventional military and government structures he'd spent his career serving. That growing dissatisfaction eventually pushed him toward an entirely different path, one that would put him in direct opposition to the world he'd previously operated within. Wesker's influence over Krauser during this period reflects the same pattern that had shaped so many of Wesker's relationships throughout this history. An ability to recognize vulnerability in talented, capable people and offer them something that conventional institutions couldn't, whether that was Spencer's promise of evolution decades earlier, or, in Krauser's case, a path toward power and purpose that felt more substantial than what he'd found through ordinary military service. Understanding this shift requires appreciating just how personal Krauser's disillusionment actually was. This wasn't simply a soldier being recruited by an enemy organization for tactical reasons. It reflected a genuine crisis of confidence and purpose, one that Wesker proved skilled at recognizing and exploiting in ways that offered Krauser something resembling the certainty and strength he felt he'd lost since his injury years earlier. This transformation serves as an essential bridge, connecting the sympathetic, capable soldier seen during Operation Javier to the antagonist Leon would eventually encounter years later, during the mission that would take him to rural Spain. Without understanding what happened to Krauser during these intervening years, his eventual betrayal reads as a far less coherent character turn than it actually represents within the franchise's broader storytelling. The relationship between Krauser and Leon, built through their shared experience during Operation Javier, adds a deeply personal dimension to their eventual conflict that goes well beyond a simple hero and villain dynamic. These were two men who had once trusted each other enough to survive a dangerous mission together, and Krauser's eventual choice to align himself against everything Leon still represented carries weight precisely because of what they'd once shared. Krauser's path toward Wesker during this period sets the stage for one of the franchise's more personally charged conflicts, transforming a former ally into an adversary whose betrayal, once revealed, forces Leon to confront exactly how much his old colleague had changed since the mission that had once bound them together. Part 64. The FBC is created to fight bioterrorism, as bioterrorism incidents continued accumulating throughout the years following Umbrella's collapse. Governments around the world increasingly recognized that conventional law enforcement, and even specialized units like the original STARS, weren't sufficient for addressing threats of this particular kind and scale. The result was the formation of the Federal Bioterrorism Commission, an organization built specifically around confronting exactly this category of danger. This institutional development reflects the broader shift already touched on through incidents like Penamstan and Operation Javier. Bioweapons technology, once largely confined to Umbrella's own operations, had scattered widely enough that no single company's collapse could contain the ongoing threat it represented. Governments needed dedicated infrastructure capable of responding to this new reality, rather than continuing to rely on organizations built for entirely different purposes. The political context surrounding this creation matters significantly for understanding how the FBC would eventually operate. Bioterrorism's spread following Umbrella's fall had created genuine pressure on governments to demonstrate they were taking the threat seriously, and the formation of a dedicated organization served both a genuine practical need and a political necessity. Giving officials a visible response to a danger the public had every reason to be increasingly aware of. Unlike STARS, which had originally been formed for conventional tactical policing purposes before Wesker's placement turned it into something else entirely, the FBC was built from its founding with bioterrorism specifically in mind. Staffed and structured around expertise that the earlier unit had never been designed to possess. This represented a genuine evolution in how institutions approached this specific category of threat. The FBC's formation doesn't mean the organization operated with the kind of integrity its stated purpose might suggest, as later events would eventually reveal. The organization's leadership carried its own complications and conflicts of interest, echoing, in a different institutional context, some of the same patterns of corruption and hidden agenda that had plagued Umbrella throughout its own history. Understanding the FBC's creation as a genuine, if ultimately compromised, attempt to address bioterrorism's growing threat helps set up the significance of what happens next in this history. A crisis that would test the organization's capabilities and reveal the depth of the problems hiding within its own leadership. Part 65, the Terra Grigia Panic Terra Grigia, represented an ambitious construction project, a floating city built in the Mediterranean Sea that stood as a symbol of technological and architectural achievement during the years following its initial construction began. Its prominence made it exactly the kind of high-profile target that would eventually turn a bioterrorism attack into one of the most significant crises the newly formed FBC had faced since its founding. The attack itself involved the deployment of bioorganic weapons within an urban environment, unlike anything the franchise had previously depicted at this scale. A floating city with a population directly exposed to exactly the kind of danger that had, until this point, largely remained confined to more isolated facilities and smaller communities throughout this history. The government response to this crisis reflected genuine desperation, as officials struggled to contain a threat unfolding in real time within a densely populated urban environment. Unlike Raccoon City's outbreak, which had at least benefited from occurring in a location where evacuation and eventual destruction could be managed with some degree of separation from other population centers, Terra Grigia's floating city presented containment challenges that made an already dire situation correspondingly more difficult to address. Capcom's official history identifies this crisis as the major bioterrorism disaster of this era, later investigated more thoroughly through events connected to the Revelation storyline, establishing Terra Grigia as one of the foundational disasters shaping the world's understanding of bioterrorism during the post-Umbrella period. Its significance extends well beyond the immediate incident itself, into years of subsequent investigation and consequence. The panic that gripped both the city's population and the broader public following news of the attack reflected how thoroughly bioterrorism had become an accepted, feared reality by this point in the franchise's timeline. Where Raccoon City's disaster had initially seemed like an isolated, almost incomprehensible catastrophe, Terra Grigia's attack landed within a world that already understood, at least in general terms, what this kind of threat was capable of producing. What makes Terra Grigia's crisis so significant to the larger history is how it exposes cracks within the very institution meant to prevent exactly this kind of disaster. The FBC's response to this attack and the decisions made by its leadership during the crisis would eventually reveal conflicts of interest and hidden agendas that complicate any simple understanding of the organization as a straightforward force for good. Part 66. The FBC destroys Terra Grigia as the bioterrorism attack on Terra Grigia spiraled beyond what conventional containment measures could manage. The FBC's leadership faced a decision that echoed, in disturbing ways, the same calculation the United States government had made years earlier regarding Raccoon City. Faced with a spreading threat inside a populated area, officials ultimately chose to use overwhelming force against the floating city itself, accepting massive loss of life in exchange for what they framed as necessary containment. This decision carried consequences that extended well beyond the immediate human cost, which was already devastating given the scale of Terra Grigia's population. The political fallout from destroying an entire constructed city, one that had represented genuine technological achievement and served as home to thousands of people, proved far more complicated to manage than officials may have initially anticipated when weighing their options during the crisis itself. Morgan Lansdale's involvement in this decision, and in the broader handling of the Terra Grigia crisis, would eventually become central to understanding just how compromised the FBC's leadership actually was during this period. His role in what happened wasn't simply that of an official making a difficult but necessary choice under pressure. Later investigation would reveal a conspiracy running far deeper than the immediate crisis suggested at the time. That conspiracy connected the Terra Grigia attack to motivations that had little to do with genuine bioterrorism response and far more to do with political advantage. A revelation that would eventually reshape how the entire incident was understood by the people who investigated it years later. The attack that had originally appeared to be simply another example of bioterrorism's growing threat turned out to be entangled with agendas that made the FBC's own leadership complicit in ways the public wouldn't fully understand until much later. Understanding this decision as morally complicated rather than simply justified matters for how the rest of this era of Resident Evil's history should be read. The organizations built specifically to combat bioterrorism weren't automatically trustworthy simply because of their stated purpose. A pattern that echoes the deeper corruption that had defined Umbrella's own operations for decades before its collapse. The destruction of Terra Grigia, and everything it revealed about the FBC's compromised leadership, would eventually feed directly into the formation of a new organization, one built specifically to address the failures and conflicts of interest that this disaster had exposed within existing bioterrorism response infrastructure. In the aftermath of Terra Grigia's destruction, and the growing recognition of how compromised the FBC's leadership had become, a new organization emerged to address the gap this failure had exposed. The Bioterrorism Security Assessment Alliance was formed with an explicit focus on international cooperation, distinguishing it structurally from both the original STARS unit and the more nationally focused FBC that had preceded it. This international dimension reflected lessons learned from everything covered throughout this history since Umbrella's collapse. Bioterrorism, by this point, had clearly demonstrated that it didn't respect national borders or single government jurisdictions. Threats connected to scattered Umbrella research could emerge anywhere, deployed by any number of different parties, and containing that kind of danger required cooperation between governments rather than isolated, nationally siloed response efforts. Chris Redfield's involvement with the BSAR connected the organization directly back to the earliest days of this entire history, tying his personal journey from an ordinary STARS officer surviving the original Mansion incident through years of continued investigation into Umbrella's crimes toward a role within an organization built specifically to prevent future disasters of the kind he'd already witnessed firsthand. Jill Valentine's connection to the organization similarly reflected her own extensive history with exactly this category of threat, her survival of both the Mansion incident and Nemesis's targeted pursuit during Raccoon City's collapse, giving her expertise that made her an obvious asset to an organization built around understanding and countering bioterrorism at its most dangerous. The BSAR's formation represents a genuine institutional evolution beyond the compromised leadership that had defined the FBC. though it's worth noting that no organization within this history has proven entirely immune to internal conflict or compromised leadership. The PSAR's international structure offered some protection against the kind of single point of failure that had plagued the FBC. But it didn't guarantee complete freedom from the same patterns of hidden agenda that had shaped so much of this history since Umbrella's original founding. Understanding why international cooperation became essential during this era helps explain the shape bioterrorism response would take for years afterward, moving away from single national or corporate control towards something closer to the kind of coordinated, multinational effort that the scattered, borderless nature of post-Umbrella bioterrorism genuinely demanded. Part 68. The Plaga is rediscovered centuries after the Salazar family originally sealed the Plaga beneath their Spanish castle. The ancient parasite finally resurfaced, discovered and recovered by a man named Osman Sadler, who understood exactly what he'd found, and exactly how to turn an old, sealed-away danger into something with modern application. His recovery of the Plaga marks the beginning of one of the franchise's most significant chapters. Sadler's approach to what he'd found differed substantially from how Los Illuminados had originally used the same organism centuries earlier, where the ancient cult had built its religious identity around the Plaga in ways that reflected the understanding and technology of its own era. Sadler modernized that framework, combining religious identity with genuinely contemporary technological ambitions in ways his historical predecessors could never have imagined. This modern cult's religious identity provided cover and recruitment infrastructure that made Sadler's operation far more sophisticated than a simple criminal enterprise trading in dangerous biological material. He built genuine belief and loyalty among his followers, using the same organism that had once driven a centuries-old religious war to construct something that functioned as both a weapon and a genuine community bound together by shared conviction. The technological ambitions underlying Sadler's use of the Plaga extended well beyond what the organism had originally been capable of when the Salazar family first sealed it away. His research into controlling and directing the parasite's effects on human hosts represented a genuine advancement, turning an ancient danger into something with implications for large-scale mind control and behavioral manipulation that the original cult had never achieved with the same precision. Understanding Sadler's operation requires holding two things true simultaneously. This was, in a very real sense, a continuation of ancient history, the same organism that had shaped a religious war centuries earlier, finding new purpose in modern hands. But it was also something genuinely new, reflecting Sadler's own ambitions and modern context, rather than any direct continuation of the original cult's specific leadership or goals. This rediscovery sets in motion one of the most consequential chapters in Resident Evil's history, drawing government attention and eventually pulling Leon Kennedy directly into a confrontation with a threat that connected ancient biological history to thoroughly modern bioterrorism ambitions. Part 69. Ashley Graham is kidnapped Sadler's operation. However sophisticated its religious and technological infrastructure had become, needed a specific catalyst to draw the kind of government attention that would eventually bring Leon Kennedy directly into conflict with Los Illuminados. That catalyst arrived through the kidnapping of Ashley Graham, daughter of the President of the United States. Taken by Sadler's operation for reasons connected directly to his broader ambitions surrounding the Plaga, Ashley's significance to Sadler's plans extended well beyond her value as a political hostage in any conventional sense. Her infection with the Plaga, and whatever Sadler hoped to eventually achieve through that infection, connected directly to his broader ambitions around influence and control. A plan that treated her not simply as leverage, but as a specific target whose position made her uniquely valuable to his larger scheme. The kidnapping itself represented a significant escalation for an organization that had, until this point, operated largely within the borders of rural Spain. Drawing minimal international attention despite years of accumulating power and resources. Targeting the daughter of the American president guaranteed a level of government response that Sadler's operation had likely never faced before, transforming what might have remained a regional concern into an international crisis. This event triggered the specific government mission that would eventually send Leon into rural Spain, connecting Sadler's ancient organism and modern ambitions directly to the ongoing thread of Leon's career, which had already been shaped so significantly by his experience in Raccoon City years earlier, and by his subsequent involvement in bioterrorism response efforts throughout the intervening years. Understanding why Ashley specifically became the target, rather than any other potential hostage available to an organization with Sadler's resources and reach, connects back to the broader ambitions he was pursuing through the Plaga's modern application. Her kidnapping wasn't simply an opportunistic act of political leverage. It reflected calculated planning connected to goals that would only become fully clear once Leon's investigation into the situation was well underway. This kidnapping sets the entire chain of events that follows into motion, connecting a centuries-old, sealed-away parasite to a modern political crisis capable of drawing the kind of dedicated government response that would eventually bring Leon face-to-face with exactly the kind of ancient, modernized threat this history has been building toward since the earliest sections covering the Salazar family's original war against Los Iluminados. Part 70. Leon returns to the field as a government agent. By 2004, Leon Kennedy's position within the world of bioterrorism response had transformed dramatically from where his career had begun in Raccoon City 6 years earlier. No longer an ordinary police officer navigating his first night on the job, he'd become a trained government agent. His expertise and first-hand experience with exactly this category of threat making him an obvious choice for missions requiring exactly the kind of specialized knowledge his history had given him. His relationship with the government during this period reflected years of gradual transformation, moving from a survivor whose knowledge made him valuable towards someone whose entire career had been reshaped around addressing threats connected to bioterrorism and BOW research. This evolution mirrors, in Leon's individual story, the broader institutional shift covered throughout this history, from conventional policing towards specialized, dedicated response infrastructure. The mission that took him to Spain in pursuit of Ashley Graham represented exactly the kind of high-stakes assignment his career had increasingly prepared him for. Unlike his first encounter with bioterrorism in Raccoon City, where he'd been thrown into crisis with no preparation and no understanding of what he was facing, Leon entered this mission with genuine expertise, even as the specific threat he was about to encounter would still test him in ways his previous experience hadn't fully prepared him for. Understanding how radically Leon's role had changed since Raccoon City requires appreciating just how much distance existed between the terrified rookie officer surviving his first night on the job and the trained, capable agent dispatched to handle a presidential kidnapping connected to an active bioterrorism threat. His entire identity had been reshaped by the years between these two moments, defined almost entirely by his connection to exactly this category of danger. This transformation also reflects something significant about how the broader world had changed during the same period. Where Leon's original crisis in Raccoon City had caught an entire city and its police department almost completely unprepared, his mission to Spain reflects a world that had. Through painful experience with incidents like Terra Grigia and Operation Javier, developed genuine institutional capacity for addressing exactly this kind of threat, even if that capacity remained imperfect and, as later events would reveal, still vulnerable to corruption and hidden agenda. Leon's arrival in Spain marks the beginning of one of the franchise's most significant individual missions, connecting his personal history as a Raccoon City survivor to a threat that stretches back centuries, bringing his hard-won expertise directly into conflict with Sadler's modernized version of an ancient danger. Part 71. Leon discovers the modern Plaga threat. Once Leon arrived in rural Spain, his mission to recover Ashley Graham quickly revealed a threat far more sophisticated than a simple kidnapping. The villagers he encountered weren't ordinary hostile locals. They were infected, transformed into what came to be known as ganados, hosts to the Plaga that Sadler had spent years cultivating into a genuine weapon rather than simply a religious symbol. These infected villagers behaved with a coordination and intelligence that set them apart from the mindless zombies Leon had already survived, years earlier in Raccoon City, where the T-virus stripped away higher reasoning almost entirely. The plaga running through the Ganados left enough cognitive function intact for them to use tools, communicate, and work together in ways that made this threat fundamentally different from anything his previous experience had prepared him to expect. As Leon pushed deeper into the region, he encountered the cult's broader hierarchy. Structures of leadership and belief built around Sadler's modernized version of Los Iluminados. This wasn't a loose collection of infected villagers reacting to an outbreak. It was an organized, religiously motivated operation, with its own internal logic and its own committed followers who understood, at least in some capacity, what they'd become part of. This encounter revealed something significant about how far BOW development had progressed since the earlier eras of this history. Where Umbrella's research had centered almost entirely on viruses, from the original T-virus through G and T. Veronica, Sadler's operation demonstrated that parasites carried their own distinct advantages, preserving a degree of intelligence and coordinated behavior that viral infection had never reliably produced. Leon's growing understanding of the plaga's capabilities forced him to adapt his approach considerably from what had worked during his experience in Raccoon City. Simple avoidance and basic combat weren't sufficient against an enemy capable of tactics and cooperation, requiring him to think through this threat with a level of strategic consideration his earlier survival hadn't demanded nearly as consistently. This discovery of the modern plaga threat's true scope and sophistication sets the stage for everything Leon would face throughout the remainder of his mission, establishing Los Iluminados as one of the most genuinely dangerous and well-organized threats he'd encountered across his entire career in bioterrorism response up to this point. Part 72. Luis Serra turns against the cult. Among the people Leon encountered during his investigation into Los Iluminados was Luis Serra, a man whose history connected him directly to the scientific research underlying the cult's modern operation. Luis had once worked as a researcher contributing to Sadler's understanding and development of the plaga, knowledge that made him simultaneously valuable and dangerous to the organization he'd helped build. His decision to turn against the cult reflected genuine guilt over what his research had helped make possible. Luis understood, in a way few other people Leon encountered during this mission could, exactly how much scientific expertise had gone into transforming an ancient parasite into the sophisticated modern weapon it had become. And that understanding carried a weight he was no longer willing to simply ignore. This guilt drove Luis toward actively working against the organization he'd once served, offering Leon information and assistance that proved essential to understanding both the plaga's properties and Sadler's broader plans. His insider knowledge gave Leon insight into the threat that his own investigation, conducted without this kind of specialized scientific background, would likely have taken far longer to piece together on his own. Luis's role throughout the remainder of Leon's mission illustrates a pattern that recurs throughout much of this history. Someone with direct scientific involvement in a dangerous research program, eventually recognizing the human cost of their work and choosing to help undo what they'd previously helped build. This mirrors, in a different context, similar moments of conscience that shaped figures like Carlos during the Raccoon City outbreak years earlier. The knowledge Luis provided proved essential not just to Leon's immediate survival throughout the mission, but to understanding the full scope of what Sadler was ultimately trying to achieve through his modernized use of the plaga. Without this insider perspective, much of what Leon eventually uncovered about the cult's true ambitions would have remained far more difficult to piece together under the time pressure his mission demanded. Luis's story throughout this mission adds a layer of genuine moral complexity to what might otherwise read as a straightforward conflict between Leon and an entirely villainous organization, reminding viewers that even within Los Iluminados, individual people carried their own history, their own guilt, and their own capacity to choose a different path once they understood the full consequences of what they'd helped create. Part 73. Krauser betrays the US mission as Leon's investigation into Los Iluminados continued. The full extent of Krauser's transformation since Operation Javier finally became clear. His alliance with Wesker, built over the years following his own crisis of confidence, placed him directly in opposition to the very government mission he'd once have been a natural fit to support alongside his former colleague. Krauser's specific role in the unfolding crisis connected him directly to Ashley's kidnapping, working alongside Sadler's operation in ways that served Wesker's broader interests in acquiring Plaga research for purposes that extended well beyond Los Illuminados' own religious and territorial ambitions. His involvement transformed what might have remained a self-contained cult crisis into something connected to the larger, ongoing conflict surrounding Wesker's continued pursuit of power. This betrayal carried a personal weight that went well beyond typical mission complications. Leon and Krauser's history together, forged during the genuine danger and mutual reliance of Operation Javier, meant that discovering his former colleague's involvement with the very threat he'd been sent to neutralize represented a betrayal on the same painful, personal level that Wesker's own betrayal of Stars had represented years earlier. Understanding why Krauser chose this path requires looking back at everything covered regarding his psychological unraveling following his injury and his growing disillusionment with conventional government service. His choice to align with Wesker wasn't a simple act of villainy. It reflected years of accumulated doubt and disappointment, finally finding an outlet that offered him something he felt he'd lost: purpose and power outside the institutions that had once defined his entire identity. The confrontation between Leon and Krauser that eventually results from this betrayal carries significant emotional stakes precisely because of their shared history. Unlike Leon's other adversaries throughout this mission, Krauser represents someone he once trusted completely, making their eventual conflict function as much as a personal reckoning as a tactical necessity within the broader mission. This betrayal deepens the connection between Los Illuminados' relatively contained crisis and the larger, ongoing threat Wesker represents throughout this entire era of Resident Evil's history, tying Leon's mission in Spain directly into a conflict that extends well beyond Sadler's own ambitions and into the broader, more consequential struggle building around Wesker's continued pursuit of whatever he'd been chasing since his original betrayal of Stars years earlier. Part 74. Ada Wong retrieves the Las Plagas sample just as she had during the Raccoon City outbreak years earlier. Ada Wong operated throughout Leon's Spanish mission with her own separate objectives, this time working under instructions connected to Wesker's broader interests in acquiring Plaga research for his own purposes. Her mission ran parallel to Leon's throughout much of the crisis, their paths crossing repeatedly even as their ultimate goals remained fundamentally different. Ada's assignment centered on retrieving a sample of the Las Plagas organism, valuable enough to warrant her direct involvement given the scale of what Wesker was building toward during this period of his ongoing pursuit of power, following his own survival and transformation since the mansion incident years earlier. Her presence in Spain wasn't coincidental to Leon's mission. It reflected genuine strategic value that multiple parties recognized in what Sadler's operation had produced. The complicated relationship between Ada and Leon, first established during the Raccoon City outbreak, continued developing throughout this mission in ways that added significant emotional complexity to an already dangerous situation. Their history together made every interaction between them carry weight beyond the immediate tactical circumstances, blending genuine connection with the ongoing uncertainty of never being entirely sure what her true objectives actually were. Ada's actions throughout the mission affected the delicate balance between the three major parties with interests in the unfolding crisis: the US, government's mission to rescue Ashley, Sadler's cult pursuing its own religious and territorial ambitions, and Wesker's broader scheme to acquire Plaga research for reasons that extended well beyond anything happening in rural Spain specifically. Her presence complicated straightforward alliances and rivalries throughout the entire mission. Understanding Ada's role requires recognizing that she wasn't simply an obstacle or an ally to Leon in any consistent sense. Her loyalty remained primarily to her own objectives and to whatever arrangement she'd made with Wesker, even as genuine care for Leon's well-being appeared to coexist with that professional priority throughout their repeated encounters during the crisis. Her eventual success in retrieving what she'd been sent to acquire connects this mission directly to Wesker's continuing accumulation of resources and knowledge, setting up consequences that would extend well beyond the immediate resolution of Leon's mission in Spain, feeding directly into the larger conflict building around Wesker's ambitions that this history will continue tracing through. Subsequent chapters. Part 75. Sadler is defeated, and the Los Iluminados operation collapses as Leon's mission reached its climax. His confrontation with Sadler brought the cult leader's ambitions to their final resolution, ending an operation that had grown from a centuries-old, sealed-away parasite into a sophisticated modern threat capable of drawing the attention and resources of the United States government. Itself. The destruction of Sadler's operation marked the end of one of the franchise's most significant individual missions. The confrontation itself tested everything Leon had learned throughout the crisis, requiring him to draw on both his tactical training and the understanding of the Plaga's properties he'd developed with help from allies like Luis throughout the mission. Defeating Sadler wasn't simply a matter of overcoming a powerful adversary. It required genuinely understanding the threat he represented, knowledge Leon had built painstakingly over the course of the entire operation. Ashley's rescue and Leon's escape from the island where the mission's final confrontation took place brought a sense of resolution to the immediate crisis, closing out a mission that had tested him in ways distinct from anything he'd previously experienced during his career in bioterrorism response, including his original ordeal in Raccoon City years earlier. It's crucial to understand why the defeat of Sadler doesn't eliminate the biological weapon itself, a distinction that matters enormously for understanding the rest of this history. The Plaga wasn't invented by Sadler. He simply rediscovered and modernized an organism that had existed for centuries, and defeating him removes one particular application of that organism without erasing the underlying danger it continues to represent. This distinction becomes especially significant given what happened to the research during the crisis itself, with samples successfully retrieved by parties like Ada acting on Wesker's behalf, even as Sadler's own operation collapsed entirely. The Plague's story doesn't end with this mission's conclusion, it simply moves into new hands, continuing the same pattern this history has traced repeatedly: dangerous biological material surviving the fall of whoever currently controls it. Sadler's defeat closes out one of the most significant individual chapters in Resident Evil's history, while simultaneously demonstrating, once again, how difficult it proves to permanently eliminate a threat this deeply rooted in the franchise's broader biological history, connecting this mission's resolution to the ongoing, larger conflicts that continue developing throughout the years that follow. Part 76. The Queen Zenobia becomes the center of a bioterror investigation sometime after the events in Spain. A new investigation began aboard the Queen Zenobia, an abandoned vessel that had drawn the attention of the Psar due to its potential connection to Veltro, an organization whose earlier activities had been directly tied to the Terra Grigia disaster covered earlier in this history. This investigation would eventually reveal connections extending far beyond what anyone involved initially expected. Jill Valentine and Chris Redfield, both established as central figures within the Psar by this point in the timeline, took on this investigation, bringing their extensive combined history with bioterrorism to a mystery that would ultimately prove more significant than a simple follow-up on an old terrorist organization's activities. Their presence aboard the vessel reflected the organization's recognition that this investigation required exactly their level of experience and expertise. The abandoned ship itself carried significant symbolic weight beyond its practical role in the investigation. Its emptiness and decay suggested a story that had already played out before the Psar team's arrival, leaving them to piece together what had actually happened through evidence and remnants, rather than through any direct confrontation with an active, ongoing crisis. The central question driving this investigation, whether Veltro had genuinely returned, or whether something else entirely was happening aboard the Queen Zenobia, reflects the broader uncertainty that had come to define bioterrorism investigation during this era of the franchise's history. Years of scattered, unpredictable threats emerging from Umbrella's original collapse had made simple, straightforward answers increasingly rare within this world. As Jill and Chris's investigation progressed, Evidence began suggesting connections that extended well beyond a simple resurgence of an old terrorist threat, pointing towards something more complicated involving the same institutional corruption that had already been exposed within the FBC's handling of the original Terra Grigia crisis years earlier. This investigation sets the stage for revelations that would eventually reshape understanding of the Terra Grigia disaster itself, connecting a mystery aboard an abandoned ship to a political conspiracy, reaching back years into the FBC's own compromised leadership, tying this new crisis directly back to consequences this history has already traced through the destruction of an entire floating city. Part 77. Veltro's return reveals a political conspiracy as Jill and Chris's investigation aboard the Queen Zenobia continued. The evidence they uncovered began pointing towards something far more troubling than a simple terrorist organization resuming its previous activities. What they eventually found connected Veltro's apparent return directly to Morgan Lansdale and the same compromised FBC leadership responsible for the decision to destroy Terra Grigia years earlier. This revelation reframed everything the wider world had understood about the original Terra Grigia disaster. Rather than existing purely as an example of bioterrorism's ongoing threat, requiring a difficult but necessary government response, the investigation suggested that Lansdale and others within the FBC's leadership had manipulated circumstances surrounding both the original attack and its aftermath for reasons connected to political advantage rather than genuine security concerns. Understanding this conspiracy requires recognizing how deeply it implicates the very institutions built to protect against bioterrorism in the first place. This wasn't simply corruption existing alongside legitimate anti-terrorism work. The investigation suggested that officials within the FBC had actively manipulated the legacy of an actual mass casualty event for their own political benefit, a betrayal that cuts far deeper than ordinary institutional corruption. The scale of this conspiracy connects directly back to patterns established throughout this entire history, going back to Umbrella's own culture of prioritizing institutional interest over human life. Even organizations explicitly built to combat bioterrorism, staffed by people who understood the genuine human cost of exactly this kind of threat, proved capable of the same fundamental corruption that had defined the company whose collapse had originally necessitated their creation. For Jill and Chris, uncovering this conspiracy added a layer of institutional betrayal to an investigation that had begun as a relatively straightforward inquiry into an abandoned ship's connection to a known terrorist organization. What they found instead implicated people who were supposed to be on the same side as the Psar, complicating any simple understanding of who could actually be trusted within this increasingly tangled web of bioterrorism response organizations. This exposure of political conspiracy within the FBC's leadership marks a significant turning point in how the broader institutional landscape of this era should be understood, revealing that the fight against bioterrorism had become entangled with exactly the kind of self-interested corruption that had made Umbrella's own original crimes possible in the first place. Part 78. Wesker finds Spencer while Jill and Chris's investigation into Veltro and the FBC's conspiracy continued developing. A separate, but eventually connected thread of their pursuit led them toward Oswald Spencer himself, the man whose original discovery of the Progenitor Virus decades earlier had set this entire history in motion. Their search for Spencer connected directly to their ongoing efforts to understand Wesker's continued activities and ambitions. Spencer's location, eventually discovered at a private estate that reflected his continued wealth and influence despite Umbrella's public collapse years earlier, revealed that the man responsible for so much of this history's original catastrophes had never actually disappeared or lost his resources the way the company bearing his founding influence had. He'd simply retreated into private life, continuing whatever research and ambitions he'd maintained throughout decades of institutional collapse around him. Chris and Jill's confrontation with Spencer at his estate provided answers to questions that had been building throughout much of this history, particularly regarding Wesker's true origins and the full scope of Project W. The private eugenics program covered earlier that had shaped Wesker's entire life from childhood, without his full understanding of what had actually been done to him. Spencer's own account of his beliefs about human evolution, delivered during this confrontation, connected directly back to his original meeting with Mother Miranda decades earlier. A meeting whose full significance had never been entirely clear, until this later revelation confirmed just how much that early encounter had shaped everything Spencer subsequently built and pursued throughout his life. This confrontation also revealed Wesker's own presence at the estate, connecting Chris and Jill's search for Spencer directly to their ongoing, deepening conflict with their former commanding officer. Wesker's return to the man who had created him, decades after Project W had first shaped his biology and his understanding of his own potential, set the stage for a confrontation that would prove far more significant than anyone present likely anticipated walking into it. What Spencer reveals during this encounter provides essential context for understanding Wesker's ultimate ambitions, tying together threads from across this entire history, from the earliest meeting with Miranda through the founding of Umbrella and the specific eugenics program that had shaped Wesker from childhood, into a single confrontation that would prove decisive for everyone involved. Part 79. Wesker kills Spencer. The confrontation between Wesker and Spencer at the estate reached its inevitable, brutal conclusion when Wesker killed the man who had created him, the founder whose ambitions and whose eugenics program had shaped every aspect of Wesker's biology and identity since childhood. This murder represents the culmination of decades of accumulated resentment and ambition finally reaching their breaking point. Understanding why Wesker chose this moment to finally turn against Spencer requires appreciating the full scope of what their relationship had actually represented throughout Wesker's life. Spencer hadn't simply employed or mentored him. He'd engineered him from birth, treating his entire existence as an experiment in service of Spencer's own beliefs about human evolution, a relationship that left little room for anything resembling genuine affection or respect once Wesker had developed enough power and confidence to act on his own accumulated grievances. This killing marks the culmination of the old Umbrella storyline that this history has traced since its earliest sections, connecting the ancient discovery of the Progenitor Virus through the company's founding, its decades of research and betrayal, and finally to the violent death of the man most directly responsible for setting the entire chain of events in motion in the first place. Wesker's motivation extended beyond simple personal revenge, however satisfying that revenge may have felt after years of resentment toward the man who had shaped his entire existence without his consent. Spencer's death also removed the final obstacle standing between Wesker and whatever plans he'd been developing independently. Plans that would soon reveal themselves to extend far beyond anything Spencer himself had ever attempted. This event serves as the direct turning point immediately preceding Wesker's Ouroboros plan, the culmination of his own ambitions that would eventually surpass even Spencer's original vision for human evolution. Where Spencer had spent decades pursuing incremental research and careful institutional control, Wesker's ambitions, once freed from any remaining deference to his creator, would prove far more radical and far more immediately dangerous. Spencer's death closes out one of Resident Evil's longest-running character threads. The man whose original expedition to Africa, decades earlier, had set this entire history in motion, killed by the very creation his own ambitions had ultimately produced, a fittingly bitter conclusion to a legacy built almost entirely on treating other people's lives as instruments for his own vision of human potential. Part 80. Jill is presumed dead in the aftermath of Wesker's confrontation with Spencer. Chris and Jill's own encounter with their former commanding officer took a devastating turn, one that would leave lasting consequences for Chris specifically over the following years. Whatever happened during this encounter left Jill lost, presumed dead by everyone who had known and worked alongside her throughout her extensive history with the SAR and her earlier service with STARS. This loss carried weight that extended well beyond an ordinary casualty within the ongoing conflict against Wesker and his ambitions. Jill's history stretched back to the original mansion incident, making her one of the earliest and most significant survivors connected to this entire chain of events. Her apparent death represented the loss of someone whose experience and resilience had already carried her through some of the franchise's most dangerous confrontations. For Chris, Jill's presumed death became a defining trauma, that shaped much of his behavior in the years that followed, adding personal grief to an already complicated, ongoing rivalry with Wesker that had been building since their first confrontation on Rockfort Island years earlier. This loss transformed his pursuit of Wesker from professional obligation into something far more personally driven. What neither Chris nor anyone else within the SAR understood at the time was that Jill's story hadn't actually ended with this encounter. Wesker's true intentions toward her extended beyond simple elimination, connecting to plans that wouldn't become clear until years later, when the full truth behind her apparent death would finally come to light through circumstances neither Chris nor anyone searching for answers could have anticipated. This period of presumed loss illustrates a pattern that recurs throughout Wesker's later ambitions, a willingness to use even his most significant adversaries as instruments toward his own goals, rather than simply eliminating them outright when doing so might serve some larger purpose he was still developing. Jill's fate during this period reflects calculation rather than simple defeat. Understanding this presumed death as incomplete information rather than confirmed fact matters significantly for how the following years of this history should be read, setting up a revelation that would eventually reshape everything Chris believed about what had actually happened during that fateful confrontation with Wesker. Part 81. Tricell inherits Umbrella's legacy in the years following Umbrella's formal collapse. Various organizations and companies had begun absorbing pieces of the scattered research and infrastructure the fallen company had left behind. Among these, Tricell emerged as one of the most significant inheritors of this legacy. A pharmaceutical corporation that became deeply involved in advanced bioorganic weapon research through connections that traced back to exactly the kind of knowledge Umbrella had once controlled exclusively. Excelergion's role within Tricell proved particularly significant to this history, as her position within the company provided Wesker with exactly the kind of corporate infrastructure his own ambitions required, once he'd moved beyond simply pursuing personal power towards something, with far broader implications for humanity as a whole. Her involvement gave him resources and legitimacy that his own independent operations couldn't have provided on their own. Understanding this partnership requires focusing on the transfer of technology and infrastructure, rather than treating Tricell's involvement as simply another repetition of Umbrella's original rise decades earlier. This wasn't a new company independently rediscovering the same research from scratch. It was an organization deliberately positioning itself to inherit and build upon exactly the kind of scattered knowledge that had been dispersing throughout the world since Umbrella's collapse. Exceller's own motivations for aligning herself so closely with Wesker's ambitions reflected a complicated mixture of genuine belief in his vision and personal ambition of her own, a dynamic that would eventually prove significant to how their partnership ultimately unfolds, as Wesker's plans move toward their final, most dangerous stage. This inheritance of Umbrella's legacy through Tricell illustrates something important about how bioterrorism had evolved throughout this history since the original company's founding decades earlier. The specific corporate name and structure that had once defined this danger had changed entirely, but the underlying research, ambition, and willingness to treat human life as expendable in service of scientific advancement had simply migrated into new institutional form. Tricell's involvement sets the stage for the next major chapter in this history, connecting Wesker's ambitions to genuine corporate resources capable of supporting operations at a scale that would eventually draw Chris Redfield. Still processing Jill's presumed death, directly into confrontation with both Wesker and the broader infrastructure Tricell had built to support his continued pursuit of power. Part 82. The Kijuju incident begins Chris Redfield's continued pursuit of Wesker, eventually led him to the Kijuju Autonomous Zone, where he found himself partnered with Sheva Alamar, a local Basar operative whose knowledge of the region proved essential to an investigation into Tricell's activities that would ultimately connect directly back to Wesker's broader ambitions and to the fate of Jill Valentine, still presumed dead following their previous confrontation. The outbreak unfolding in Kijuju reflected the same underlying research this history has traced throughout its entirety, but deployed here through infected populations known as Magini, hosts to plaga infection, that echoed the same parasitic technology Sadler had once used in Spain, now applied at a much larger scale within an African population that had little ability to resist or escape what was being done to them. This deployment carries disturbing implications beyond the immediate danger it posed to Chris and Shiva during their investigation. The use of an economically vulnerable region as a testing ground for this kind of weaponized outbreak reflects a pattern of exploitation that connects directly back to the same willingness to treat certain populations as expendable that has defined so much of Umbrella's original legacy. Throughout this entire history, Chris and Shaver's investigation into Tricell's activities revealed the company's deep entanglement with exactly this kind of biological weapons trafficking, confirming that the corporate inheritance of Umbrella's research hadn't simply preserved old knowledge, but had actively continued developing and deploying it in ways that caused genuine, ongoing harm to real populations rather than remaining confined to theoretical research or contained laboratory testing. The hidden role of biological weapons trafficking uncovered during this investigation connects Kajuju's crisis to a much larger network extending well beyond this single location, suggesting that Tricell's operations represented just one visible piece of a far more extensive infrastructure that had been quietly developing in the years since Umbrella's original collapse had scattered its research into multiple different hands. This investigation into Kajuju's outbreak sets the stage for revelations that would prove personally significant to Chris, well beyond the immediate crisis, connecting his search for answers about Tricell's activities directly to the truth behind Jill's fate, a truth that neither he nor Shaver had any reason to anticipate as they began working through the escalating danger surrounding them. Part 83. Jill is found alive as Chris and Shaver's investigation into Kajuju's crisis deepened. They uncovered something neither of them had expected to find. Confirmation that Jill Valentine had survived her presumed death during the earlier confrontation with Wesker, kept alive through circumstances that revealed just how calculated Wesker's true intentions toward her had actually been from the very beginning. The truth behind her survival centered on a compound known as P30, a substance Wesker had used to control her directly, transforming her from a defeated adversary into an instrument he could deploy according to his own purposes. This revelation reframed everything Chris had believed about what happened during that earlier confrontation, replacing the grief of presumed loss with the horror of understanding what had actually been done to her instead. Wesker's manipulation of Jill throughout this period reflects the same fundamental willingness to treat even his most capable adversaries as tools, rather than people that has defined his character throughout this entire history. Going back to his original betrayal of Stars during the mansion incident years earlier, her survival wasn't an act of mercy. It was a calculated decision to preserve something he found useful for his own purposes. Chris's realization of what had actually happened to his partner carried devastating emotional weight, forcing him to confront the reality that his grief over her presumed death had been misplaced, replaced now by the horrifying knowledge that she'd spent this entire period alive but controlled, used as a biological instrument by the same man responsible for so much of the suffering this history has traced across decades. Freeing Jill from this control became an immediate and urgent priority once the truth of her situation became clear, adding personal stakes to Chris and Shaver's ongoing investigation into Tricell's activities that extended well beyond the broader mission they'd originally been pursuing when they first arrived in Kajuju. This revelation connects directly to the climax still building throughout this crisis, tying Jill's personal ordeal to the larger confrontation with Wesker that would soon force Chris, Shaver, and Jill herself into a final reckoning with everything Wesker had been building toward since Spencer's death and his subsequent unrestrained pursuit of his own vision for human evolution. Part 84. Wesker unleashes Ouroboros. With Spencer dead, Tricell's resources fully at his disposal, and Jill's fate finally revealed and addressed, Wesker moved forward with the final stage of his ambitions, deploying a creation known as Ouroboros that represented the culmination of everything he'd been building toward since he first began pursuing power independent of the man who had created him. Ouroboros wasn't simply another bioorganic weapon in the pattern this history has traced through the T virus, G virus, T Veronica, and the various Plaga applications covered throughout previous sections. Wesker's ambitions for this creation extended toward nothing less than a fundamental transformation of human evolution itself. An attempt to create a new order of humanity built according to his own vision, rather than the more incremental research Spencer had pursued throughout his own decades of work. Understanding why Ouroboros represents Wesker's final evolution of Spencer's original philosophy, rather than merely another entry in this history's long list of dangerous bioorganic weapons, requires appreciating how directly it connects to everything covered regarding Spencer's own beliefs about human potential, beliefs Wesker had absorbed throughout his childhood as a Project W candidate and had spent his entire adult life working to eventually surpass, rather than simply inherit. The deployment of Ouroboros carried implications that extended far beyond any single location or population, reflecting ambitions on a scale that dwarfed even the most significant previous disasters this history has traced, from Raccoon City's destruction through Terra Grigia's devastating collapse. Wesker wasn't pursuing a contained weapon or a targeted assassination. He was pursuing something closer to a complete reshaping of humanity, according to standards only he had the authority to set. Chris and Trevor, joined by Jill following her rescue from Wesker's control, found themselves facing the most significant confrontation of their respective careers, tasked with stopping an ambition that represented the logical, terrifying endpoint of everything this entire history had been building toward since Spencer's original discovery of the Progenitor Virus decades earlier. This deployment marks the climax of Wesker's entire arc within the franchise, transforming him from a betrayer of stars and a scientist chasing personal power into someone attempting to reshape the fundamental nature of human existence itself. A scale of ambition that finally justified the full, combined effort of Chris, Trevor, and Jill working together to stop him before his plans could reach their intended, catastrophic conclusion. Part 85. Wesker has defeated. The confrontation between Chris, Trevor, Jill, and Wesker represented the culmination of years of accumulated conflict, connecting Chris's original betrayal during the mansion incident through Rockfort Island's revelations, Spencer's death, and finally Jill's ordeal under Wesker's direct control into a single, decisive battle over whether Ouroboros would succeed in reshaping humanity according to Wesker's own vision. This battle tested everyone involved in ways that reflected the full scope of what they'd each individually survived throughout this entire history. Chris brought years of accumulated determination stemming from his original encounter with Wesker during the mansion incident. Trevor contributed knowledge and skill specific to the Kajuju region where this final confrontation was unfolding. Jill fought with the added weight of reclaiming her own agency after enduring Wesker's direct control. Wesker's own transformation throughout the confrontation reflected just how far his research and his exposure to Ouroboros itself had pushed him beyond ordinary human limitation, requiring a combined effort from all three of his opponents to finally overcome a threat that had, by this point, evolved well beyond anything a single fighter could reasonably hope to defeat on their own. The destruction of Wesker marks the end of one of Resident Evil's longest-running and most significant character arcs, closing out a story that had begun decades earlier with his placement as a Project W candidate and his subsequent rise through Umbrella alongside William Birkin, through his betrayal of stars, his survival of the mansion incident's destruction, and finally his pursuit of ambitions that had grown to encompass nothing less than the complete reshaping of human evolution itself. This victory carries enormous significance for Chris specifically, resolving a personal conflict that had defined much of his career since the mansion incident first exposed Wesker's true loyalties. The man who had once commanded him, betrayed him, and later took Jill from him, was finally gone, closing a chapter that had shaped Chris's entire professional and personal life for over a decade of his history within this franchise. Wesker's defeat dramatically changes the franchise's overall direction going forward, removing the figure whose ambitions had connected so much of this history's various threads together across decades. From Umbrella's original founding through Project W, the Mansion incident, Rockfort Island, and finally this culminating confrontation, opening space for entirely new threats and organizations to define the eras that follow. Part 86. The C virus is created from earlier generations of research in the years following Wesker's defeat. A new generation of bioweapon research began taking shape, building directly on the foundation of earlier viral technology this history has traced throughout its entirety. The C virus emerged from this continued development, drawing significantly on T. Veronica research first pioneered by Alexia Ashford decades earlier, a connection Umbrella's own official encyclopedia identifies directly. This lineage matters enormously for understanding how thoroughly interconnected Resident Evil's various eras of bioweapon development actually are. The C virus wasn't an entirely new invention appearing from nowhere. It represented a continuation and refinement of research that had already been developing since Alexia's original work on Rockfort Island and in the Antarctic facility connected to it, now advanced further by researchers operating in the years following Umbrella's collapse and Wesker's death. Central to the C virus's design was a chrysalis mutation process, allowing infected hosts to undergo a controlled transformation distinct from the more chaotic breakdown associated with the original T virus decades earlier. This process produced what came to be known as JAVO, infected combatants capable of retaining significant tactical function and even the capacity for further mutation when damaged during combat. The deliberate attempt to create more controllable BOW soldiers through this research reflects an ambition that connects directly back to Umbrella's own earlier Tyrant program. An ongoing pursuit throughout this entire history to move beyond simple, uncontrolled infection toward weapons capable of following orders and adapting intelligently to combat situations rather than simply overwhelming everything nearby through sheer aggression. Understanding who specifically was pursuing this research and why requires looking at the broader conspiracy this virus would eventually become connected to, involving figures whose ambitions extended well beyond simple weapons development into territory involving political manipulation and personal vendetta on a scale that would eventually threaten government stability at the highest levels. The C virus represents this history's next major escalation in bioweapon sophistication, connecting decades of accumulated research from Marcus's original T virus through Alexia's T Veronica breakthrough into a new generation of weapon that would soon be deployed across multiple locations worldwide, drawing in familiar figures like Leon, Chris, and Ada Wong into a global crisis unlike anything this history had previously traced. Part 87. Carla Redames is turned into Ada Wong. Behind the C virus's development and deployment stood Derek Simmons, a figure whose personal obsessions would eventually drive much of the crisis this new virus was about to unleash. Central to his scheme was Carla Redames, a scientist whose relationship with Simmons involved a betrayal that would reshape her identity in ways connecting directly to one of this history's most recognizable recurring figures. Simmons's betrayal of Carla involved forcing a transformation upon her that reshaped her physical appearance to match Ada Wong, the same operative whose history this history has already traced through her involvement in both the Raccoon City outbreak and Leon's mission in Spain. This wasn't simple impersonation. It represented a deliberate, invasive manipulation of Carla's own identity in service of Simmons's personal obsession with the real Ada Wong. Understanding the depth of this manipulation requires appreciating just how personal Simmons's motivations actually were. His fixation on Ada wasn't connected to any broader strategic or scientific ambition in the way most of this history's previous villains have pursued their goals. It reflected a deeply personal obsession that led him to essentially erase Carla's own identity in pursuit of recreating someone else entirely. This transformation became the personal engine behind the broader C virus conspiracy that would soon unfold across multiple locations worldwide. Carla, forced into this altered identity, became entangled with Simmons's schemes in ways that connected her fate directly to the virus's development and eventual deployment. Her own sense of self increasingly fractured by what had been done to her. The confusion this transformation created for everyone who eventually encountered Ada throughout the unfolding crisis added significant complexity to an already dangerous situation, with Leon and others forced to reckon with the unsettling possibility that the person they believed they were dealing with might not actually be who she appeared to be. Carla's story throughout this crisis represents one of the more disturbing examples in this entire history of a person being treated as raw material for someone else's ambition. Her own identity subsumed entirely into Simmons's personal obsession in ways that would ultimately shape the trajectory of the entire C-virus crisis still to come. Part 88. Edonia falls into civil war in 2012. The small nation of Edonia became the site of a civil war that would mark a significant turning point in how bioweapons were deployed within modern conflict. Unlike previous incidents this history has traced, largely confined to corporate facilities or isolated outbreaks, the Edonian conflict saw C-virus bioweapons openly integrated into an active military engagement between opposing factions. This deployment reflected a disturbing evolution in how biological weapons technology had come to be understood and used by this point in the franchise's timeline, where earlier incidents like Penamstan had demonstrated bioweapons appearing within military contexts. Edonia represented something more deliberate, combatants actively incorporating this technology into their broader war strategy, rather than encountering it as an unexpected complication. Jake Muller's emergence during this conflict proved significant well beyond his immediate role as a mercenary caught up in the fighting. His blood carried properties connected to his own unique heritage, a fact that would soon make him a critical target for multiple organizations who understood the strategic and scientific value of what his biology potentially represented for future bioweapon research and countermeasure development alike. Understanding why Jake's blood specifically drew this level of attention requires recognizing the broader pattern this history has traced regarding genetic resistance and compatibility, echoing similar significance attached to figures like Lisa Trevor and Sherry Birkin in earlier decades. His biology represented something valuable enough to draw serious competing interest from multiple parties operating within this new global conflict. The Edonian Civil War marks the point where BOWs become openly integrated into modern warfare on an international scale, a shift with implications extending well beyond this single conflict. Once bioweapons had demonstrated their viability as tools of conventional military strategy, rather than simply corporate research gone wrong, the door opened toward far wider proliferation and deployment across future conflicts. This crisis draws in familiar figures from across this history, connecting Edonia's civil war to the broader global conspiracy building around Simmons and the C-virus, setting the stage for a series of interconnected outbreaks that would soon threaten locations as significant and as different from each other as an American town and the halls of the White House itself. Part 89. Tall Oaks is attacked as the broader C-virus conspiracy continued developing. The crisis reached American soil directly through an attack on Tall Oaks, transforming what had been, up to this point, largely a foreign policy concern into a domestic emergency requiring immediate response from within the United States itself. This attack marked a significant escalation in the scope of the unfolding conspiracy. The transformation of Tall Oaks into a quarantine disaster zone echoed, in important ways, the pattern already established through Raccoon City's destruction years earlier, an American population suddenly and violently exposed to exactly the kind of bioweapon technology that had previously seemed confined to distant corporate laboratories or foreign conflicts most citizens had little direct connection to. Simmons's role in orchestrating this attack connected directly back to his broader scheme involving Carla and his pursuit of ambitions that extended well beyond simple weapons testing. His position within American political and security infrastructure gave him access and resources that made an attack of this scale and sophistication possible, reflecting the same pattern of institutional corruption this history has traced repeatedly across multiple different organizations and eras. The political implications of this attack proved significant beyond the immediate human cost and quarantine efforts required to contain it. An American town suffering exactly this kind of catastrophic bioweapon attack raised urgent questions about domestic security infrastructure and how thoroughly compromised various institutions might have already become. Questions that would only intensify as the broader scope of Simmons' conspiracy continued revealing itself. This attack also marked the emergence of a new global crisis that would eventually pull together multiple familiar figures from across this history, connecting Leon's ongoing career in government service to Chris Redfield's continued work with the Tsar and to the broader conspiracy Simmons had been building for years behind the scenes of his ostensibly legitimate political position. Tall Oaks stands as a pivotal moment in this history, precisely because of how directly it brought the C virus crisis home to American soil, escalating a conflict that had previously played out largely overseas into something with immediate, personal stakes for the government officials and ordinary citizens who now had to reckon with bioterrorism's threat, reaching directly into their own communities. Part 90. The White House is attacked following the attack on Tall Oaks. The C virus crisis escalated further still, reaching directly into the White House itself and placing the President of the United States at immediate personal risk from exactly the kind of bioweapon threat that had, until this point, largely remained a concern managed at arm's length through agencies and field operations, rather than something striking at the highest level of government directly. Leon Kennedy's investigation into this attack connected his ongoing career trajectory, built through years of exactly this kind of specialized bioterrorism response work, directly to the heart of the unfolding crisis. His involvement reflected the same pattern established throughout his career since Raccoon City, repeatedly finding himself at the center of exactly the kind of high-stakes bioterrorism incidents his expertise made him uniquely qualified to address. The political significance of a bioweapon attack reaching this level of government cannot be overstated within the context of this broader history, where previous incidents, even ones as devastating as Raccoon City or Terra Grigia, had involved population centers and corporate facilities. This attack struck directly at the symbolic and practical center of American governmental authority, carrying implications for public trust and institutional stability that extended well beyond the immediate physical danger involved. Simmons's continued involvement in orchestrating this broader crisis reflected the depth of his infiltration into legitimate governmental and security infrastructure, a betrayal that echoed in a new institutional context. The same pattern established by Wesker's original placement within STARS decades earlier. Someone with legitimate authority and access had turned that position into a tool for exactly the kind of catastrophe it was supposed to help prevent. This attack forced a reckoning within American government and security circles about how thoroughly compromised various institutions might have become. Questions that connected directly back to similar revelations about corruption within organizations like the FBC covered earlier in this history. The pattern of institutional betrayal enabling bioterrorism spread had, by this point, become disturbingly familiar. The White House attack represents one of the most significant escalations within this entire era of Resident Evil's history, transforming what had begun as a foreign civil war and an attack on a single American town into a crisis striking directly at the nation's highest levels of government, setting the stage for the final global confrontation still building throughout this unfolding conspiracy. Part 91. The Lanxiang outbreak as the C virus conspiracy continued expanding. Its second major front opened in Lanxiang, China, drawing together an unusually large gathering of familiar figures from across this entire history into a single interconnected crisis. Leon, Chris, Jake, Sherry, and Ada all found themselves entangled in the same conspiracy during this outbreak, their individually separate storylines converging around the same underlying threat. This convergence reflects how thoroughly interconnected the C virus conspiracy had become by this stage of its development, no longer confined to isolated incidents in separate locations, but instead representing a genuinely coordinated global threat, capable of drawing response from multiple different organizations and individuals whose careers had been built through years of exactly this kind of specialized bioterrorism work Sherry Birkin's presence during this crisis connects directly back to her own history as William Birkin's daughter, and her genetic compatibility with G-virus research covered earlier in this history. Her continued significance to bioweapon research, now decades after the original Raccoon City outbreak, demonstrates how thoroughly her early life experience had shaped an entire career built around exactly the kind of expertise her unique history had given her. Jake Muller's involvement, connecting his experience in Adonia's civil war to this new front in the broader conspiracy, brought his unique biological significance directly into contact with the wider network of characters whose paths had been building toward this moment throughout their own separate storylines within this history. The threat of this outbreak spreading internationally reflected the same scale of danger this history has traced through incidents like Raccoon City and Terra Grigia, but now compounded by the C-virus's more sophisticated properties and the broader institutional corruption enabling its spread across multiple countries simultaneously, rather than remaining confined to a single location's containment. Efforts, the Lanxiang outbreak, represents this history's largest, most interconnected crisis to this point, bringing together characters whose individual journeys through decades of bioterrorism this history has traced separately into a single, converging confrontation that would ultimately determine whether Simmons's broader conspiracy succeeded or finally collapsed under the combined effort of everyone working to stop it. Part 92. Jake Muller's blood becomes a global weapon. Throughout the Lanxiang crisis and the broader C-virus conspiracy surrounding it, Jake Muller's unique biological resistance properties became a central focus for multiple organizations who understood exactly how valuable his blood potentially was for both offensive bioweapon research and, more significantly, for developing an effective vaccine against the C-virus itself. Understanding why Jake's blood carried this level of significance requires recognizing the connection to his own heritage, a genetic inheritance that granted him natural resistance properties similar in kind, if not identical in origin, to the significance previously attached to figures like Lisa Trevor decades earlier. His biology represented a genuine scientific breakthrough, waiting to be properly understood and applied. Multiple organizations pursuing access to Jake's blood during this crisis reflected the same pattern of competing interests this history has traced repeatedly. Different parties recognizing the strategic value of the same biological material for entirely different, often opposing purposes. Some seeking weaponization, while others pursued genuine countermeasure development against the ongoing threat. Jake's relationship with Sherry Birkin, developed throughout their shared experience during this crisis, became central to efforts aimed at creating a genuine C-virus vaccine. Their combined biological significance offering hope for a solution that could finally address the growing threat this virus represented, on a scale extending well beyond any single outbreak or location. This partnership between two people whose value to the broader conspiracy stemmed almost entirely from their genetic properties illustrates a recurring theme throughout this history. Individuals reduced to their biological utility by organizations and researchers who saw them primarily as resources rather than as people. Even as both Jake and Sherry worked to assert their own agency throughout the crisis they'd been drawn into, the pursuit of a viable vaccine using Jake's blood represents one of this history's more hopeful developments amid an otherwise devastating global crisis, offering the possibility that the same genetic properties that had made him a target for exploitation might ultimately prove essential to finally containing and countering the threat that had been building since the C-virus's original development. Part 93. Simmons is finally exposed as the combined crises in Tall Oaks, the White House, and Lanxiang reached their culmination. The full scope of Derek Simmons' involvement in orchestrating the entire C-virus conspiracy finally came to light, exposing an institutional betrayal that connected personal obsession, political ambition, and bioweapons development into a single, sprawling scheme years in the making. The organization behind this conspiracy, sometimes referred to as the Family, represented exactly the kind of hidden institutional corruption this history has traced repeatedly across different eras and organizations. Individuals with legitimate authority and access, using that position to pursue ambitions that had nothing to do with the public good their official roles were supposed to represent. Simmons's own transformation during the crisis's final stages reflected the same pattern this history has traced through figures like Wesker and Alexia Ashford, a human being whose exposure to advanced bioweapon technology granted him capabilities that made him a far more direct physical threat than his political position alone would have suggested, requiring genuine combat confrontation to finally bring his scheme to an end. His final confrontation with Leon and Ada, the woman whose identity had been at the center of his entire obsession from the beginning, brought a personal dimension to this crisis's resolution that extended well beyond simply stopping a bioterrorism threat. This confrontation forced a reckoning with everything Simmons had done, to Carla, to the countries and populations affected by the C virus's deployment, and to the political institutions he'd corrupted throughout his career. Simmons's downfall ends one of the largest institutional conspiracies of the modern era covered throughout this history, closing out a scheme that had drawn together political corruption, personal obsession, and advanced bioweapon technology into a threat capable of striking American soil, the highest levels of government, and international population centers simultaneously. This resolution provides a measure of closure to a crisis that had tested nearly every significant figure this history has followed across decades of Resident Evil's timeline, though the broader consequences of the C virus conspiracy and the damage it caused to public trust in the institutions meant to prevent exactly this kind of disaster would continue extending well beyond Simmons's own defeat. Part 94. The C virus conspiracy finally collapses with Simmons defeated and his broader scheme exposed. The interconnected crises across Adonia, Tall Oaks, and Lanshiang finally reached their collective resolution, closing out one of the most geographically and institutionally sprawling conspiracies this history has traced across its entire timeline. The consequences of what had unfolded across these locations, however, extended well beyond the immediate military and political victories achieved in each individual confrontation. The global casualties resulting from this conspiracy reflected a scale of devastation that connected directly back to the pattern this history has traced since Raccoon City's original destruction. Populations across multiple countries paying the price for ambitions and corruption that had nothing to do with their own choices or actions, caught instead in the machinery of institutional betrayal, operating largely beyond their awareness or control. The destruction of major bioweapon facilities connected to this conspiracy represented a genuine, if partial, victory against the broader infrastructure that had been developing C virus technology and deploying it across these interconnected crises. Whether this destruction fully eliminated the underlying research and technology, given this history's repeated demonstration of how difficult such material proves to permanently contain, remains an open question extending well beyond this specific conspiracy's resolution. Perhaps most significantly, this crisis caused substantial damage to public trust in anti-BOW organizations broadly, echoing similar consequences that had followed the FBC's exposure during the Terra Grigia conspiracy years earlier. Organizations like the PSAR, built specifically to prevent exactly this kind of disaster, found their credibility questioned given how thoroughly Simmons had managed to infiltrate and corrupt legitimate governmental and security infrastructure without detection for years. This damage to institutional trust reflects a broader pattern this history has traced consistently across every era covered so far, from Umbrella's original corporate deception through the FBC's compromised leadership, and now Simmons's infiltration of American political infrastructure itself. Each new generation of institution built to address bioterrorism has in turn proven vulnerable to exactly the kind of corruption and hidden agenda that made the original threat possible. The collapse of this conspiracy marks a significant turning point in this broader history, closing out an era defined by increasingly sophisticated viral research and institutional corruption, while setting the stage for an entirely different kind of biological threat that would soon emerge. One rooted not in viral technology at all, but in a fungal biology this history first touched on through Mother Miranda's own discoveries decades earlier. Part 95. The connections creates Evelyn in the years following the C-virus conspiracy's collapse. A shadowy organization known as the Connections pursued research that represented a significant departure from the viral weapons technology this history is traced throughout its entirety. Their objectives centered on creating a weapon capable of infiltrating populations through psychological control rather than conventional military deployment, a goal that led to the creation of Eveline. Eveline represented the beginning of what fans and researchers alike would eventually come to understand as the E-Series bioweapon program. Drawing on fungal biology that traced back, through Connections, this history will continue exploring, to Mother Miranda's own original discoveries decades earlier beneath her village, though the full scope of that connection wouldn't become clear until much later in this timeline. Understanding why the Connections wanted this specific kind of weapon requires appreciating how conventional bioweapon deployment, the pattern this history is traced from the T-virus through the C-virus, had become increasingly associated with obvious, traceable outbreaks that drew immediate institutional and military response. Eveline's design offered something different: infiltration and control that could theoretically operate far more subtly than any previous generation of weapon this history has covered. Eveline's own capabilities centered on psychological manipulation and control over the people she came into contact with. An approach to bioweapon design that represented genuine innovation beyond the physical transformation and destruction that had defined every previous major bioweapon covered throughout this entire history, from the T-virus through T. Veronica and the C-virus. This new biological era begins with Eveline's creation, marking a significant shift in Resident Evil's ongoing exploration of what bioorganic weapons could actually accomplish, moving beyond straightforward physical transformation towards something that could reshape entire family units and communities from within, using psychological bonds rather than purely physical force to establish control over the people she encountered. The full implications of Eveline's design wouldn't become clear until she was finally deployed. A deployment that would soon connect this new, unsettling biological technology to an ordinary American family with no prior connection whatsoever to bioterrorism, dragging them into a horror that had nothing to do with anything they had done to deserve it. Part 96. The Annabelle sinking disaster. Eveline's journey toward her eventual deployment site in the United States involved transport aboard a tanker called the Annabelle, a vessel whose sinking would prove significant to how this new bioweapon eventually reached American soil, and, more specifically, how it came into contact with Mia Winters. A connection that would ultimately determine which unsuspecting family bore the consequences of the Connection's latest research. The circumstances surrounding the tanker's sinking connect directly to the broader operation the Connections had been running around Eveline's transport and eventual deployment, though the exact details of what caused the disaster remain less important than its consequences, placing both Eveline and Mia into the waters near Louisiana under circumstances that would soon connect them to the Baker family living nearby. Mia's own role within this incident reflects her employment connected to the broader operation transporting Eveline, work that had placed her in exactly the kind of proximity to this dangerous new bioweapon that would eventually reshape the rest of her life and the lives of everyone she cared about most, entirely without her full understanding of what she'd actually become entangled in. This tanker incident represents the specific mechanism through which the E-Series weapon reached America, connecting the Connection's broader research program to a very specific, localized disaster that would soon expand well beyond anything the organization itself had likely planned or anticipated when they initially began transporting their creation toward whatever original destination they'd intended for her. The Baker family's exposure to Eveline traces directly back to this sinking, their proximity to the disaster site making them the unwitting recipients of a bioweapon far more sophisticated and far more psychologically invasive than anything most ordinary families could have imagined existing, let alone anticipated encountering in the isolated rural area where they'd built their lives. Understanding the Annabelle's sinking as the specific catalyst connecting Eveline's broader research origins to an ordinary American family helps establish the personal, intimate scale that would come to define this entirely new era of Resident Evil's biological horror, moving away from the large-scale citywide and international disasters this history has traced through most of its previous sections towards something far more contained, and, in its own way, far more disturbing. Part 97. The Baker family is infected following the Annabelle's sinking. Eveline made her way to the Baker family's estate in rural Louisiana, beginning what would become a prolonged, deeply disturbing incident as her psychological control over the family took hold. What followed wasn't a rapid, obvious outbreak in the pattern this history has traced through previous incidents. It was something slower and more insidious, unfolding gradually within the isolation of the family's own home. Jack Baker, the family patriarch, responded to Eveline's influence in ways that transformed him into something closer to a devoted, twisted father figure toward her. His own personality and relationship with his actual family reshaped entirely by the psychological control she exerted over him. This transformation reflects Eveline's core design purpose, creating exactly the kind of familial devotion and control that made her fundamentally different from previous bioweapons this history has covered. Marguerite Baker's response to the infection diverged from her husband's in ways that reflected her own personality being reshaped through a different lens of Eveline's influence, her devotion manifesting through an obsessive connection to the natural world and insects surrounding the estate, a transformation that made her behavior distinctly her own, even while remaining clearly connected to the same underlying source of control. Lucas Baker's reaction proved markedly different from either of his parents, his own response to infection manifesting through a kind of sadistic detachment that suggested either a different degree of resistance to Eveline's control or a fundamentally different psychological starting point that shaped how the infection ultimately expressed itself through his behavior compared to the rest of his family. Zoe, the remaining family member, managed to maintain significant resistance to Eveline's full control, her partial immunity becoming significant to the broader incident as it eventually unfolded, offering a potential path toward addressing the crisis that the rest of her transformed family could no longer provide, given how thoroughly Eveline's influence had reshaped their own identities and priorities. This long-term incident, unfolding in relative isolation within the Baker estate for an extended period before drawing outside attention, illustrates how fundamentally different Eveline's approach to infection was from every previous bioweapon this history has traced, prioritizing sustained psychological control and family structure manipulation over the rapid, obvious physical transformation that had defined the T-virus, G-virus, and C-virus outbreaks covered throughout earlier sections. Part 98. Ethan Winters searches for Mia. Ethan Winters' involvement in the unfolding Baker estate crisis began with a message from his wife Mia, believed dead for several years following circumstances connected to her original disappearance during the broader operation that had eventually brought Eveline into contact with the Baker family. This message, indicating she was somehow still alive, drew Ethan to Louisiana with no real understanding of what he was actually walking into. His journey to the Baker estate reflects a deeply personal motivation entirely distinct from the institutional, professional context that had defined so many of this history's previous protagonists. Figures like Leon and Chris, whose involvement in bioterrorism crises typically stemmed from their careers and training. Ethan was simply a husband, searching for a wife he'd believed lost, with no preparation whatsoever for what that search would eventually reveal. Upon reaching the estate, Ethan's discovery that Mia was genuinely alive came entangled with an immediate, horrifying revelation about the condition she and the entire Baker family were actually in, transformed by an infection whose psychological dimensions made the situation far more complicated than a simple rescue mission might otherwise have been. Understanding that the family was infected, rather than simply insane or independently violent, reframed Ethan's entire approach to the crisis he'd unknowingly walked into. This wasn't a family that had descended into ordinary cruelty or madness. They were, in a very real sense, victims themselves. Their behavior and their apparent hostility toward Ethan a direct consequence of Eveline's control, rather than any genuine desire to harm him on their own terms. Ethan's complete lack of preparation for what he encountered at the Baker estate stands in stark contrast to nearly every other major protagonist this history has traced, a reflection of how personal and how contained this particular crisis had remained compared to the citywide and international disasters covered throughout earlier sections. His survival throughout the ordeal depended almost entirely on adaptation and desperate improvisation, rather than any prior training or institutional support. This search for Mia marks the beginning of Ethan's direct involvement in Resident Evil's broader biological conflict, a role he never sought and had no preparation for, thrust into circumstances that would eventually connect his personal search for his missing wife to a bioweapon crisis, with implications extending well beyond anything happening on the isolated Baker estate itself. Part 99. The Baker estate outbreak is contained as Ethan's confrontation with the infected Baker family and Evelyn herself reached its conclusion. The crisis that had been unfolding in relative isolation for an extended period finally drew the kind of attention and intervention necessary to properly address what had actually happened on the estate. The destruction of the mold threat underlying the entire incident marked the resolution of this deeply personal, contained crisis. Ethan's confrontations with Jack, Marguerite, Lucas, and eventually Eveline herself tested him in ways distinct from the tactical, trained responses this history has traced through characters like Chris or Leon. His survival relied on improvisation and sheer determination rather than any specialized combat training, reflecting his fundamental status as an ordinary person thrust into circumstances entirely beyond his preparation or expectation. Beyond Ethan's own direct confrontation with the crisis, additional events connected to the broader Baker estate incident deserve mention for how they establish what happened after the initial outbreak's most immediate danger had been addressed. Operations sometimes referred to as Not a Hero and End of Zoe cover how government and other outside forces eventually dealt with the surviving bioweapon threat, and with what remained of the Baker family in the incident's aftermath. These additional events matter significantly for understanding the full scope of consequences following the estate's initial outbreak, establishing how thoroughly the government eventually needed to intervene once the true scale of what had happened at the Baker estate became clear to authorities who had, until Ethan's own involvement, remained largely unaware of the crisis unfolding in this isolated corner of Louisiana. Zoe's own fate throughout this aftermath, given her partial resistance to Eveline's control covered in the previous section, became significant to how the surviving remnants of the Baker family's ordeal were ultimately addressed, offering at least some measure of hope amid an otherwise devastating incident that had consumed nearly every other member of her immediate family. The containment of this outbreak closes out the most immediately dangerous phase of Ethan's involvement in Resident Evil's broader biological conflict, though the personal consequences of what he'd experienced, and, more significantly, what had actually happened to his own body throughout this ordeal, would soon prove to carry implications extending far beyond anything he understood as this. Particular crisis reached its apparent conclusion. Part 100. Ethan Winters dies without realizing he is already dead. Perhaps the most significant revelation connected to the entire Baker estate incident involves what actually happened to Ethan's own body throughout his ordeal, a biological truth that reframes his entire survival story in ways that extend well beyond simply surviving a dangerous, infected family and their transformed matriarch of a bioweapon. The revelation centers on the mold's role in Ethan's own physiology, having replaced damaged tissue throughout his body during the course of his ordeal at the estate, in ways that meant his continued survival depended on biological processes fundamentally different from ordinary human healing and function. This wasn't simply Ethan surviving injuries through determination and luck. It was his body being sustained by the very biological threat he'd been fighting against throughout the entire incident. Understanding this revelation as more than simply a striking character fact requires appreciating its full significance to the biological turning point it represents for everything that follows in the later Winters saga. Ethan's continued existence, his ability to survive injuries that should have killed an ordinary human being, stems directly from this fundamental alteration to his own biology, a fact he remains largely unaware of throughout much of his own story. This connection between the mold's properties and Ethan's own survival ties directly back to Mother Miranda's original research decades earlier. Her discovery that the megamycete could preserve information from living things now manifesting in an entirely unexpected, deeply personal context involving an ordinary man who had simply been searching for his missing wife, with no understanding of the broader biological history his own body was about to become entangled with. The implications of this revelation extend well beyond Ethan's individual story, establishing biological groundwork that becomes essential to understanding the later village incident and the broader Winters family saga that follows this initial encounter with Eveline and the Baker estate. What happened to Ethan's body during this ordeal isn't simply a strange footnote. It's the foundation for everything that follows. This biological turning point closes out the Baker estate chapter of Ethan's story, while simultaneously opening the door toward a far larger, more significant chapter still to come, connecting his personal survival to Mother Miranda's decades-old research, in ways that neither Ethan himself nor anyone around him fully understands as this particular incident reaches its conclusion. Part 101. Miranda's experiments create the Kadu building on her original discovery of the megamycete decades earlier. Mother Miranda continued developing her research into what would eventually become the Kadu, a parasite derived from the fungal organism she'd found beneath her village, refined and shaped specifically toward achieving the goal that had driven her since losing Ava to the Spanish. Flew so many years before. The Kadu represented a fundamentally different approach to bioweapon development compared to the viral technology this history has traced throughout most of its timeline, from the T virus through the C virus. Rather than causing breakdown or directed mutation in the pattern established by Umbrella's viral research, the Kadu functioned through a kind of symbiotic transformation, integrating with the host's biology in ways that reflected Miranda's own specific research priorities. Miranda's motivation throughout this extended research program remained rooted in her original goal, recreating Eva through whatever biological means her decades of study might eventually make possible. This deeply personal driving force distinguishes her research from nearly every other major bioweapon program this history has covered, most of which stemmed from corporate ambition, political scheming, or personal quests for power, rather than a mother's refusal to accept her daughter's death. Understanding the difference between the Kadu parasites and traditional Resident Evil viruses requires appreciating how thoroughly Miranda's fungal research diverged from the viral lineage established by Marcus, Birkin, and their successors, where those viruses generally caused some form of physical transformation or breakdown. The Kadu's effects centered more directly on integration and preservation, reflecting Miranda's specific interest in retaining rather than simply destroying or reshaping a host's original identity. This research required test subjects, and Miranda's selection of who to experiment on reflected the same pattern of exploitation this history has traced consistently across every era. Vulnerable people treated as resources in service of a larger ambition, regardless of how personally sympathetic that ambition's original motivation might have been. The Kadu's development sets the stage for one of this history's most significant and personal chapters, connecting Miranda's decades-old grief directly to a village she would spend years quietly manipulating, and to a family. The Winters, who had no idea their own lives were about to become entangled with a woman's obsessive attempt to bring her daughter back from the dead. Part 102. The Four Lords are created central to Miranda's ongoing research was the selection and transformation of 4 individuals who would eventually become known as the Four Lords. Each infused with the Kadu in ways that produced dramatically different results depending on their own individual biology and how their bodies responded to the parasite's integration. Alcina Dimitrescu, Donna Beneviento, Salvatore Moreau, and Carl Heisenberg each emerged from this process, transformed in their own distinct ways. Alcina Dimitrescu's transformation produced someone whose physical alteration granted her extraordinary size and strength, her resulting biology reflecting a particularly successful integration of the Kadu that Miranda came to rely on as one of her most capable and loyal experiments throughout the following decades of manipulation and control over the village and its surrounding territory. Donna Beneviento's experience with the Kedu manifested quite differently, her transformation intertwining with deep psychological trauma in ways that shaped both her abilities and her isolated reclusive existence following her integration with the parasite, demonstrating how significantly individual psychology could influence the Kedu's ultimate expression within different hosts. Salvatore Moreau's transformation reflected a less stable integration compared to Alcina's, his resulting biology and appearance suggesting complications in how his body responded to the parasite. A distinction worth understanding when considering what separated Miranda's more successful experiments from those that produced less controlled, less predictable results throughout her decades of research. Carl Heisenberg's transformation granted him abilities connected to magnetism and industrial capability, reflecting yet another distinct expression of the same underlying Kedu integration, his resulting power and personality diverging significantly from the other three lords in ways that would eventually prove significant tensions within Miranda's broader operation as her plans approached. Their final stages, decades later, understanding what makes each experiment successful or defective requires recognizing that Miranda wasn't pursuing uniform results across her test subjects. She was searching for the specific combination of factors that might eventually allow a host to successfully carry and preserve something as complex and significant as an entire human consciousness. Using these 4 transformed individuals as ongoing data points in a research program that stretched across decades of careful, patient experimentation. Part 103. Miranda manipulates the village for decades beyond her direct experimentation with the 4 lords. Miranda built an extensive social and religious structure around the village itself, cultivating an image among its residents that positioned her as something closer to a benevolent, saint-like protector rather than the calculating researcher who had spent decades conducting dangerous experiments using their community as her personal laboratory. This manufactured image served multiple purposes throughout her extended manipulation of the village. It provided cover for her ongoing research, discouraging outside scrutiny or interference from residents who genuinely believed she was protecting rather than exploiting them. It also secured her continued access to whatever resources and subjects her research required, maintained through decades of carefully cultivated trust and reverence. The gap between Miranda's public, benevolent image and the hidden reality of her experiments reflects a pattern this history has traced repeatedly across different contexts. From Umbrella's own pharmaceutical cover story through the various institutional betrayals covered throughout the C-virus conspiracy, Miranda's manipulation of an entire community's faith and trust represents a particularly intimate, sustained version of this same fundamental dishonesty. Understanding how this manipulation persisted across decades requires appreciating the isolation of the village itself, remote enough from broader civilization to allow Miranda the kind of unmonitored control over her own community that made this extended deception possible in ways that would likely have proven far more difficult in a more connected, scrutinized environment. The villagers themselves, largely unaware of the true nature of what Miranda had built around and among them, lived their lives within a community whose entire social and religious structure existed primarily to serve her decades-long research program. Their genuine faith and devotion exploited in service of goals that had nothing to do with their own well-being or understanding of what they were. Actually part of. This extended manipulation sets the stage for the modern crisis that would eventually bring Ethan Winters directly into conflict with everything Miranda had built, connecting decades of careful, patient social engineering to a confrontation that would finally expose the true nature of what had been happening within this isolated community for far longer than any of its residents had ever suspected. Part 104. Ethan and Mia become parents following their survival of the Baker Estate incident. Ethan and Mia Winters attempted to build a normal life together, a period of relative peace that stands in stark contrast to the trauma both had already experienced and the far larger crisis still waiting to unfold in their future. Central to this attempt at normalcy was the birth of their daughter Rose. This quiet period in Ethan and Maya's lives matters significantly to the larger narrative precisely because of how ordinary it appears, compared to everything that came before, and everything that would soon follow. After surviving Eveline's psychological manipulation and the transformation of an entire family through the mold's influence, Ethan and Mia's pursuit of ordinary domestic life represents a genuine, if ultimately temporary, respite from the biological horror that had already defined so much of their recent history together. Rose's birth carries significance that extends well beyond the personal joy her parents likely felt at this new chapter in their lives. Given what this history has already established about Ethan's own altered biology following his exposure to the mold during the Baker estate incident, Rose's own genetic inheritance would eventually prove significant to events still years away from unfolding at this point in the timeline, understanding this period as deliberately peaceful. In contrast to the surrounding chapters of intense biological horror this history has traced throughout Ethan's story, helps establish exactly what he stands to lose once Miranda's attention eventually turns toward his family. This quiet chapter isn't simply a pause in the narrative. It's the foundation of stakes that will define everything that happens once the village incident finally begins. The Winters family's attempt at ordinary life during this period reflects a broader theme running throughout much of this history: the persistent hope that people who have survived bioterrorism's horror might eventually find some measure of normalcy, even as this franchise has repeatedly demonstrated how difficult that hope proves to sustain, given how thoroughly these biological threats tend to resurface in unexpected, deeply personal ways. This period of peace, however temporary, establishes exactly what Ethan later has to lose once Miranda's plans finally intersect with his family's life, transforming what should have been an ordinary chapter of new parenthood into the opening movement of one of this history's most significant and personally devastating conflicts. Part 105. Miranda replaces Mia. The peace Ethan and Mia had built together came to an abrupt end when Miranda infiltrated the Winters household. Her attention drawn by Rose's significance, given both her father's altered biology and whatever genetic potential Miranda believed the child might represent toward finally achieving the goal she'd been pursuing since Eva's death decades earlier. Miranda's infiltration involved replacing Mia within the household, a deception that reflects the same calculated, patient approach to manipulation this history has already traced through her decades-long deception of the entire village. Rather than a direct, obvious assault on the Winters family, Miranda pursued something far more insidious, positioning herself within their most intimate domestic space before Ethan had any reason to suspect his own home had been compromised. This infiltration marks a significant escalation in how directly Miranda's decades-old research and ambition began intersecting with the modern world beyond her isolated village, reaching into an ordinary American family's life through calculated deception, rather than the kind of open confrontation or obvious outbreak that has characterized most of this history's previous major crises. The attempt to abduct Rose during this infiltration reflects the true purpose behind Miranda's careful positioning within the household. Her interest in the Winters family never actually connected to any genuine desire to integrate into their lives, but rather serving as a means toward acquiring exactly what she needed to finally attempt recreating her long-lost daughter through Rose's own unique biology. Understanding this infiltration as the beginning of the village incident in the modern world, rather than treating the village storyline as starting only once Ethan physically arrives at Miranda's isolated community, helps clarify how directly this crisis connects back through decades of Miranda's patient research and planning, finally reaching its culmination through a family that had no idea their own lives had become the final piece of a puzzle this history has been building since 1918. This infiltration and abduction attempt sets Ethan on a collision course with Miranda's entire operation, transforming him once again from an ordinary father attempting to protect his family into someone who would soon find himself directly confronting decades of biological research and manipulation he had absolutely no prior knowledge of or connection to before Rose's abduction forced him into this new, devastating crisis. Part 106. The village incident begins. Following Rose's abduction, Ethan found himself pursuing his daughter into unfamiliar, dangerous territory, his journey beginning with a crash that placed him directly within the isolated European village Miranda had spent decades quietly manipulating and controlling. His arrival marked the beginning of a crisis that would connect everything this history has traced regarding Miranda's research into a single, culminating confrontation. The village itself, once Ethan began exploring it, revealed a biological ecosystem entirely distinct from anything he had encountered during his previous ordeal at the Baker estate. Where that earlier crisis had centered on a single family's transformation through Eveline's psychological influence, this village represented an entire community built around decades of Miranda's patient, systematic research and experimentation. Ethan's discovery that Rose had been taken apart and hidden among Miranda's allies introduced a horrifying new dimension to his search, revealing the true scope of what Miranda intended to do with his daughter's biology in service of her decades-old obsession with recreating Eva. This revelation transformed what had begun as a rescue mission into something far more urgent and far more disturbing than Ethan had likely anticipated when he first began pursuing his daughter's kidnappers. Understanding the rules of this village's biological ecosystem required Ethan to navigate encounters with each of the four lords covered earlier in this history, each representing a distinct expression of Miranda's Kedu research, and each presenting its own specific challenges and dangers, reflecting the particular way their individual transformation had shaped their abilities and their territory. Within the broader village, this new crisis connected directly back through decades of this history's established biological research, from Miranda's original discovery of the megamycete through her cultivation of the Four Lords and her extended manipulation of the entire village community, all of it converging now around Ethan's desperate search for his abducted daughter within a community whose true nature he was only beginning to understand. The beginning of this incident establishes the stakes and the scope of the confrontation still to come, positioning Ethan against an opponent whose decades of patient planning and research represented a far more sophisticated and deeply rooted threat than anything he had faced during his previous encounter with Evelyn and the infected Baker family years earlier. Part 107. Ethan defeats the Four Lords rather than existing as four disconnected confrontations. Ethan's battles against Alcina Dimitrescu, Donna Beneviento, Salvatore Moreau, and Karl Heisenberg each revealed distinct pieces of Miranda's decades-long research program, providing him with a gradually clearer understanding of exactly what he was dealing with as he made his way deeper into the village's secrets in pursuit of his abducted daughter. His confrontation with Alcina Dimitrescu tested him against one of Miranda's more successful and powerful experiments, her extraordinary physical capabilities reflecting just how thoroughly the Kedu had integrated with her own biology, requiring Ethan to draw on everything he'd learned surviving his previous ordeal at the Baker estate in order to overcome her formidable resistance. The confrontation with Donna Beneviento presented an entirely different kind of challenge. Her abilities connected more directly to psychological manipulation and illusion than to the raw physical power Alcina had demonstrated, forcing Ethan to navigate a battle that tested his perception and mental resilience in ways distinct from the more straightforward physical confrontations he'd faced. Elsewhere, throughout this ordeal, Salvatore Moreau's confrontation revealed the less stable, more chaotic side of Miranda's experimentation, his less controlled transformation, making him simultaneously more unpredictable and, in certain respects, more vulnerable than the other lords, offering Ethan insight into how significantly individual variation among Miranda's subjects had shaped the outcomes of her decades-long research program. Karl Heisenberg's confrontation proved particularly significant given tensions that had apparently been building within Miranda's broader operation regarding his own ambitions and his relationship to her ultimate goals for the village and its research, revealing cracks within what might otherwise have appeared to be a unified front of loyal experiments serving their creator's will without. Question. Defeating each of these four experiments brought Ethan progressively closer to understanding Miranda's ultimate plan for Rose, each battle revealing another piece of decades-old research that had been building toward this exact moment, setting the stage for his final confrontation with Miranda herself and with the true nature of what she intended to do with his daughter. Part 108. Ethan discovers the Megamystity's true importance, as Ethan's confrontations with the Four Lords brought him progressively deeper into understanding Miranda's operation. He eventually encountered the full significance of the Megamysty itself, the massive fungal network Miranda had originally discovered decades earlier, and had spent her entire life since then researching and cultivating, in pursuit of her goal to recreate Eva. This discovery revealed connections extending well beyond the immediate village crisis, tying Miranda's decades-old research directly back to Spencer's own visit to the village in 1953. A connection this history first touched on early in its timeline without fully understanding its ultimate significance until this later revelation finally clarified exactly how deeply intertwined Miranda's fungal research and Spencer's own ambitions toward human evolution had actually been from the very beginning. Understanding the Megamysty's true importance requires recognizing its capacity to preserve information from living things, a property Miranda had first discovered decades earlier and had spent her entire life since then attempting to harness toward her own specific, deeply personal goal, but one whose implications extended far beyond what even she may have fully understood about the fungal network's true capabilities. This is the point where the 1918 Miranda storyline, beginning with Eva's death during the Spanish flu pandemic, and the modern Winters story finally converge completely, connecting a tragedy that occurred decades before Ethan was even born to the crisis he now found himself directly confronting in pursuit of his own daughter's safety and survival. The revelation of this connection reframes everything Ethan had experienced throughout both this village incident and his earlier ordeal at the Baker estate, revealing that his own altered biology, shaped by his exposure to the mold during that previous crisis, had made him uniquely capable of surviving and confronting exactly this kind of fungal-based threat in ways an ordinary, unaltered human being likely could not have managed. This discovery sets the stage for Ethan's final confrontation with Miranda herself, arming him with understanding of exactly what she intends to do with Rose, and exactly what stakes are involved in stopping her from finally achieving a goal she had been patiently, meticulously pursuing since losing her own daughter more than a century earlier. Part 109. Miranda is defeated. Ethan's final confrontation with Miranda brought together everything this history has traced regarding her decades-long pursuit of a way to recreate Eva, culminating in her attempt to use Rose specifically as the vessel through which she hoped to finally resurrect her long-lost daughter using the combined power of the Megamysty and everything she had learned throughout her extensive research into the Kadu and its properties. This confrontation tested Ethan against an opponent whose motivations, however monstrous her actions had ultimately become, remained rooted in the tragedy this history has traced from its earliest sections, a mother's refusal to accept her daughter's death transformed, across more than a century of patient, obsessive research, into a threat capable of endangering an entirely different family's child, in pursuit of that same original, desperate goal. Miranda's attempt to resurrect Eva through Rose represented the culmination of everything her decades of research had been building toward, a final, desperate attempt to finally achieve what she had been chasing since 1918. Using biological technology, an understanding she had spent her entire adult life developing specifically toward this singular purpose. The destruction of the Megamysty's root during this final confrontation represented not simply a tactical victory over Miranda's immediate threat, but the elimination of the biological foundation her entire research program had depended on, ensuring that whatever remained of her ambitions couldn't simply be rebuilt or continued by whoever might eventually try to pick up where she had left off. Ethan's success in this confrontation came at significant personal cost, reflecting the same pattern of sacrifice this history has traced through so many of its previous protagonists. Though the specific nature of what Ethan ultimately chose to do once Miranda had been defeated would prove significant to understanding both his own story's conclusion and the broader implications of everything that had happened to his body since his original exposure to the mold during The Baker Estate incident. This defeat closes out Miranda's own century-long pursuit, resolving a tragedy that began with an ordinary disease during an extraordinary global pandemic and had, across more than 100 years, grown into a threat capable of endangering an entirely new family through research and ambition that had lost sight of the human cost required to pursue it. With Miranda defeated and the village facing imminent destruction as the crisis reached its final conclusion, Ethan made the choice to remain behind rather than escape alongside Rose and whoever else had survived the confrontation. A decision that closes out his own personal arc within this history with the same selflessness that had defined his actions. Throughout both this crisis and his earlier ordeal at the Baker Estate, understanding the significance of this choice requires recalling the earlier revelation regarding Ethan's own altered biology, sustained throughout his ordeal by the mold that had replaced damaged tissue in his body since his original exposure years earlier. His decision to stay behind reflects, at least in part, an understanding that his continued existence had always depended on biological processes that couldn't simply continue indefinitely once removed from the specific conditions that had sustained him. Rose's rescue, secured through Ethan's final sacrifice, ensures that the daughter he had spent this entire crisis desperately searching for and protecting would survive beyond the village's destruction, carrying forward whatever legacy, biological or otherwise, remained from her father's own extraordinary and largely unwilling involvement in this history's ongoing biological conflicts. This sacrifice closes out Ethan's direct involvement in the main biological conflict this history has traced throughout both the Baker Estate incident and the village crisis, bringing to an end the story of an ordinary man who had never sought involvement in bioterrorism or biological warfare, but who had nonetheless found himself confronting exactly this kind of horror twice. First in pursuit of his believed dead wife, and then in pursuit of his abducted daughter. The significance of Ethan's death extends beyond his own personal story, closing out the specific chapter of the Winters family saga that began with his search for Mia, and concluding with his ultimate sacrifice to ensure Rose's survival. A resolution that carries genuine emotional weight, given everything this ordinary man endured across both major crises this history has traced throughout his involvement in the franchise. This conclusion to Ethan's story doesn't end the Winters family's connection to this broader biological history. However, setting the stage for Rose's own continued significance in the years following her father's sacrifice, carrying forward genetic and biological implications that would soon prove significant to the next chapter of this ongoing saga. Part 111. Rose grows up under government protection. Following Ethan's sacrifice and the destruction of Miranda's village, Rose Winters grew up under circumstances shaped significantly by her unusual biological inheritance. Her connection to both her father's mold altered physiology, and to whatever remained of the Megamicity's influence following the crisis that had claimed her father's life and reshaped her own future entirely. Government surveillance and protection defined much of Rose's upbringing, reflecting the significant scientific and security interest her unique biology attracted from authorities who understood, at least in general terms, the significance of what had happened to her family and to her own genetic makeup as a result of everything this history has traced throughout both the Baker Estate incident and the village crisis. Rose's unusual abilities, connected directly to her inherited biological legacy, made living an ordinary life increasingly difficult throughout her upbringing, forcing her to navigate a childhood and adolescence shaped by circumstances entirely outside her own control or understanding, echoing in certain ways the same kind of imposed biological significance this history has traced through figures like Sherry Birkin and Jake Muller in earlier decades. This difficulty living a normal life reflects a broader pattern this franchise has established throughout its history. Individuals whose biology makes them significant to broader bioterrorism concerns finding genuine normalcy increasingly difficult to achieve. Their lives shaped by circumstances connected to events that happened before they had any ability to consent to or understand the implications of what had been done to or through them. Understanding this period of Rose's life as psychologically and biologically complicated rather than simply a straightforward continuation of her father's heroic legacy, establishes essential context for the crisis she would eventually face regarding her own relationship with the mold, and with whatever remained of Miranda's influence following the destruction of the village years earlier. This upbringing sets the stage for Rose's own direct confrontation with her biological inheritance, connecting her personal story to the broader megamycete mythology this history is traced from Miranda's original discovery through her father's own transformation and eventual sacrifice, establishing the circumstances that would eventually lead Rose toward the events covered in the following sections of this history. Part 112. Rose enters the megamycete's consciousness as Rose grew older, and her connection to the mold within her own biology became increasingly significant to her daily life. She eventually made the decision to enter what remained of the megamycete's fungal network, seeking a way to finally remove the biological inheritance that had made living an ordinary life so consistently difficult. Throughout her upbringing under government observation and protection, this journey into the remnants of the fungal network placed Rose in direct contact with preserved memories and fragments of consciousness that remained embedded within the megamycete's biological structure, a direct consequence of the organism's original properties, first discovered by Miranda decades earlier, allowing it to preserve information from living things that had come into contact with it throughout its long existence. Rose's exploration of this preserved consciousness offered her insight into her father's own experiences, into Miranda's decades-long research and obsession, and into the broader biological history this entire saga had been built upon since Miranda's original 1953 discovery beneath her village, providing Rose with understanding that had never been available to her through conventional means. During her upbringing, her attempt to remove the mold from her own biology represented the primary practical goal driving this entire journey, a deeply personal quest to reclaim some measure of ordinary humanity after years of living with abilities and biological complications that had set her apart from everyone else in her life since birth, inherited entirely from circumstances she had never chosen or consented to. This journey required Rose to navigate psychological and biological challenges that echoed, in certain ways, the same kind of confrontation her father had faced years earlier, though her own path through this preserved consciousness reflected her distinct perspective and her own specific goals, rather than simply retracing the same journey Ethan had once made through the village and its dangers. Rose's entry into the megamycete's consciousness marks a significant continuation of this saga's biological mythology, connecting her personal quest for normalcy directly back through decades of research and tragedy this history has traced from Miranda's original loss of Eva through her father's own sacrifice, establishing the final chapter of this particular thread within the broader resident. Evil Timeline, Part 113. Miranda's consciousness survives during Rose's journey through the remnants of the megamycete's fungal network. She encountered something neither she nor anyone monitoring her situation had necessarily anticipated. A preserved fragment of Miranda's own consciousness, surviving within the fungal network despite Miranda's apparent defeat and death during the earlier village crisis that had claimed both her operation and Ethan's own life. Understanding this survival requires appreciating the specific distinction between preserved consciousness and literal bodily resurrection, a distinction this history has emphasized throughout its coverage of the megamycete's properties. Miranda's physical defeat during the earlier confrontation with Ethan remained genuine and permanent. What survived within the fungal network represented something closer to preserved information and memory, rather than any literal continuation of her physical existence. This preserved consciousness attempted to exert influence over Rose during her journey, reflecting whatever remained of Miranda's original ambitions and priorities even in this fragmented, non-physical form. A haunting reminder that the psychological and biological legacy of her decades-long research hadn't been entirely eliminated simply because her physical body had been destroyed during the earlier confrontation. The confrontation between Rose and this preserved fragment of Miranda carries significant thematic weight, connecting a new generation's struggle for identity and autonomy directly against the same figure whose obsessive pursuit of her own lost daughter had already claimed Rose's father and had shaped so much of Rose's own difficult, biologically complicated upbringing throughout the years following the village's destruction. Keeping the distinction between preserved consciousness and literal resurrection clear matters significantly for understanding why this encounter doesn't represent Miranda's genuine return to the franchise's ongoing story in any conventional sense. This was a confrontation with memory and residual influence, not with Miranda herself reconstituted as a physical, ongoing threat capable of resuming her decades-old ambitions in the world, beyond the fungal network's preserved consciousness. This encounter provides essential closure to Miranda's story, while simultaneously deepening Rose's own understanding of everything that had shaped her difficult inheritance, setting the stage for her final decision regarding how she would ultimately choose to define her own identity and future following this confrontation with her family's tangled, tragic biological history. Part 114. Rose chooses her own future following her confrontation with Miranda's preserved consciousness. Rose faced a decision that would ultimately determine the direction of her own future, having gained a far deeper understanding of her biological inheritance, her father's sacrifice, and the tragic history that had shaped so much of what she had spent her entire life struggling to understand. And, in many respects, resent. Her rejection of Miranda's continued influence and control marked a significant assertion of her own identity and autonomy, refusing to allow the residual fragment of a woman whose decades-long obsession had already cost her own father his life to define or control her own future in any capacity. Regardless of whatever biological connection remained between them through the Megamicity's fungal network, Rose's acceptance of her own identity, complications and all, following this confrontation, represents a meaningful resolution to the psychological struggle this history has traced throughout her difficult upbringing, suggesting a path toward genuine self-acceptance rather than either complete rejection of her unusual biology or complete surrender to the influence that biology had connected her to throughout her entire life. This conclusion closes out the Ethan and Miranda portion of this saga, resolving both her father's own story and the broader Megamicity mythology that had connected Miranda's original 1918 tragedy through decades of research and manipulation into Rose's own personal journey toward understanding and ultimately accepting who she had become as a result of circumstances entirely outside her own original control or consent. While this chapter reaches a meaningful resolution regarding Rose's psychological journey and her relationship with her inherited biology, genuine questions remain about her future. Questions this particular storyline leaves deliberately open rather than providing complete, definitive answers about exactly what role her unique biological inheritance might play in whatever comes next for her within the broader Resident Evil timeline. Rose's choice to define her own future, rather than allowing either government oversight or Miranda's residual influence to dictate who she becomes, represents a fitting conclusion to this particular thread of the Winters family saga. Honoring her father's own sacrifice while establishing her as a figure whose story, though reaching a meaningful pause here, remains genuinely open for whatever comes next. Part 115. The Wrenwood Hotel murder years after Rose's own resolution regarding her inherited biology. A seemingly unconnected crime drew renewed attention toward the broader biological history this entire saga has traced since its earliest sections. In October 2018, a murder at the Wrenwood Hotel would eventually prove to carry significance extending far beyond what anyone investigating it at the time likely understood, ultimately connecting to Raccoon City's own decades-old history. Central to this incident was Grace Ashcroft, whose personal connection to the murder victim, her mother, Alyssa Ashcroft, would eventually draw her toward uncovering a much older and far more consequential conspiracy than the seemingly isolated crime initially suggested to anyone investigating the case in its immediate aftermath. Alyssa Ashcroft's own history and the reasons behind her murder connect directly to information and secrets tied to Raccoon City's own decades-old history, suggesting that knowledge connected to that original catastrophe had remained genuinely dangerous long after most of the world had likely assumed the disaster and its consequences had been fully resolved and understood. This murder provides the personal, deeply human origin point for an investigation that would eventually return this entire franchise's attention toward Raccoon City itself, transforming a private family tragedy into the opening chapter of a broader mystery, connecting decades-old bioterrorism history to contemporary threats that most people had likely assumed belonged entirely to the past. Understanding why information connected to Raccoon City remained dangerous decades after the city's own destruction requires appreciating how thoroughly this history has demonstrated that dangerous secrets rarely stay buried permanently, a pattern established from the earliest sections of this entire saga through the Salazar family's sealed-away plaga and continuing through every subsequent era. This history has traced. The current chronology places this murder at the very beginning of a mystery that would eventually pull multiple generations of Resident Evil's protagonists back toward Raccoon City's ruins, connecting Grace Ashcroft's personal grief and investigation directly to a broader conspiracy this saga will continue tracing through its final remaining chapters. Part 116. Alyssa Ashcroft's investigation connects the present to Raccoon City. Before her death at the Wrenwood Hotel, Alyssa Ashcroft had been conducting her own investigative work, digging into information connected to Raccoon City's history that appears to have remained genuinely dangerous decades after the city's destruction. Her research suggests that whatever she uncovered represented enough of a threat to someone that it ultimately cost her life. Understanding what specifically drove Alyssa's investigation requires acknowledging that some of these details reflect a story still relatively new to the franchise's overall timeline, and it's worth treating the finer points with appropriate caution, rather than presenting every detail as fully settled. What appears consistent is that her work connected present-day secrets directly back to the original 1998 catastrophe this entire history has traced from its founding origins. This bridge between the classic outbreak and a modern conspiracy reflects a pattern this saga has returned to repeatedly. The idea that dangerous knowledge, once buried, tends to resurface eventually, usually at significant cost to whoever gets close enough to uncover it. Alyssa's fate echoes the same fundamental danger that has followed nearly every major investigator throughout this history, from Chris and Jill's early confrontations with Umbrella through Grace's own mother decades later. Alyssa's connection to Grace, and the personal stakes her death created for her daughter, transforms what might otherwise have remained a distant historical mystery into something with immediate, deeply personal urgency. Grace's eventual pursuit of the truth behind her mother's murder becomes inseparable from uncovering exactly what Alyssa had learned about Raccoon City's lingering secrets. The investigative work Alyssa left behind, whatever specific form it takes within the game's own storytelling, appears to function as the thread Grace eventually follows toward understanding both her mother's death and the broader conspiracy connecting present-day events to a city that had, in the eyes of most of the world, already been fully accounted for decades earlier. This connection between Alyssa's work and Raccoon City's history establishes the essential bridge this saga needed to return its attention toward the city that started so much of this entire chronicle, setting up a modern investigation that would eventually draw multiple generations of protagonists back toward ruins most people believed held nothing left to discover. Part 117. The Raccoon City mystery returns decades after its destruction. Raccoon City becomes central to this franchise's storytelling once again, its ruins holding far more significance than the simple historical footnote most people, in universe and otherwise, likely assumed it had become in the years following the government's decision to destroy it. Capcom has explicitly described this newest chapter as a deliberate return to Raccoon City, marking the series' 30th anniversary with a story that circles back to where so much of this entire history began. Understanding why the city's ruins still matter this many years later requires appreciating a pattern this history has traced consistently. That dangerous research and dangerous secrets rarely disappear completely, even when the location connected to them has been physically destroyed. Raccoon City's destruction eliminated the immediate outbreak threat and the population caught inside it, but apparently didn't eliminate every trace of what Umbrella had built and buried there. This return to Raccoon City connects thematically back to nearly every major thread this history has traced, From the original mansion incident through Umbrella's collapse, the sea virus conspiracy, and the fungal biology explored through Miranda and the Winters family saga, suggesting that this newest chapter functions as something closer to a culmination than an isolated new story disconnected from everything that came before it. The symbolic weight of returning to this specific location for the franchise's 30th anniversary reflects a deliberate storytelling choice, treating Raccoon City not simply as one disaster among many this history has traced, but as the foundational catastrophe against which everything subsequent in the franchise's history has, in some sense, continued to be measured and referenced. Given how recently this chapter of the story has been told, it's worth approaching the finer specifics of what modern investigators actually find within the ruins with some appropriate caution, treating broad strokes as more reliably established than granular plot details that may still be settling within the wider understanding of players and viewers alike. What matters most for this history's purposes is recognizing that Raccoon City's ruins were never simply an empty, fully resolved historical site. They held secrets significant enough to get Alyssa Ashcroft killed decades after the city's destruction. Secrets that would soon draw both a new investigator and a returning, familiar face back toward the site where this entire chronicle first found its most defining catastrophe. Part 118. Grace Ashcroft investigates the new outbreak following her mother's murder. Grace Ashcroft's pursuit of answers led her directly into the heart of the modern crisis, connecting back to Raccoon City's buried history. Her arrival at the center of this investigation reflects a personal motivation distinct from nearly every other major investigator this history has traced, driven not by institutional duty, but by grief, and by a determination to understand exactly what her mother had uncovered before she died. Grace's perspective as a forensic investigator sets her apart meaningfully from the more conventional anti-BOW soldiers and tactical operatives this history has followed throughout most of its previous chapters, where figures like Chris and Leon approach bioterrorism crises primarily through combat and tactical response. Grace's background suggests an investigation built more directly around evidence, analysis, and uncovering buried truth rather than pure confrontation. Her discovery that the present-day biological crisis connects directly to secrets buried decades earlier within Raccoon City's own history echoes a pattern this entire saga has returned to consistently. Dangerous research surviving the destruction of its original facility, resurfacing eventually in hands or circumstances nobody fully anticipated when the original disaster was first declared resolved. Understanding Grace's investigation requires appreciating how it bridges generational gaps within this history's broader storytelling, connecting her own contemporary perspective and methods to secrets that trace back through decades of institutional cover-ups, corporate collapse, and buried research this entire chronicle has traced since Umbrella's original founding. Given the relative newness of this particular chapter within the franchise's overall timeline, some specifics of exactly what Grace uncovers and how her investigation unfolds are worth treating with appropriate hedging rather than absolute certainty, since detailed understanding of very recent story content continues to develop as more players and viewers engage with it directly. What remains clear is that Grace's investigation represents this saga's newest generation of protagonist, confronting the same fundamental pattern this history has traced since its earliest sections. Dangerous secrets refusing to stay buried, and ordinary people, whether Star's officers, ordinary fathers, or grieving daughters, finding themselves pulled into confrontation with exactly the kind of institutional betrayal and biological horror this entire chronicle has traced across decades. Part 119. Leon Kennedy returns to the Raccoon City story decades after surviving the original 1998 outbreak. Leon Kennedy becomes involved once again in a crisis connected directly back to the city where his entire career in bioterrorism response first began. His return to this story carries symbolic significance that extends well beyond the practical necessity of his involvement in whatever specific threat this modern crisis represents. Understanding why Leon becomes involved again requires appreciating just how thoroughly his identity has remained tied to Raccoon City throughout this entire history. From his first terrifying night as an untrained rookie officer, through decades of subsequent career development, built almost entirely around exactly this category of threat. His return to the city's story feels less like a coincidence and more like an inevitability, given everything this history has traced about who he ultimately became. The contrast between Leon's experience and Grace's own younger perspective throughout this investigation offers a meaningful generational comparison. An experienced veteran whose entire adult life has been shaped by this specific disaster working alongside, or in parallel with, someone confronting Raccoon City's legacy for the first time, driven by personal grief rather than decades of accumulated professional history. This symbolic return connects Leon's individual arc back to the very beginning of this entire chronicle, closing something like a narrative circle that started with an unprepared rookie surviving his first night on the job and now involves a genuinely experienced professional confronting the same city's buried secrets with the full weight of everything he's learned and survived across the intervening decades. As with the previous sections covering this newest chapter of the franchise, it's worth treating specific plot details regarding exactly how Leon's involvement unfolds with appropriate caution, given how recently this story has been told. Focusing on the broader thematic significance of his return, rather than asserting complete certainty about every granular detail of his specific role. Leon's presence within this modern crisis reinforces just how significant Raccoon City's original disaster remains to this franchise's broader storytelling, even decades after its physical destruction, confirming that the city's legacy was never simply resolved through its destruction, but continues generating consequences that reach directly into the present-day story this saga is still actively telling. Part 120. The Elpis research is revealed central to the modern crisis connecting back to Raccoon City is the discovery of research connected to Elpis, tied directly to Oswell Spencer's own later scientific ambitions, and representing yet another example of this history's recurring pattern. Dangerous knowledge surviving its original creator and resurfacing decades later in circumstances nobody fully anticipated when it was first developed. Understanding Elpis's significance requires connecting it back to everything this history has traced regarding Spencer's original ambitions toward human evolution, an obsession that began with his 1953 meeting with Mother Miranda and continued through his founding of Umbrella, his pursuit of Project W, and ultimately his death at Wesker's hands years before this modern crisis ever began unfolding. The revelation of this research suggests that Spencer's ambitions extended even further than this history's previous chapters had established. Research pursued during the later stages of his life that apparently remained hidden well beyond his own death, surfacing only now through Grace and Leon's combined investigation into secrets Raccoon City's ruins had apparently continued concealing for decades. Given how recently this specific plot element has entered the franchise's broader story, the precise nature and full implications of Elpis remain worth treating with genuine caution rather than definitive certainty. What can be said is that different groups appear to consider the research valuable for their own competing purposes, echoing the same pattern of contested, dangerous knowledge this history is traced repeatedly across decades, from the original Progenitor Virus through the scattered remnants of Umbrella's collapse. This discovery reinforces how directly Spencer's original ambitions, first planted through his encounter with Miranda decades before Umbrella even existed, continued shaping this franchise's storytelling long after his own death, confirming that his death at Wesker's hands, however definitive it appeared at the time, didn't actually eliminate every trace of what he had spent his entire life pursuing. Elpis represents this saga's newest thread connecting Spencer's foundational ambitions to the present-day crisis Grace and Leon now find themselves investigating, tying this modern chapter directly back to the very earliest sections of this entire history, and confirming, once again, just how thoroughly interconnected this franchise's decades of storytelling actually remain. Part 121. The modern Raccoon City crisis recontextualizes the original disaster, bringing together everything this history has traced across its entire chronicle, from the ancient progenitor organism through Umbrella's founding, the original 1998 catastrophe, decades of subsequent bioterrorism, And finally, this modern crisis connecting Grace Ashcroft's personal investigation to Leon Kennedy's return and Spencer's previously hidden Elpis research. This newest chapter recontextualizes much of what audiences believed they fully understood about Raccoon City's original destruction. The 1998 disaster, understood for decades as a tragic but ultimately resolved catastrophe, revealed through this modern investigation to have concealed secrets significant enough to get people killed decades later. Suggests that Umbrella's hidden research within the city ran deeper and lasted longer than even the most thorough previous investigations had managed to fully uncover. Understanding Umbrella's hidden research through this new lens requires revisiting the pattern this history has traced from its earliest sections. The company's consistent preference for hiding dangerous material rather than destroying it outright. A pattern established as far back as the Salazar family's decision to seal the Plaga centuries earlier, and repeated throughout Umbrella's own decades of quiet containment and cover-up. The contemporary investigation Grace and Leon pursue together doesn't simply resolve a modern mystery. It forces a reconsideration of how complete the original disaster's resolution ever actually was, suggesting that Raccoon City's destruction, however total and devastating in the moment, left behind exactly the kind of buried secrets this history has demonstrated tend to eventually resurface, regardless of how thoroughly a location or a company appears to have been eliminated. It's important, given how recently this specific storyline has entered the franchise, to carefully distinguish what the game itself genuinely establishes from broader fan speculation or claims suggesting every modern biological event within this franchise connects to the exact same underlying conspiracy. This history has aimed throughout to separate confirmed connections from more speculative interpretations, and that same caution applies especially strongly to this newest, still unfolding chapter of the story. What can be said with confidence is that this modern crisis closes this chronicle's journey through Resident Evil's history by returning directly to where so much of it began, confirming that Raccoon City's legacy and the ambitions of the men and women who built Umbrella decades before its destruction never actually finished shaping this franchise's story, no matter how definitively that original catastrophe once appeared to have ended it.